For the members of International Thriller Writers. Introduction. Normally, I'm not much of a joiner, but back in 2005, when I was asked to be part of a fledgling group of writers who were forming a new association, I immediately said yes. It was called International Thriller Writers, or ITW, and the whole idea intrigued me. Finally, an organization devoted entirely to the thriller genre. I signed up, becoming a founding member. I was so on board, I accepted a position on the first board of directors. And then, a few years after that, served as co-president. I have to say, I've enjoyed every minute of my involvement. So when I was asked to be the editor of this anthology, I jumped at the chance. Everything about ITW is different. Its motto is a warning to itself. When we imitate, we fail. One of the organization's greatest innovations was the elimination of dues to its members. Full membership, available to working thriller writers, has long been free. To support itself, ITW publishes anthologies. It began with Thriller in 2006, edited by James Patterson. The first collection of thriller short stories ever, now regarded as one of the largest-selling anthologies of all time. Thriller 2 came in 2009, edited by Clive Cussler. Then Love is Murder in 2012, edited by Sandra Brown. In between those was a young adult volume, Fear, in 2010, spearheaded by R.L. Stine. ITW also made a name for itself in audio, with the Chopin manuscript in 2007, edited by Jeffrey Deaver, which won the Best Audio of the Year, and The Copper Bracelet, released in 2009. Then came Face Off. The pairing of branded writers along with their iconic characters in the same story. 23 contributors, 11 adventures. Published in 2014, Face Off became a New York Times bestseller. The idea was so popular that we try it again with 11 new pairs of branded writers together with their iconic characters. Only this time, it's male versus female. A matchup. And what fun. The following pages are filled with some wonderfully unique tales, once-in-a-lifetime pairings. Where else would Steve Berry's Cotton Malone enter the magical world of Diana Gabaldon? Or my character Jack Reacher square off with Kathy Reich's incomparable Temperance Brennan? Then there's Lisa Scottolini's feisty Philadelphia lawyer Benny Rosato's chance encounter with Nelson DeMille's former NYPD homicide detective John Corey. 11 unique tales, all a joy to read. Each is preceded by an intro where I detail the process the team went through in melding their different characters. Many of the teams had never met each other before. None had ever written together. This is truly a novel experience for both the writers and the readers. So, settle in and enjoy MatchUp. Lee Child, June 2017. Sandra Brown and C.J. Box. Sandra Brown began writing in 1981. Before that, she worked as a model and in television, including weathercasting and feature reporting on the nationally syndicated program PM Magazine. And though she's published over 70 novels with over 80 million copies in print worldwide, she admits to one handicap. She's short story challenged. It's just not something I've written a whole lot of, she says. Luckily, C.J. Box does not suffer from that affliction, which made him the perfect partner for Sandra. Chuck is a Wyoming native and has worked as a ranch hand, surveyor, fishing guide, and small-town newspaper reporter, and he's even owned an international tourism marketing firm. He has over 20 novels to his credit, and short stories are not unfamiliar. He also has a character, Joe Pickett, so the idea was to connect Sandra's Lee Coburn with Pickett. By a stroke of great luck, At the end of Sandra's 2011 novel Lethal, Coburn ended up in, of all places, Jackson Hole, Wyoming, which is Joe Pickett country. Talk about fate. Everything just got easier after that. Together, Sandra and Chuck plotted the story. Then Chuck wrote the first draft and sent it to Sandra for an edit and rewrite. They went back and forth until both were pleased with the outcome. Chuck's comment summed it all up. Sandra was a dream to work with. You're going to like this unexpected encounter between two of the most rugged protagonists out there today. Both harken back to another time, and the story's title poses an interesting question. Honor and?
Honor and. When Joe Pickett set out that morning, he hadn't anticipated coming face-to-face with a killing machine. It was an unseasonably warm late September day. As a favor to another game warden, Joe was scouting the western slope of the Gros Ventre range above Jackson Hole, deep in the black timber. When he heard the staccato series of high snapping sounds in the distance, he reined his gelding Rojo to a stop and leaned forward in the saddle to listen, with his head turned slightly to the southeast, the direction from which he thought the sounds had come. For a time, all Joe heard were Rojo's snuffles and snorts as he caught his breath after their hard climb. Then, two heavy booms rolled through the trees at ground level, and Joe realized that what had started out as a routine day had turned potentially dangerous, for three reasons. First, the sounds weren't natural. It was a popular misconception that the mountain forests were silent because there were few people in them. Fact was, the wilderness was a riot of noise. Elk, moose, and grizzly and black bears broke through tree limbs and sometimes knocked over dead trees, not so much walking through the brush as crashing through it. Add to their racket chattering squirrels, shrieking hawks, and wolves and coyotes howling at a pitch that seemed designed to curdle human blood, and the mountains became damned noisy. But there was a natural rhythm to the cacophony. What Joe had heard intruded on that natural rhythm, in a way that set his senses on high alert. Second, the source of the sounds was curious. He was nearly sure he'd heard a flurry of semi-automatic gunshots from multiple weapons fired at once, followed by a pause. Then came the two heavy, high-caliber shots. It didn't compute. He was well schooled on the firing sequences of hunters after big game. True sportsmen prided themselves on expending as few bullets as possible. It was about the hunt and accuracy, not raking an animal with gunfire that would spoil the meat. Besides that, the opening of elk season on this particular mountain range was a week away. Last, the area was remote and without roads. Down in the valley were thousands of rental cabins, camping sites, and hotels, all easily accessible. But it took an effort to get up here, this high in the mountains, and no one would go to the trouble without good reason. The lawman in him wondered what that reason could be. Of course, he could just leave it alone. This wasn't even his district. The only reason he was in Teton County was because the local game warden, Bill Long, had asked him to help check on remote elk hunting camps, because he couldn't get to all of them before opening day. Joe was granting the favor partially in order to give his family, wife Mary Beth, and teenage daughters Sheridan, Lucy, and April, a mini vacation. Gauging by the number of shopping bags that were piling up in the corner of their hotel room, Joe figured he would lose money on the deal rather than make a little extra. But there were so few perks for his family in his line of work that if he could treat them to a few days in Jackson Hole, he was happy to do it. He could report hearing the distant gunfire to Bill Long, who might even know who was responsible for it, and have a logical explanation. Or maybe not. But Bill definitely wouldn't want him to wade into a potentially dangerous situation on an unfamiliar mountain without backup or local support. So maybe he should, pow, Whop! Damn it! Another heavy shot. And it came with the abrupt, brutal, closed-in point-blank sound of a bullet hitting flesh, which carried a completely different sound than a miss. It was a game-changer. He turned his horse toward the southeast, did a mental inventory of his shotgun in its saddle scabbard and handgun in its holster, clicked his tongue, and said, "Let's go, Rojo." He could smell the camp before he could see it. Clinging to the brush and evergreen boughs was the stale odor of grease from cooking fires mixed with the sweat of dirty men. That and the smell of gunpowder. It was the smell of 100 elk camps Joe had entered over the years. Without warning, Rojo snorted and balked. The horse detected something ahead that Joe hadn't noticed. He urged him on. Entering a wilderness campsite for the first time was always fraught with tension. Small, bonded groups enjoyed getting away from it all. Inside the camp were guns, alcohol, and as often as not, clouds of testosterone. The last thing hunters wanted to see was a representative of the Game and Fish Department asking them questions and checking licenses and permits. The last thing Joe wanted to do was surprise them or appear threatening, because he was always outnumbered and outgunned. It was part of the job. "Hello there," he called out. "Just your friendly neighborhood game warden here." There was no response, although Joe thought he heard footfalls through the brush on the far side of the camp. Someone running away? "Hello?" he called out again. Rojo walked forward, taking halting steps. Joe sat tall in the saddle and didn't look down as he untied a leather string that secured the butt of his shotgun in its scabbard. He hoped he wouldn't have to pull it out. He pushed through the trees into a rough clearing and took it in all at once. 4 dirty wall tents, stumps where trees had been cut down, camp chairs for sitting, a large blackened fire ring that was still smoldering, and trash strewn everywhere. It was a crude and dirty camp, he thought, something out of the gold rush days, or built by mountain men just before the winter roared in. He decided he didn't much like the people in the camp. They had little respect for the wilderness and practiced poor camp hygiene. Walls of trees surrounded the clearing. Beyond them, the mountains rose vertically in 3 directions to their treeless summits. Granite outcroppings pierced through the trees like knuckles, a few of them topped with massive eagle nests. Just inside the tree line were a small mountain of coolers and cartons of canned food. A yellow Gadsden "Don't Tread on Me" flag with a coiled rattlesnake hung from a crooked flagpole made of a bark-stripped lodgepole pine. On the far side of the clearing was the framing and half-walls of a large log building still under construction. The walls were no more than 4 feet high. It looked like a crude open shoebox. Hand tools, axes, saws, leaned against the outside of the structure. What appeared to be a bundle of dirty clothing was lying half in, half out of the open-framed door of the log building. Only when he rode closer did he realize it was the body of a bearded man, with wide-open eyes and a bullet hole in the center of his forehead. The body was twitching in what might be death throes, and the smell of gunpowder hung bitter in the still air. The fatal wound was that recent, the kill shot Joe had heard. He tried to keep his heart from racing by placing his right hand over his breast pocket and pressing. It didn't help. He cleared the shotgun from the scabbard before dismounting and walked Rojo across the opening to tie the gelding up to a dead tree. Rojo was understandably spooked, and he wanted his horse to stay put. Before calling in the incident to dispatch on the handheld radio or the satellite phone, both of which he'd left back in his saddlebag on the horse, Joe wanted to check on the condition of the victim in the doorway. He took a deep breath and raised his gaze above the treetops as he walked across the clearing toward the fallen man. The hair on the back of his neck was standing up. He could see no movement on the mountainsides, or even an eaglet poking its head up in one of the nests. But he had the feeling, and it was only a feeling, that he was being observed from above. Maybe whoever had shot the man and run off had come back? He leaned his shotgun against the log wall and squatted next to the gunshot victim. He was grateful to be low and out of sight, on the other side of the building. He reached out and pressed his fingertips to the man's dirty neck. No pulse. The victim was indeed dead now, and completely still. His gray eyes were staring but unseeing, and a single black trail of blood from the bullet hole had congealed on his face next to his nose. Joe wanted to close the man's eyes, but not badly enough to touch him again. The dead man stank, as if he'd been wearing the same clothes, greasy jeans, heavy boots, layers of undershirts, shirts, and Dickies denim jacket, for weeks. His skin was ashen, and his beard was long and unkempt. He studied the body and noticed the glint of a steel rifle muzzle protruding an inch from beneath the man's shoulder. Obviously, he'd fallen on top of his weapon, and it was pinned beneath him. The muzzle was equipped with a tubular conical guard, a military feature used to reduce the flash of a shot, not an accessory needed by hunters. Just like the camp didn't look or feel like a typical elk camp, the victim didn't appear to have been an ordinary hunter. Joe had never run across hunters who erected log buildings or raised flags. What was going on here? He knew he shouldn't move the body before he photographed it, or before a Teton County forensics tech arrived. He couldn't determine if the man had been murdered while standing in the doorway and collapsed on his rifle, or some other scenario. And he wondered if the rifle pinned below the body had been the one he'd heard firing multiple times before the 3 heavy booms. It certainly looked like the kind of military-style black rifle chambered in .223 that would make the snapping sound he'd heard. Maybe, he thought, he'd been mistaken about the number of guns firing prior to the heavy booms. Maybe the dead man had fired his rifle as fast as he could pull the trigger, and the shots had echoed around on top of one another until it sounded like multiple shooters. But who was the victim shooting at? And who had put a bullet hole through his head? As he grasped the log wall to push himself back to his feet, Rojo suddenly snorted and reared behind him. He wheeled around to see his horse pull back in sudden fright and with enough momentum to pull the dead tree it was tied to on top of him. The trunk largely missed Rojo, but several spindly branches raked the horse's haunches as it fell. Rojo, white-eyed with terror, bolted across the clearing in the direction from which they'd come. "Stop!" Joe yelled. He watched helplessly as his horse, stirrups flapping on the sides and reins dancing in the air behind its mane, vanished into the northern wall of trees. He took a few steps toward where Rojo had gone, but pulled up short. He'd never run down his gelding. He could only hope that the horse wouldn't go far and that he could catch him later. That's when he felt a presence on his left, an anomaly set against the dark of the trees. He turned. A man had emerged from the timber. He stood silent and still, but his cold Nordic eyes were locked on Joe. He was tall and lean, and despite his stillness, seemed tightly coiled. He wore jeans, cowboy boots, and a light jacket that had seen some wear. Instantly, Joe knew that this guy wasn't a tourist, nor was he a stranger to the Mountain West. In his right fist was a large, squared-off semi-auto, a 1911 Colt .45. It looked like a weapon large enough to have punched the big hole in the dead man's forehead. Joe was grateful that the gun was pointed down, because he knew it could be leveled and aimed at him much faster than he could retrieve his shotgun from where it was propped against the log wall of the unfinished building. And judging by how the man stood with his feet set one slightly behind the other and his shoulders squared, he had no question at all who would kill whom if it came to a gunfight. He nodded his hat brim to where Rojo had disappeared. "See what you did there?" The man shrugged. "A game warden should have a better trained horse." Now that hurt. Lee Coburn didn't like it that the uniformed man was standing there beside the guy he'd killed. He knew what it looked like, and he didn't want to take the time to explain himself or what had happened. The game warden, this skunk at the party, wore a red shirt with a pronghorn antelope patch on the shoulder, faded Wranglers, outfitter boots, and a stained gray Stetson. He was lean and of medium height and build, with silver staining his short sideburns. He'd seen the game warden glance toward the shotgun he'd left against the log wall, but no effort had been made to lunge for it, nor had the guy reached for the handgun on his hip. "I'm a Wyoming game warden. Name's Joe Pickett. I'm afraid I need to ask you to drop your weapon and follow me into town so we can get this sorted out." He could hardly believe his ears. "Really?" Pickett didn't flinch. "Really." He sucked a deep breath and expelled it slowly. "This isn't your fight. You have no idea what's going on here, and you don't need to know. I suggest you remove your handgun and drop it at your feet. Leave your shotgun where it is. Then I'll let you turn around and walk right out of here." He chinned toward the north. "I think your horse ran that way." Pickett slowly put his hands on his hips and squinted one eye at Coburn. "I let a guy take my weapons once. It didn't go well. Drop the pistol." The game warden continued to squint and seemed to be thinking, which was starting to annoy him. Pickett said, "I'm going to lower my handgun to the ground. I'm no good with it anyway. Then I'm going to walk over there to you and place you under arrest." Coburn snorted and looked around, as if trying to see if he was the subject of a practical joke. "You're out of your depth here, game warden. When I give you the chance to walk away, you should take it." "Why?" Pickett asked, easing his handgun out of his holster with 2 fingers and lowering it to the ground. "I told you," he said, with mounting impatience. "This isn't your fight." "Seems like the fight's over." Pickett gestured to the dead man in the cabin doorway, then stood up and took a step toward Coburn. "You're not really going to do this, are you?" he asked. "Try and arrest me? Didn't you notice I'm holding a gun?" "Everybody in Wyoming has a gun," Pickett said, though he didn't seem so sure of himself now. Coburn kept his .45 pointed down, but thumbed the hammer back with a sharp click so Pickett was sure to hear it. But the man kept advancing. What was wrong with him? That's when he noticed the long, thick cylinder attached to the game warden's belt. Bear spray. Pickett wanted to get close enough to hit him with a full cloud. That stuff was 10 times more effective than the pepper spray used by street cops. He raised his weapon. Not another step. Pickett hesitated, eyes locked on Coburn and the big round O of the muzzle. That's when the ground exploded between them, throwing fist-sized chunks of black earth straight into the air. The chatter of at least 2 semi-automatic rifles was delayed a half-second because of the distance. Pickett jumped back as if stung, flinging himself to his belly, shielding his head with his hands. The game warden rolled to his left as a flurry of bullets bit into the ground where he'd just been. Coburn dropped to his haunches and raised his .45. He swept the mountainside above the trees, moving his front sights from outcropping to outcropping. He was sure the gunfire had come from up there, but he couldn't see anyone. Behind him, bullets smacked into tree trunks. Pine needles rained down on his head and shoulders, and slivers of dislodged bark stung the back of his neck. He looked up to see Pickett on his hands and knees, launching himself toward the cover of the half-completed building. Coburn shimmied to his left behind a 2-foot-diameter tree trunk that had been recently felled. He squatted behind it for a moment, then came out over the top with his hands extended and the .45 held tight. He aimed at a suppressed muzzle flash far up the mountainside in a fissure in the outcropping and fired twice. He knew he hadn't hit anyone, but the return fire would at least make the shooter retreat for a moment. He used the time to throw himself over the tree trunk and run toward the shelter as well. He caught up with Pickett, who tripped over an exposed root just as his hat was shot off his head. Coburn reached down and yanked the game warden to his feet, but rather than run straight to the structure, the idiot turned and retrieved his hat from the ground, snatching it as bullets kicked up chunks of earth on both sides of him. Coburn leaped over the corpse in the doorway and rolled across the dirt floor of the building until he was tight against the far wall. He heard Pickett behind him. Both men pressed their cheeks against the rough log wall while the shooter, or shooters, continued to fire. He felt the impact of bullets thumping into the outside of the wall, but the logs were sturdy enough that they stopped the rounds. That was good. But they were pinned down, and the shooters had the high ground, able to see clearly below, which included 3/4 of the structure floor itself. "Are you hit?" he asked Pickett over his shoulder. "I don't think so. Did you remember to grab your pistol on the way in?" "Wouldn't have done any good anyway, but I got my shotgun." "There's that," Coburn said. "So we have my .45 and your shotgun against long-distance rifles and guys with hundreds of rounds of ammunition. How many of them are there?" "At least 2, maybe all 3. "3?" He grunted a yes, contemplating rising to full height and aiming carefully at the muzzle flashes he'd seen earlier. Maybe he could take one of them out and improve their odds. But the gunfire had stopped. The shooters seemed to have realized it was a waste of ammo to fire at targets behind a log wall. "Do you mind telling me what's going on here?" Pickett asked. "Later. Right now I think they're trying to come up with their next move." He spun on his heels and looked east toward the doorway and the dead man, the one direction where the mountains didn't rise above the trees. "At least they can't get above us from behind," he said. "But they'll see us if we venture more than 5 feet away from this wall. So stay put." "I wasn't planning on going anywhere," Pickett said, sounding annoyed. "And when this is over, I'm still going to arrest you for murder." He sighed. The man was a bulldog, the worst kind. "Look," he said, "you can do whatever you want once we get out of here. But right now, we got a little time while they reload and regroup. I need you to call this in and get some backup here. I know the Teton County Sheriff has access to a chopper, and I can give you the exact coordinates." "Yeah, that'd be fine, if I had a radio or a phone." He turned angrily. "What kind of law enforcement officer doesn't have a radio or phone?" "The kind whose horse was spooked by a lunatic who suddenly appeared from the trees. Everything was in my saddlebags, including my cell phone. You don't have a phone?" "I did, but it's gone." Pickett frowned. "What part don't you understand? It's no longer in my possession." "Did you drop it?" He swore under his breath. I gave it to them, and they took the battery out." "And you thought I was a chump." He felt a flash of anger and considered decking the guy. But first things first. "How well do you know these mountains?" he asked. "Not well at all. This isn't my district. I'm doing a guy a favor." "Fucking great. I'm stuck here with a game warden who doesn't even know where he is." "Story of my life," Pickett said with a shrug. "By the way, thanks for helping me up out there when we were running for the cabin." He nodded. "What's your name, anyway?" "Coburn." "Just Coburn?" "As far as you're concerned." "Just Coburn, like with one name, like Cher or Beyonce?" "Lee Coburn, damn it." "Can you spell it so I get it right on the arrest warrant?" "Capital F-U-C-K, capital O-F-F. He briefly considered smacking the game warden on his precious hat with the butt of his .45. Maybe that'd keep him quiet for a while. But he needed Pickett to keep an eye on the north while he handled the east, west, and south, where the shooters surely were. "I'll just call you Coburn," Pickett said. For the next hour, Joe sat with his back to the wall and his shotgun across his knees, wishing the day had gone in an entirely different direction. He scanned the trees he could see over the top of the walls, hoping the shooters weren't creeping closer to them. He also kept an eye on the north side of the clearing, hoping against hope that Rojo would wander out of the woods. He hoped his horse was okay. In addition to the shooters perched in the rocks above their position, the timber was populated by the grizzly bears, mountain lions, and other predators who would consider Rojo meat on the hooves. He checked his watch. 2 p.m. Mary Beth would expect him back by dark, but not before. So unless they could get word somehow to the Teton County Sheriff, for the next 5 hours no one would know he was in trouble, or even think to send someone up to look for him. Today, he recalled, the plan for his family was to buy tickets for the Alpine Slide on Snow King Mountain. Lucy was quite excited about that. Next to him, Coburn sat, watchful, still, lethal. When he moved at all, he raised up just high enough to look over the top of the wall. Each time he did, the shooters retaliated by firing shots, which Joe figured was what Coburn wanted. When they fired, he could spot them. After the last volley, Coburn had aimed and squeezed off a shot. He said he was pretty sure he'd hit his target that time, but he couldn't guarantee it, which meant there were 2 shooters left, or 2 shooters and a wounded shooter. All had high-powered rifles. The odds were still against him and his unlikely ally. "One of these times when you pop up like a whack-a-mole, they're going to blow your head off," he said to Coburn. "Like a what?" "A whack-a-mole." Coburn's face remained a blank. "You know, the kids' game?" Coburn looked down at the pistol in his hand, hefting it. "Never was much of a kid. Didn't play many games." Then he raised his gaze back to Joe and said with derision, "Sure as hell not one called Wacka or whatever." Joe tucked that observation away to think about later. "So you're just going to keep letting them take pot shots until you get off a lucky one?" Coburn glared at him. "You have a better plan?" "Nope." "Then please shut up." Joe thought about the canister of bear spray attached to his belt. He could still blast Coburn, disarm him, and bind him up with the flex cuffs. But to what end? Would he then stand up and explain to the shooters in the mountains that everything was okay, that they could put down their arms and surrender peacefully? Coburn was rude and likely a murderer, but he possessed one redeeming quality. He was on this side of the wall. Coburn was aware of the game warden watching him as he reloaded. Pickett said, "Coburn, before this is over, I'm fairly certain that things are going to get western between you and me." "I told you, this isn't your fight. Do I have to say it again?" "My family's in Jackson. I'd kind of like to see them again." Coburn again considered bringing his gun down hard on the crown of that Stetson. He could use some peace and quiet to deal with the situation at hand. He'd never been one to accommodate weakness. It wasn't that he had no empathy or understanding for men not hardwired for action, but in a firefight, and he'd been in many, slow thinkers resulted in the deaths of not only themselves, but other brave men too. In this situation, he had two options: fight or flight. But he doubted the shooters would even extend to him the second option. "If nothing else," Pickett said, "you need to tell me what's going on. It's not every day I start out checking elk camps and end up getting shot at with a psycho next to me." He snickered. "I've been called a lot of names, but psycho is a first." "Then prove to me you're not. From where I sit, I see a dead guy with a bullet through his forehead and 2 or 3 other guys trying to kill us. It's hard to come up with any other conclusion." He took that as a challenge. "So, what do you think happened here?" Pickett took a long time to answer, which was a little maddening. "I've seen a lot of strange things up in these mountains, here in the Gros Ventres, or in my own mountains, the Bighorns. Sometimes these woods look to people like the last best place for them to wash up when they can't fit in anywhere else. I've run across end-of-time survivalists, sheep herders dealing meth, environmental terrorists, and landowners who run their ranches like tin-pot tyrants. When I look around here," Pickett said, gesturing toward the camp beyond the walls, "I see the beginning of something that blew up while in progress. My guess is you and your buddies decided to pick the most remote part of these mountains to set up a little headquarters. For what, I don't know, but you figured, like so many do, that you'd be far enough away from civilization that you could do what you pleased, whatever that is. So you gathered up your best weapons and tools and got up here somehow and started building your stockade. Then there's a falling out. That's not surprising, given your foul disposition and the fact that the dead guy in the door obviously carried around a black rifle. So the disagreement, whatever it was about, escalated beyond control. You shot that guy over there, and the rest of the crew headed for the hills. You were going to go after them when they got the sense to go high ground and turn on you. That's when I showed up." He slowly shook his head. "That's what this looks like to you?" "Yeah, or something like it." "I'm FBI." Pickett raised his eyebrows with doubt. "You don't expect me to believe that?" He dug out his wallet badge from his jacket and showed the game warden his credentials. "I'm undercover." "Undercover for what?" Pickett asked. He took a deep breath, then quickly rose up and checked the perimeter to make sure the shooters weren't sneaking up on them. Assured they weren't, he lowered back down and said, "I'm based in Jackson when I'm not on assignment. It's a good place to get my bearings back and recuperate." "Recuperate?" He didn't address that. "A few days ago, I got a call from my boss, a guy named Hamilton. Real asshole." "Bureaucrat?" "As I said. Anyhow, he told me that 4 really bad actors, white supremacists who call themselves One Nation, escaped from a raid on their compound in West Virginia last month. I've known One Nation was on the Bureau's radar for a long time, but I wasn't involved with the case." "What's their mission?" "To incite a race war by gunning down white cops in largely black neighborhoods. These rednecks knew that if that happened, the local cops would likely overreact and trouble would spread. They put their whole manifesto on the internet like so many of these mouth-breathers do, but no one really thought they'd follow through. But they did. A couple of cops got shot in South Philly and all hell broke loose. Riots, vandalism, looting. People on both sides killed, including some grade school kids. I'm sure you saw it on the news. Pickett nodded. So the Bureau raided the One Nation compound outside Wheeling. They arrested a dozen guys and a couple of women, but the 4 men in leadership got away. No one knew where they went or whether they'd split up or stayed together. But one of the group in custody said one of the 4 guys had some familiarity with Wyoming because he'd been elk hunting out here, specifically Jackson Hole. So my boss asked me to poke around without alarming the locals. And you did, Pickett said. He nodded. I needed a distraction, so I jumped all over it. It took me a few days before I found a clerk at a hardware store who told me about 2 guys who fit the description buying up ammo and heavy-duty hand tools. He said they had West Virginia accents, and one of them had a long beard like those yokels from Duck Dynasty. Our man in the doorway, Pickett said. I started making forays into the mountains. Didn't think I'd actually run into them. That was really more of an accident than intentional. I walked into their camp this morning before I realized who they were. That's when you gave them your phone? It wasn't like that, he said, annoyed. I told them I wanted to join up. I told them everything I thought they want to hear about the country going to shit and the way to finally fix it. They liked what I was saying, but they didn't greet me with open arms. I could tell they were thinking about it, though. If nothing else, they needed help with the building before the winter rolled in. These guys aren't exactly geniuses when it comes to construction, as you can tell. Most criminals I've dealt with are just idiots, Pickett said. I've known many who were fucking smart, but these guys are idiots with a cause. And even though they were friendly at first, they started getting suspicious. To prove I wasn't a threat, I gave them my phone when they asked for it. I wasn't worried because I'd deleted everything on it. Pickett nodded. Go on. It all went pear-shaped when a fat guy with a white Pride sweatshirt and a skinny guy who looked like he'd just walked off the set of Deliverance decided they'd pat me down to see if I was packing. I was, of course. I started backing off, but that didn't sit well with Duck Dynasty over there, and the next thing I knew, he was locking and loading his rifle and aiming it at me. I ran for the trees as the 3 others went for their weapons. I was able to throw myself into the shelter of a big root pan when they all opened up. It sounded like D-Day. I heard it, Pickett said. Finally, when they paused to reload, I was able to take out Duck Dynasty. That caused the others to strike out on foot. I chased him for a while and then decided it made more sense to see if I could find my phone and call it in. Unfortunately, that's when you showed up. Pickett raised his hands in a, "What are you going to do?" gesture. But now that I've had time to think about it, I think I have a plan to take these guys on, Coburn said. Oh, really? This should be interesting. He pretended not to notice Pickett's skeptical tone. I keep 'em engaged until dusk, like I've been doing. That way they're on the defensive and they won't have the wherewithal to overrun us. Then you'll replace me. I'll give you my .45 so they'll think I'm still the one firing. Then what? You'll do what I've been doing, playing the, whack-a-mole? Right. Popping up every 15 to 20 minutes to take a shot at them. Keep 'em guessing when you'll appear and where you'll shoot. Meanwhile, Pickett asked, I'll use your cover fire to run out of this building. I'll take your shotgun and get up into the trees and outflank them. Then I'll take 'em out one by one. They'll be dead before they know what hit them. Pickett seemed to remain doubtful. The best thing you can do to the enemy is keep him off balance, he said. Given the odds, they won't expect me to take it to them. Pickett grinned. I got a buddy named Nate Romanowski. We butt heads from time to time. I think he'd approve of your plan, but I'm not sure I do." "You have a better one?" Coburn asked with some heat. "I'm thinking." "That gives me absolutely no confidence." Pickett continued to ruminate. Why did it take this guy so long to form a thought? A glacier could have thawed by the time the game warden said, "So you've been hiking around these mountains all by yourself for weeks until you found these guys?" "That's what I said." "Must be running from something yourself." His hackles rose. Pickett might be slow, but he sure as hell wasn't thick. "That's none of your goddamn business." "What are you recuperating from?" He didn't respond. "You said you were recuperating. What from?" "What's that got to do with anything?" "Just wondering. Concussion? Chicken pox? Ingrown toenail?" He gnawed the inside of his cheek and finally said, "Gunshot." Then he sprang to his feet and ran along the wall toward the corner of the building, his .45 at the ready. The burly white supremacist in the filthy white pride hoodie had just cleared the trees to the south and was working his way toward the unfinished lodge. The man carried a Ruger Mini 14 rifle with a 30-round magazine. "Drop it!" Coburn shouted. White pride raised the rifle. He fired and hit him center mass. White pride flopped straight back and landed on his butt, still. "Two down," he coldly said. He heard a bang, then something hit him with the force of a mule kick and threw him flat on his back. He couldn't move his upper body, but his grip on his .45 never wavered. Pickett rushed over and dragged him along the ground to the log wall. Pickett was surprised by how heavy Coburn was. He was dead weight, but still alive. Proof of that was the litany of profanity that poured out as he propped the agent against the wall. "Son of a bitch, that hurts," Coburn hissed through gritted teeth. "Where you hit?" "Chest." Not good. A high-velocity round through the chest could be fatal. He reached up and peeled back Coburn's jacket. The bullet had struck just below the clavicle, closer to the shoulder than heart. It looked like a through shot, because there was blood coming out from both sides. He'd seen the damage gunshots could do to big game animals and had become inured to the sight of them. But when a human being was hit, that was different, even if it was a man he had no reason to like. "I don't think anything vital was hit," he said. "I'm not sure it even broke any bones." "It hurts like hell." "You bleeding out is a worry, though." Coburn grunted. Joe didn't have access to the first aid kit. That was with Rojo in his saddlebag. "I'm going to use your shirt to bind it up. Lean forward so I can get your jacket off." Coburn took a deep breath and bent forward. Joe could only imagine how much it hurt to do that. He eased the arms free, pulled Coburn's jacket over his head, then removed the blood-stained shoulder holster. Not taking the time to unbutton Coburn's shirt, he ripped it open and the buttons popped off. He couldn't help but notice the scar on Coburn's belly. Pink, puckered, recent. "Is that where you were shot?" "No, I cut myself shaving." At least that wonderful personality seemed unaffected. Coburn's arms were muscled and rippling with veins. A barbed wire tattoo banded the left biceps, while the right displayed the words honor and the second word was missing. "Honor and what?" he asked as he fashioned a sling out of Coburn's shirt that went over the left shoulder, under the right armpit, and across the chest. He hoped it would staunch the bleeding on both the entry and exit wounds. "Honor and duty? Honor and sacrifice? Or couldn't you make up your mind?" Coburn mumbled something incomprehensible. "Hang on," he said. "I'm going to cinch this tight and tie it off. It's going to hurt." Coburn gave a quick nod, the go-ahead, and Joe took that as his cue to pull the shirt as tight as he could and knot it. Coburn didn't cry out. His jawbone locked tight. He checked his handiwork. The shirt was taut, but blood was still seeping through. Best he could hope for was that it would slow down the bleeding. "I don't suppose you can raise your right arm?" he asked. Coburn winced as he tried, but his right hand and the .45 it held stayed in his lap. "Didn't think so." "I can shoot with my left." Empty boast? Hard to say. But he transferred the pistol to Coburn's left hand. "Just sit here. No more whack-a-mole for you." "We need to keep an eye out." "I'm not sticking my head up like you did." "This completely screws up my plan." "With all due respect, it was a crappy plan anyway." "Still haven't heard one from you." He sat back. "Honor and what?" Coburn sighed. "Honor and why don't you shut the hell up?" Nothing happened for 3 hours. Coburn was getting antsy and becoming more annoyed with Joe Pickett by the minute. The evening sun was dropping below the tops of the trees, casting deep shadows through the golden light. The smell of the cool pines seemed to intensify. The temperature had dropped 10 degrees. It would be dark in 2 hours. His shoulder had gone from screaming pain to what was now a low throbbing. If he sat still, he could stand it. But when he moved, even when he took a deep breath, he had to clench his teeth to keep from moaning, groaning, or cussing a blue streak. Despite the chilly air, he was sweating. Only an act of will and his training for covert missions prevented him from shivering. He had no doubt he could do what he needed to do with the .45 in his left hand, especially at close range, but he wasn't sure he'd even get the chance. The game warden sat still. He worried that Pickett had fallen asleep. He stared across at the man who seemed to be looking at nothing, face stoic. Or was it empty? He wasn't sure which, but either way it was getting on his nerves. "Blink if you can hear me, Pickett." "I hear you." "What are you doing?" "Thinking." "Please don't strain yourself, but could you speed it along so I don't bleed out?" "I've been waiting for Rojo to come back." "Rojo?" "My steed," Pickett said with an embarrassed smile. "Doesn't look like he's coming." "No, it doesn't." Pickett was quiet for a long time, then said, "Do you hear anything?" He perked up, but when he tried to straighten his shoulders, pain pulsed through them. "No," he said. "It's perfectly quiet except for a little bit of wind." "Right," Joe said. "We've been waiting 3 hours, and the natural sounds haven't come back. No birds, squirrels, anything. Meaning those guys are still up there." He was more than a little impressed that the game warden had determined that. Coburn had engaged in guerrilla warfare in Central America. When the birds quit calling and the monkeys stopped chattering, you unsheathed your machete because somebody was close. "It also probably means they aren't exactly sure what they're going to do," Pickett said. "Otherwise, we would have heard something. Low talking, a branch snapping underfoot, something. I think they're still up there, but confused." "By what?" "Think about it," Pickett said. "It was around noon when they were peppering us with gunfire and watched us take cover here. But because they've only seen you, they might assume I was hit and died in here. They haven't even caught a glimpse of me. They're pretty sure you're hit, and since that happened, we haven't shown ourselves. For all they know, there are 2 dead men down here." He gave a curt nod of agreement. Pickett asked, "Have you ever hunted?" "You mean Game? What else? He turned his head aside, looking into the darkness, and said quietly, Men. Only bad men, though. Sort of depends on who you ask, doesn't it? Pickett said nothing for a moment, then cleared his throat. I was thinking elk or deer. Long ago in Idaho with my dad, he said. He'd been 12 years old. His father shot a mule deer from the window of their truck before the sun came up, which was illegal. In the headlights, his dad had put the wounded animal out of its misery by hitting it on the head with a shovel. Didn't like it much, he said. Well, maybe you can still relate to my point. Which is? You can spend weeks in a wilderness like this going after elk or moose. Stalking, camping, moving on foot. The first few years you hunt, you're filled with bloodlust. That's how men are wired. We want to blast away and kill something and get our hands bloody. But it gets frustrating after a while because these animals we hunt are prey. That's how they're wired. They aren't particularly smart, but they know not to charge into a confrontation. Instead, they avoid them. What does that have to do with us? Maybe nothing. But from what you tell me, these One Nation guys are just dumb rednecks. If they were smart, they'd hightail it out of these mountains while they've had the chance. Either that or they'd wait until morning and sneak down here to make sure we're dead. But these guys are dumb and violent. They have bloodlust. So they're itching to confirm their kills, bury our bodies, and get to working on this building again so they can go back to inciting a race war. In other words, they don't have much patience, and they're probably hungry, like I am. Pickett chinned toward the coolers and canned goods in the shadow of the trees. They want their Dinty Moore stew. Coburn saw the logic in what Pickett said. Besides, in the shape he was in, he couldn't launch an attack on a butterfly, much less two idiots with firepower and a cause. So, we wait them out till they make a move, Pickett said. Or I drain dry of blood. Whichever comes first. Emily. Pickett opened his eyes. It had been an hour and a half since either of them had spoken. They had 30 minutes of light left, although it had been a while since they'd seen the sun. The dark walls of trees seemed to be closing in, and because the breeze had stopped, it seemed incredibly still and totally silent, except for Coburn's whisper of a name. What? He whispered back. Honor and Emily. He was puzzled. That's a new one. Coburn shook his head. Honor is the name of my woman. Emily's her daughter. 5 years old. He tried to keep his surprise from showing. So you have a family? Barely. Joe waited for more that didn't come. Finally, he said, I got a great wife and 3 daughters. Don't mind admitting that if it weren't for them, I don't know what good I'd be. Coburn looked over hard at him. You mean like me? I didn't say that. You wouldn't be far off the mark. She and I have only been together 3 months. Mary Beth and I met in college. Coburn shifted uncomfortably. Honor and I met under more unusual circumstances. He waited for more. I crawled out of a swamp into her yard, held her at gunpoint, threatened her life, and tied her up. Never would have taken you for such a romantic. Coburn puffed a laugh. She was involved in this case I was working. He motioned toward Coburn's belly. Is that when that happened? Yeah. Didn't know if I'd ever see her again. I started going out to the airport every day." Coburn paused. "Anyhow, that asshole I told you about, my boss, Hamilton, Honor threatened him with bodily harm if he didn't tell her where I was. She would have been better off staying in Louisiana, but one day, there she was, with Emily and Elmo." "That sounds like a happy ending." Coburn shrugged. "Maybe for a guy who wants to settle down. Maybe for a guy like you, a guy who knows who Elmo is." He chuckled. "Little girl, huh? So you're awash in estrogen." "You could say that." "Sometimes I think of my place as the house of feelings," he said. "It'd be quite a shocker to spend the day alone out in the field and return home to that." "4 of them," Coburn said, shaking his head. "I have trouble handling 2. I've spent my whole life on my own, keeping my own company, not sharing anything with anybody, especially space. Now I'm having discussions about things like curtains. I don't care what color they are, I just want to know if they shut." He nodded. "I hear you. And what's the thing with throw pillows?" "Hell if I know." They pondered the imponderable for a few seconds. "Can Honor cook?" he asked. Coburn smiled. "Oh, yeah. And don't get me wrong, she's wonderful. I can't keep my hands off her. It's the other stuff I gotta work through. I keep asking myself, can I do this?" "That's not the question you should be asking." "Enlighten me. Do you want to do it?" He gave him time to answer, but nothing came, so he said, "You can do it, Coburn. If I can put up with a mother-in-law who never fails to remind me that her daughter married down, you can put up with curtains and throw pillows. Builds character. Maybe Honor will take the edge off you. That's what I'm afraid of." "With all due respect, you could be less of a hard ass. And one other thing. When we get out of this thing, go have Emily's name added to your arm. Don't chicken out this time." Coburn glanced at his still seeping wound. "If we get out of this thing. We'll find out soon enough, I think." By 8:30, a sliver of moon had wedged between the spindled tops of 2 pine trees, the sky overhead almost cloudy from the countless stars, a sight Pickett never tired of seeing. 2 men stepped out of the trees on the south side of the clearing. One was stocky and short with a barreled chest, the other cadaverous, and he pulled his left leg behind him as he walked. Silver light reflected off the barrels of their rifles. The stocky man whispered, "You gonna make it?" "I better," the skinny man said in a southern twang. "Ain't never tried to walk on a shot-up leg before." The stocky man chuckled. They moved deliberately across the clearing toward the walls of the lodge. Condensation puffed from their mouths with every breath. They kept low as they neared the log walls. When they were leaning against it, the stocky one whispered, 1, 2, 3. And they both sprang up and looked over the wall, their rifles sweeping the dirt floor. After a beat, the stocky man said, "Where the hell did they go?" "Right behind you," Coburn said, raising the .45 with his left hand. Joe didn't even have the stock of the shotgun up to his cheek before there were 2 loud booms, and orange fireballs erupted from the muzzle of Coburn's weapon. Both the rednecks were thrown into the wall by the bullet's impact. The skinny man fell like a puppet with his strings clipped. The stocky one regained his balance, turned, and raised his rifle. Coburn shot him again, and the man dropped to the ground. Pickett's ears rang. He barely heard Coburn say, "I think I forgot to say freeze." Coburn eyed Pickett in the amber light from the campfire. The game warden had finally stopped talking and had settled into shoveling spoonful after spoonful of canned stew into his mouth. "I can't believe I'm so hungry," Pickett said. "Usually when I see a dead person, I get sick." "Then drink," Coburn said, extending a bottle of bourbon they'd found in the One Nation cache. Pickett grabbed the bottle, sucked a long swig, then grimaced. "Good, huh?" Coburn said, taking it back. The liquor dulled the pain from his shoulder, but not as much as he'd like. "How did you know they wouldn't see us leave that shelter to hide in the trees?" "The darkest time of the night is that 10-minute window after the sun goes down and just before the moon comes out. Takes a few minutes for your eyes to adjust. You learn that by chasing poachers around. That's why we left when we did." He nodded. Smart thinking. Something emerged from the trees. Like a ghost, 20 feet from the fire, startling them both. "My steed," Pickett said, definitely pleased. "Row-ho!" The horse snorted. Pickett stood with a grunt and led the animal closer to the fire, tying him to a tree trunk and fishing a radio out of the saddlebag. "I'm going to contact the Teton County Sheriff's Department. When the good guys get here, do you want to go straight to the hospital?" "Where else?" "Thought maybe you'd want to roust your tattoo guy first." Coburn savored another deep drink of the bourbon and grinned.
Val McDermid and Peter James. Val McDermid tells me that the idea for this story came while she was having her feet worked on by a brisk German reflexologist. While lying there, she kept thinking about how most people consider feet unattractive, and yet for some, they're a powerful sexual fetish. A thought occurred. What would happen if a foot fetishist reflexologist confronted a pair of feet so perfect he wanted to keep them forever? And the story was born. Both Peter and Val are British crime and thriller writers, but their novels are set at opposite ends of the country. Val's principal characters are a detective and a psychological profiler. Peter's is a pure detective. For them both, the whole world of foot fetishists was a relatively unexplored subject. Learning about the weird and wonderful world of feet as objects of eroticism seemed a bit mind-boggling for them. But there was an element of fun to it, too. Peter wrote the skeleton of an outline. Val then fleshed it out and drafted the opening, setting the scene and the tone. Together, they then worked back and forth, each writing segments of about 1,000 words. Val counted on Peter for all the police procedural elements, which gave her free rein to have some fun with the characters. And they both had a bit of a giggle at each other's terrible puns about feet. The result is something quite unique. Footloose.
Footloose. Watery red sun was struggling to defeat skeins of cloud above the moors of either Lancashire or West Yorkshire, depending on personal allegiance. A narrow ribbon of road wound down from the high tops toward the outskirts of Bradfield, its grey sprawl just emerging from the dawn light. Gary Naylor steered a van crammed with bacon, sausages and black pudding from his organic piggery down the moorside, knowing his bladder wasn't going to make it to the first delivery. There was, he knew, a lay-by round the next bend, tucked in against a dry stone wall. He'd stop there for a quick slash. Nobody around to see at this time of the morning. He pulled over and squirmed out, duck-walking over to the wall. He had eyes for nothing but his zip and his hands, and then, oh, the relief, as he directed his hot stream over the low wall. That was when he noticed her. Sprawled on the far side of the grey dry stone dyke lay a woman. blonde, beautiful, dressed in a figure-hugging dress, wide-eyed, and indisputably dead. Dead, and covered in his steaming piss. Detective Chief Inspector Carol Jordan of the Regional Major Incident Team had already been awake when the call came in. She'd been halfway up the hill behind her converted barn home, exercising Flash, her border collie. She walked. The dog quartered the hillside in a manic outpouring of energy that made her feel faintly inadequate. She took the call and turned, whistling the dog to follow. 5 yards in, and Flash was in front of her, heading like an arrow for home. She let the dog in and called to the man who shared her home, but not her bed. Dr. Tony Hill emerged from his separate suite at the far end of the barn, hair wet from the shower, tucking his shirt into his jeans. "What's up?" he asked. "Body of a woman found up on the moors. A fresh kill by all accounts." "And it's one for Remit?" "Oh, yes. It's definitely one for us. She's got no feet." Carol Jordan and Tony Hill were a better fit in their professional lives than they'd ever managed personally. He was a clinical psychologist who specialized in unraveling the motivations of the twisted killers who wanted to express themselves again and again. She was the kind of detective for whom justice matters more than any other consideration. Now she'd been put in charge of Remit, he was at the heart of the tight-knit team she'd built to deal with major crimes across 6 police areas. So when they turned up at the lay-by on the moors, there was a perceptible lowering of the level of tension among the local officers who'd been called to the scene first. They could relax a bit. This wasn't going to be down to them if it all went tits up. The detective sergeant, who'd been on duty when the call came in, introduced them to Gary Naylor, sitting hunched in his van with the door open. "I'm sorry," Naylor said. "I'm so sorry. I never saw her till it was too late." For a moment Carol thought she was hearing a confession, but the DS explained, "Mr. Naylor urinated on the woman's body. Then when he realized what he'd done, he threw up." He tried to keep his voice level, but the disgust showed in the line of his mouth. "That must have been upsetting for you," Tony said. "Have we taken a statement from Mr. Naylor?" Carol asked. "We were waiting for you, ma'am," the DS said. "Have someone take a statement from Mr. Naylor, then let the poor man get on with his day." An edge to her voice stung the DS into action. They took the marked path to the wall and looked down at the woman's body. Even stinking of urine and vomit, it was possible to see that she'd been attractive. Pleasant enough face, though nothing out of the ordinary. Good figure, shapely legs. Except that where her feet should have been, there was a puddle of blood-matted grass and heather. "What do you make of that?" Carol asked. Tony shook his head. "I'm not sure what he's saying to us. Don't think you can run away from me? You'll never dance with another guy now? Impossible to know until I know a lot more about the victim." She gestured to the forensic technicians working the scene. "Hopefully they'll have something for us soon." "How's it looking, Peter?" she called out to the crime scene manager. He gave her a thumbs up. "It'd be easier if the witness hadn't voided most of his body fluids over her. On the plus side, we've got a clutch bag with a credit card, a business card, a set of keys, a lipstick and 40 quid in cash. The name on the credit card is Diane Flaherty. The business card is for a model called Dana DuPont. The contact number is an agency in Bradfield. I'll ping the details to your email account as soon as I can get a strong enough signal. It's a nightmare up here." "What's the agency called?" "Out on a Limb." Tony raised an eyebrow. "Interesting." She nodded. "Let's get down to the office and see what Stacey can dig out about Diane Flaherty and this agency." She tossed Tony a warning look. "And don't tell me to put my foot down." Most days, Sarah Dennison reckoned she had the best job in the world. But today it felt like the worst. The worst by a million back-breaking, stinky miles. And it was getting even worse. This would have been a perfect day for it to have rained and a howling gale to have blown, as it seemed to have done for most of this summer. Instead, under a searing midday sun and beneath a cloudless sky, the air in the West Brighton domestic waste recycling and landfill site stood still, rank and fetid. The waste was literally steaming, the methane gas rising from it offering her and her colleagues a headache. Sarah was a sergeant in Brighton and Hove Police, and part of her specialty training was as a pulser, police search advisor. Normally she loved the challenge of searching, particularly fingertip searches at the scene of a major crime, looking for the one incriminating strand of hair or clothing fibre on a carpet, or maybe in a field. It was always looking for needles in haystacks, and she was brilliant at spotting them. But today it wasn't a needle, it was a murder weapon, a small fire extinguisher that had come out of a van and been used to strike a man on the head after a row over a girl in a nightclub. And this was no haystack. It was 20 acres of rotting bin bags full of soiled nappies, rotting food, dead animals, with aggressive feral rats running amok. She and her 5 colleagues, lined out to her right and left, steadily working their way through the rubbish, were constantly having to fend off rats with the rakes they were using to tear open and sift through the contents of every single bag. They'd been here since 7 a.m, and her back was aching like hell from the constant raking motions. It was now 2 p.m, and they would keep on going into the evening for as long as there was light, until they found what they were looking for, or could conclude for certain it wasn't here. She'd not eaten anything since arriving here, nor had any of her colleagues. None of them had any appetite. "Skipper!" a voice called out. She turned to see PC Theakston at the end of the line to her right, dressed as they all were in blue overalls, face masks, gloves and boots, signalling. "You'd better come and take a look at this." His tone was a mixture of excitement and revulsion, in equal parts. Perhaps more revulsion. And she could see and smell why. Through a mist of buzzing blowflies, a rat was gnawing hungrily at one of 2 severed human feet, cut off above the ankle bones, lying on the ground. The terrible, rancid, cloying smell of dead flesh filled the air all around them, and Sarah yanked a handkerchief from her pocket and jammed it over her nose. The feet were intact, but some of the flesh had turned a mottled green colour. Specks of pink varnish dotted some of the nails. "Where's the rest of the body?" she said, wondering aloud. "Done a runner?" the constable said. Normally, during his week as the on-call senior investigating officer, Detective Superintendent Roy Grace, who was a few weeks shy of his 42nd birthday, wanted nothing more than a challenging homicide inquiry, a Gucci job, as he called them, that he could get his teeth into. One that would attract national press, and where he might have a chance to shine to his superiors. Most of the murders in the city of Brighton and Hove in recent months had been anything but. Lowlifes on lowlifes, a street drug dealer knifing another, then a small-time drug dealer locked in the boot of a car that was then torched. Both of these, like most of that kind, were solved within days. A blindfolded monkey could have solved them in his view. He knew it was wrong to be hoping for a good murder, but that's what every homicide detective secretly, and sometimes not so secretly, was after. As he sat at his desk, poring over the trial papers of a suspect he had arrested the previous year, a highly evil female killer, whose case was coming up at the Old Bailey next month, his phone rang. He answered and listened, then hung up. He should wish for things more often. An hour later, accompanied by his colleague and mate, Detective Inspector Glenn Branson, tall, black, and bald as a bowling ball, Grace drove up to the entrance to the West Brighton recycling and landfill site. A marked police car, as well as a white CSI van, were pulled up beside a porter cabin that housed the site office, and there was a line of blue and white police tape across the road, with a uniformed officer standing in front with a clipboard. Grace was pleased to see that the site was already secured, but the site manager, a burly, harassed-looking woman in a yellow uniform with the name Tracy Findon on her lapel badge, clearly was not. She strode over before they were even out of the car. As Grace rolled down the window, introduced himself and showed her his warrant card, she replied, "You can't do this, sir. We've got lorries and the general public coming and going all day. This is going to cause chaos." "I do understand that, and we'll be as quick as we can." "I thought your officers were looking for a bloody fire extinguisher." "They were, and still are. But now you have to understand this is a potential murder inquiry, and I'm treating this place as a crime scene." "For how long?" "At this moment I cannot tell you. It could be several days." "Several days? You're joking." "I don't think a dead human being is something to joke about." "It's a pair of feet, right? That's all." "That's all?" Grace replied. "They could have come from anywhere. You don't seriously think whoever they belong to is wandering around the site looking for them, do you?" "I don't think anything at this stage," he replied calmly, "until I have more information. But I am going to need your help, Tracy. Is there CCTV here?" "Yes, 6 cameras." "How long do you keep the recordings?" 2 weeks before they're automatically recorded over." "I'm going to need the memory cards. Also the details of all lorries that you've logged in the past month, and any information you can give about them and their drivers." The 2 detectives climbed out of their car, wormed their way into their protective onesies, followed by overshoes, gloves, and face masks. Then they signed the scene log and ducked under the tape. "Yeah," Branson said, wrinkling his nose at the stench. Grace, too, had to swallow to stop himself from gagging. Then they followed the long length of police tape that had been laid on the ground, guiding them in a straight line through the garbage toward a small knot of people in uniform, standing amid a cloud of buzzing flies. Unsurprisingly, the Home Office pathologist, pedantic Groucho Marx lookalike Dr. Fraser Theobald, declined the opportunity to view the feet in situ at the waste site, requesting them to be recovered and taken to the mortuary. Sarah Dennison and her colleagues had completed their search by late afternoon, and no other body parts had been found. This, both Grace and the pathologist agreed, indicated the place was more likely to be a deposition site than the crime scene itself. Assuming it was a crime scene, and Grace was always wary of assumptions. "Assume makes an ass out of you and me," was something he frequently liked to remind people of. The feet could have come from a hospital mortuary, taken in a sick prank by medical students. Things like that had happened before. Or some sicko might have stolen them from an undertaker. A funeral director would be loath and probably too embarrassed to report such a theft. He stood with D.I. Branson, gowned up in green protective clothing and white clogs, in the Brighton and Hove City mortuary, along with his wife Cleo, the chief mortician, or senior anatomical pathology technician, as the role was now known. Darren Bourne, Cleo's assistant, a coroner's officer, a crime scene photographer, and the crime scene manager. So far, Dr. Fraser Theobald had established the feet were female, size 7, and at some time recently, presumably prior to being severed, had been pedicured. He wasn't able to date how long they had been severed precisely, and his best estimate from the deterioration of the flesh and the generation of blowfly larvae was somewhere between 3 to 5 weeks. Tissue had been sent to the DNA lab with an urgent request, but it would be a couple of days before they would know if the owner of the feet was on the national database. The absolute priority for both detectives was to identify that person. One thing the pathologist pointed out to Grace and Branson with the aid of a microscope was the surgical precision with which the leg bones had been sawed through. There were tiny, matching serrations on both feet. What that indicated to him was that the feet had not been hacked off in anger, or as some form of torture or revenge. They'd been removed by someone with medical skills, or possibly with butcher training. But beyond that, the pathologist could offer no further suggestion at this stage. Nothing that would help answer the one burning question Roy Grace had right now. Why? At 6 p.m. that same evening, Grace sat in the Major Crime Suite conference room at the police HQ near Lewis, where his department was now based. Glenn Branson, DS Norman Potting, and several other members of his regular team, including a Home Office Large Major Inquiry System analyst, an indexer, and a researcher, sat around the oval table. "This is the first briefing of Operation Podiatrist," he read out from his notes. "The investigation into the discovery of a pair of female feet found at the West Brighton Domestic Waste Recycling and Landfill earlier today, which I am treating as a homicide investigation." Norman Potting began sniggering. Under Roy's withering glare, he raised an apologetic hand. "Sorry, Chief. Operation Podiatrist? Feet?" Several others around the table also grinned. No one could accuse the police computer that randomly produced operation names of not having a sense of humour. Grace fought back a smirk too. "I don't imagine the lady who's missing them is finding it quite so funny." "I should think she's hopping mad," Potting chortled, looking around for appreciation. But all he saw was stony stares. "One immediate line of inquiry," Grace said, "is to see if there is anything similar out there in the database. We need to take a look on the serious crime analysis section system and also log everything we have so far on Op Podiatrist on it. Another will be to map out the exact area of the city all the refuse lorries collect from and their delivery times to the site. One thing we do know is that it's only refuse lorries that have access to the site. I want an outside inquiry team to list and interview all the refuse crews." Jack Alexander, a young DC, raised a hand. "Are you considering utilizing the volunteer search team for the other body parts?" "Not at this stage, Jack," Grace replied. "We have no idea where to begin. We don't even know how far and wide the other parts could be scattered, if at all. Seems to me," DS Potting said, "that the victim's giving us a right old runaround." If it was in cyberspace, Carol Jordan was convinced that DC Stacey Chen could find it. Barricaded from the rest of the room by an array of 6 monitors, Stacey's fingers moved over her keyboard more quickly than the eye could follow. Nobody, Carol thought, was ever going to pick up her PIN number, shoulder surfing at a cash machine. By the time they got back to the office, Stacey already had results from the scant information Carol had passed on to her. She flicked a finger at the bottom right-hand screen. "Out on a Limb is a specialized model agency." Stacey caught Tony's single raised eyebrow and gave him a long, hard look. "Not that kind of specialized." Tony opened his eyes wide in a look of mock innocence. "I never said a word." "What kind of specialized?" Carol asked, cutting across the banter, eager to get to the point. "I suppose you'd call it extremities," Stacey said doubtfully. "They do hands and legs and feet, not whole bodies. Their clients sell shoes, tights, stockings, jewellery, that kind of thing. They've even got a selection of ears for modelling earrings." "I'd never thought about it, but I suppose it makes sense," Carol said. "So is this Diane Flaherty on their books?" "Not that I can see, but Dana DuPont is." Stacey tapped a trackpad and another screen rearranged its pixels. A shapely pair of calves appeared. Another tap and the image changed to elegant ankles and a pair of feet that appeared to be free from any of the myriad blemishes that most people's feet reveal. No hard skin, no corns, no bunions, no dry skin, no fungal infections, no ingrowing toenails, no oddly shaped toes. Just a pair of immaculate, enviable feet that looked as if they'd never so much as bent a blade of grass. Anything on Diane Flaherty at all? Carol asked. There's a Diane Flaherty with an address in Bradfield. Self-employed, no criminal record, drives an Opel Corsa. Nobody else listed at her address. Stacey woke up a third screen with an address and a driver's license photo. That's the dead woman, Carol said. We need to get a team round there, see what we can dig up. And I need to talk to somebody Out on a Limb. You coming, Tony? He started, dragging his attention away from the pictures of Dana DuPont's feet. Yeah, he said absently. And you need to get a list of people they send their catalogues to. If I was a foot fetishist, or I had a thing about ears or whatever, their catalogues would make me a happy bunny. It takes all sorts, Carol muttered. Otherwise we'd be out of a job, Tony said, following in her wake. The physical premises of Out on a Limb were a lot less glossy than their catalogue implied. A narrow doorway on the Halifax Road between a kebab takeaway and a cancer charity shop led up a steep staircase to a Spartan office, where strenuously artificial air freshener battled with the smell of stale fat. So far, the fat was winning. The woman who had buzzed them up leaned against the desk in what might have passed for a provocative pose in someone 20 years younger and 2 stone lighter. You said on the phone you were the police, she said, her voice surprisingly warm and almost seductive. Can I see some ID? Carol produced her warrant card, and Tony smiled. I'm not actually a police officer. Dr. Hill is a consultant, Carol butted in before he could say anything unfortunate. And you are? Margot Maynard, the woman said. Out on a Limb is my business. I'm afraid I have some disturbing news, Miss Maynard. This morning a woman's body was found on the moors. In her bag she had a card belonging to one of your models. Carol proffered her phone, where she'd taken a photo of Dana DuPont's business card. Margot Maynard paled and nodded. That's one of ours. Dana is our most successful foot model. You're not telling me she's dead? We believe the dead woman is called Diane Flaherty. Do you know a Diane Flaherty? Diane is Dana DuPont. It's her working name. Oh, my God, what's happened? Are you sure it's Diane? That can't be right. Margot Maynard looked as if she might faint. Tony stepped forward and, taking her arm, led her to the office chair behind the desk. Can I get you anything? A glass of water? Carol asked. No, I feel sick as it is. Diane? Dead? What happened? Was it a car crash? What? I'm sorry to tell you that we're treating Diane's death as suspicious. What does that mean? Tony squatted down beside her. Diane was murdered, Margot, and the killer took her feet. She reared back in her chair. Her feet? Oh, my God! I always knew it would come to this one day. They drove back to the police station in glum silence, turning over what they'd learned. After she'd calmed down, Margot Maynard had explained that the agency had been plagued over the years by an assortment of what she called weirdos and perverts, men whose sexual fetishes focused on particular body parts, feet, shoulders, even ears. The photographic studio where Out on a Limb did their catalogue shots was across the landing from the office, and these strange, obsessive men haunted the street below, sometimes following the models after a photo shoot. Talk to the local cops, Margot had said bitterly. They must have a record of all the times we've called them because one of the girls has been harassed. You wouldn't believe the disgusting things they've suggested to our models. Tony knew precisely the kind of thing those poor women would have been subjected to. Was anyone ever arrested? There were a couple of men a few years ago now. Mostly they back off when the police caution them. They've generally got too much to lose. Wives, jobs, reputation. Carol's phone rang, and she took it on speaker. Stacey here, Gov. I thought I might take a quick look at the SCAS, Serious Crime Analysis section, she muttered for Tony's benefit. I know I'm rubbish with acronyms, but I do know that one, he said. If I could finish? Stacey showed a sign of irritation. Go on, Carol said. SCAS? There's a report here from Sussex Police. They found a pair of feet on a rubbish tip in Brighton. It can't be our victims' feet because they weren't fresh. But we don't believe in coincidence at Remit, Carol said. Nice work, Stacey. Who's the SIO? DST Roy Grace. I'll call him as soon as I get back. When's the autopsy? They bumped it up the list. They're doing it this afternoon. Carol ended the call. Weird. Maybe while I'm talking to Brighton and attending the autopsy, you can check out the foot fetishists. Tony nodded. I'll take a look online. Most people with fantasies like this are pretty harmless. In my experience, they tend not to be violent. They're often socially inadequate, shy, poor at forming relationships. They want to kiss and touch, not possess. Elvis Presley was one. So was Thomas Hardy. Carol gave him a baffled look. How do you know things like that? He shrugged. Pub quizzes? Exasperated, she shook her head. Go and find me an Elvis impersonator with homicidal tendencies, then. Tony was accustomed to spending his days trying to empathize with the messy heads of murderers and rapists, but an afternoon on the trail of body part fetishists left him feeling more grimy than the average working day. There was something deeply unsettling about the transference of the sexual urge onto isolated bits of bodies. He found it dehumanizing and reductive. The more he read on forums and discussion groups, the clearer the picture became. Men, for it was almost invariably men, posturing to cover deep feelings of inadequacy. If you couldn't handle a whole woman in her challenging complexity, how about her feet? Or her hands? Some even tried to rationalize it as a form of safe sex. Tony, who was used to a wide range of extraordinary rationalizations among serial offenders, thought that was right out there on the edge of daft, a technical term he used only when talking to Carol. Whenever he came across someone who seemed to him to lean toward more salacious tendencies, he punted their details across to Stacey, who performed her black arts to track down their location. Everybody who worked in the Remit team knew that Stacey had ways and means that went beyond the narrow confines of the law. But nobody cared, because she knew how to cover her tracks, and the intel she produced was worth more to them than being on their best behavior. Raiding people's privacy for intel that could lead to evidence was a small transgression compared with murder and rape. By the end of the afternoon, Stacey had run checks on half a dozen possibles, and they were both growing weary of their subject's apparent respectability outside the murky world of online fetishists. But as Tony browsed yet another chat room, Stacey abruptly called his name. I'm pinging something across to you. Tony glanced at the info sheet Stacey had sent, then sat up straight in his chair as he absorbed the key points. Leighton Gray was a reflexologist based in Bradfield, a man whose profession necessitated the touching and manipulation of feet. A perfectly respectable calling, provided you weren't also spending hours of your free time online looking at feet and talking to other people whose sexual urges were awakened by them. But there was more. One of his clients had complained to the police about his behavior. In her statement, Jane Blackshaw said he'd appeared to become sexually aroused while supposedly massaging her feet to treat a problem with irritable bowel syndrome. He'd left the room in the middle of her treatment and returned a few minutes later, flushed and out of breath. Stacey had tracked down a photograph of Jane Blackshaw, who was an unexceptional-looking woman in her early 20s. Leighton Gray had been interviewed and had denied that anything inappropriate had taken place. He described Jane Blackshaw as an attention seeker and pointed out none of his other clients had ever complained either to his professional body or to the police. It was his word against hers. so the file was marked no further action. But the clincher, as far as Tony was concerned, was the final paragraph in Stacey's report. It had been snipped from the programme of a complementary therapy festival in Brighton. Returning by popular request, Leighton Gray will be talking about new developments in reflexology techniques. Leighton has been a regular speaker at our events, and his sessions are always sold out. Book early to avoid disappointment. Leighton Gray, it appeared, was no stranger to the town where a pair of feet had turned up on the rubbish tip. "Happy Feet, remember that movie?" Glenn Branson said breezily as he entered Roy Grace's office shortly after 9 p.m, carrying 2 mugs of coffee. More breezily than he or his boss felt. Grace frowned. "No, I don't." "It was brilliant. Animated with penguins dancing." "Lovely," Grace said distractedly. "Awesome cast. Robin Williams, Nicole Kidman, Hugh Jackman. Your kid would like it." "Noah's 8 months old." "Yeah, maybe wait a few years." He paused, then pulled up a chair in front of Grace's desk, turned it around and sat, resting his hands on the back. "I've had a thought." Grace opened his hands expansively. "I'm all ears." "Forensic gait analysis. That specialist guy, Hayden Kelly, we've used on previous cases. Maybe we should bring him in. He knows more about feet than anyone on the planet, and he has a massive database. Worth a shot?" "Good thinking, if he's around." Kelly had developed software that from a single footprint could enable someone to be picked out in a crowd from his or her gait. Everyone walked in a unique way. Every human being's gait was as unique as their DNA. "Call him and see if he's in the country and available to come down. I know he's abroad a lot." His phone rang. "Roy Grace," he answered. "Detective Superintendent Grace, this is DCI Carol Jordan of the Northern Regional Major Incident Team." A strong, pleasant, if a tad formal, northern voice. And the name rang a bell. "Was it you involved with the Jennifer Maidment case?" "I was, yes." "That's where I know your name from. How can I help you?" "Your inquiry team entered a pair of feet on SCAS. We have a female body up here missing her feet, and although we've had a man in for questioning, we didn't have enough evidence to hold him. So any supporting info would be helpful." He felt a beat of excitement and gave her all the information he had, informing her that tissue had been sent to the lab for fast-track DNA analysis. "From what I've read on SCAS, I'm pretty sure we won't get a DNA match to your victim. Our body here is fresh. Your feet sound a few weeks old, which doesn't tally with our time of death estimates or last seen evidence." "They are old. I can't give you a precise date. About 2 to 3 weeks is our pathologist's educated guess, from the generations of insect larvae." "Those serration marks you've just described interest me," she said. "Could you send me photographs? If we could establish whether the same or a similar instrument has been used to sever both pairs of feet, we might make progress." "I'll have them to you in a few minutes." Carol Jordan thanked him and told him she would call back as soon as she had confirmation, one way or the other. Ending the call, he turned to Glenn Branson. "You're a movie buff. What films can you think of where people have had their feet severed?" "Misery. In the book, the Batty woman chainsawed off one of his legs and cauterized it with a blowtorch, but they tamed it down for the film, and she just shattered his legs with a sledgehammer." "Anything more helpful?" He was feeling tired and fractious. Branson yawned. "There was some horror movie I saw years ago, but I can't remember the title. They hacked this guy's legs off and fed them to a pig in front of him." "It had a happy ending?" "Not exactly. They fed the rest of him to the pig too." "Let me guess. Then they ate the pig?" "You saw it, boss?" At 7 a.m, Grace was back in the CID HQ for the daily management meeting, prior to the next briefing on Operation Podiatrist. Just as he was entering the room, accompanied by Glenn Branson, his phone rang. Answering it, he heard the excited voice of the duty inspector, Ken Panicking Anakin. "Roy, something that might be of interest to your current inquiry. A uniform crew got called to a firm of undertakers on the Lewis Road at 2 a.m. in response to an alarm and reports of lights on the premises. It sounds like someone, maybe a drunk, broke in and disturbed some of the bodies in coffins prepared for funerals today. There's one in particular that might be significant. A young deceased woman in her early 20s, whose feet are missing." "Can you give me the name and address?" Anakin provided him the details, and he jotted it down. "Is anyone there now?" "The key holder and proprietor. Mr. James Houlihan is quite upset." "Meet me there in 15 minutes," Grace said. He brought Branson up to speed as they hurried out to the car park and into his unmarked Ford Mondeo, then with the DI reaching forward and switching on the blue lights and siren, ripped the 5 miles into central Brighton. Heading past the row of funeral directors' premises along Lewis Road, they slowed. A short distance along, they saw a neat-looking building, with the sign announcing Houlihan and Sons, established 1868. There were crimson curtains in the windows either side of a grand front door, and a smaller sign with an arrow that indicated parking in the rear. The two detectives stopped right outside and walked swiftly toward the front door. As they reached it and Grace rang the bell, a marked police car drew up behind theirs. Ken Anakin, wearing his inspector's braided cap and a yellow high-vis over his uniform, looking as ever as if the world was going to end in 5 minutes, hurried over to join them. The door was opened by a portly, balding man in his late 50s, soberly dressed in a charcoal suit and black tie, and wearing unfashionably large glasses. He looked agitated. "Thank you for coming. This is all quite distressing," he said in a mournful voice, honed and toned by a lifetime of consoling loved ones and advising them on the decorum of funerals. It was the voice of a master salesman of quality coffins, and all the accoutrements for the funeral of a lifetime you have always promised yourself. The two detectives introduced themselves and showed him their warrant cards, which he barely glanced at. "Come in, please. What am I going to say to all my clients? What a disaster! Who would do such a thing?" Grace and Branson, accompanied by the uniformed inspector, entered a small reception area. It had a deep-piled carpet, ornate vases of flowers that looked too real to be real, and framed testimonials on the walls. Houlihan led them on through a door, along a corridor lit with sconces adorned by pink-tasselled shades. He stopped outside a closed door. "Our viewing room is there," he pointed. "We call it the Chapel of Rest. That has not been violated, fortunately." It was strange, Grace thought. He didn't mind the mortuary, and post-mortems never bothered him. But there was something about funeral homes that gave him the heebie-jeebies. He could see Branson looking uncomfortable too. The proprietor opened a door a short distance on, pressed some switches, and led them into a large workspace. Grace smelled glue, varnish, and a strong reek of disinfectant. He heard the click-whir of a refrigerator and a steady tick-tick-tick of a clock or a meter of some kind. He saw a row of health and safety notices taped to one wall and a drinking water dispenser nearby. Several coffins, some plain, others more ornate, rested on metal trestles, with their lids lying randomly on the floor beside them. In the far corner of the room was a tiled alcove. There a cadaver lay on a steel tray beneath a white cover, with one darkened, shriveled foot protruding. A large glass container filled with what looked like pink embalming fluid sat on a table, amid several neatly laid out surgical instruments and a long rubber tube. "It is this one over here, gentlemen," Houlihan said. Grace walked past several coffins. He saw a tiny old lady in one, her face so white it blended ghost-like with her hair colour. The undertaker had stopped beside a plain pine coffin. Lying inside, between the cream-quilted satin sides, wearing a plain shroud, was a very attractive young woman with flowing Titian red hair. Pulling out a pair of protective surgical gloves from his pocket, he snapped them on. Then, with the undertaker's nodded assent, he lifted away the shroud completely. Everything else of her beautiful and well-endowed body was intact. Crude stitches right down her midriff showed she'd had a post-mortem, and further marks were visible at the start of her hairline. But her feet were missing. They'd been severed at the ankles by an instrument that both detectives could see with their naked eyes had a serrated blade. A pile of what was obviously her clothing lay alongside the coffin, so she could be dressed for the funeral. He found his phone and snapped several close-up photographs of the leg stumps. He emailed them to the crime scene manager and asked him to send them straight to DCI Carol Jordan. "What can you tell us about this young lady and the circumstances?" he asked Houlihan, as he watched the email sending on his screen. The undertaker led them through to his small, overly cosy and plush office, Grace dropping his gloves in a trash can on the way. There were more flowers on display, pictures of a smiling woman, presumably Houlihan's wife, and two small girls, also happy, and a stack of leather-bound books, which Grace presumed contained photographs of coffins, urns, and other funeral accoutrements. They sat in red leather armchairs in front of his desk, while Houlihan settled on the far side and glanced down at some notes. "Her name is Sarah O'Hara, 23, a waitress in Brighton, who was trying to become a fashion model. Tragically broke her neck when her boyfriend crashed his motorcycle." "What about the break-in during the night?" Glenn Branson asked. "When I first got here to deal with the alarm and everything, I thought it was vandals, drunks, kids. We do get a bit of trouble here in this area. I thought maybe they'd just been fooling around with the coffins." He broke off for an instant. "How rude of me. I've not offered you gentlemen anything. Tea? Coffee?" "I'm fine, thanks," Grace said. Branson smiled at him. "I'm good." "But the thing is, after finding this terrible thing, this dreadful desecration of this poor young lady's body, I've begun to change my mind." Houlihan cradled his head in his hands and fell silent for some moments. "How am I going to tell her family? What am I going to say? This will ruin my business. 149 years my family has run this company, and we've never had a problem, ever. We were planning big celebrations for next year. Now, will we even be in business?" "I'm sure there will be ways through this for you. But if we could just focus for now on establishing the facts we need." "Of course." Grace pulled out his notebook. "You don't believe it was vandals, you said. What are your reasons for that?" "I was called out because the alarm was ringing. But I'm not the first keyholder contact. That is my embalmer, Rodney Tidy. I have a deal with him. I pay him a little bit of cash to come out if the alarm goes off. It's worth it not to have a disturbed night. Usually it's something silly. Mice chewing through the wire or a spider's web across a sensor that set it off, that sort of thing." "Mr. Tide is away, is he?" Branson asked. "No, he is not. So this is the strange thing. I got telephoned by the alarm company because they said they could not get an answer from Rodney." "This was around 2 a.m.? Grace asked. Houlihan nodded. "Late for someone to be out on a midweek night," Branson commented. "Extremely unusual behavior for him." "What do you know about him?" Grace asked. "He's a bit of an oddball. But then again, embalming isn't everyone's cup of tea, so to speak. He's somewhat of a loner, not married, and he really does not have good social skills." "You haven't been to check up on his address, to see if he's ill or anything?" Ken Anakin asked. "I did, about 4 a.m. I waited here just to ensure whoever had done this didn't come back, but I was careful not to touch anything, as I was instructed by the officers who attended. Then I went to his address over in Port Slade, but I couldn't find his house." Grace carefully watched the man's face and his body language. It wasn't surprising he was in an agitated state, but it seemed there was something the undertaker was holding back. "Couldn't find it? I thought I must have written it down wrong, but when I got back here and checked it, I had it down correctly." Grace let it go for a moment. "How many people do you employ here?" "Just a few. We are a real family business. My wife, Gudrun, my son, Kevin, his wife, Gemma, my bookkeeper, her name's Eleanor Walker, and Rodney Tidy." "This may be a difficult question for you to answer," Grace said, continuing to watch him carefully. "Could this have been done by a member of your staff?" Houlihan leaned forward, lowered his voice as if scared he might be overheard, and said, "There is only one person who could possibly have done this. Actually, there is something odd. When I was called here because the alarm was ringing, the first thing I did was switch it off. Then I went around the entire premises with the 2 police officers, and we couldn't find any unlocked outside doors or open or broken windows." "Meaning someone either had a door key or picked a lock?" Grace said. "After the officers left, I checked the alarm. I know a bit about technology. On the control panel you can access the history of when it has been switched on and off." He raised a finger in the air, conspiratorially. "Here's the strange thing. The alarm was switched off at 1:10 a.m. this morning, a full 50 minutes before it was set off. Someone came in, switched the alarm off, did the damage, perhaps including sawing off the feet, then activated the alarm and left. Is that what you're saying?" Glenn Branson asked. "Either activated the alarm accidentally, or perhaps deliberately, to make it look like there had been a break-in." "What time is Rodney Tidy due in for work?" Grace asked. Houlihan checked his ornate antique watch. "He should have been in over an hour ago. We start early here because sometimes relatives or partners want to come in on the morning of a funeral to view their loved one just one more time before they are interred or cremated." "Did you ever check on Rodney Tidy's address previously?" Grace asked. "Never had any reason to. He had excellent references when he applied for the job. Like I said, he's an oddball, but always a hard worker." Grace looked at Branson. "I think we should go and pay Rodney Tidy a visit." Houlihan provided them the address. "I know roughly where that is," Branson said. "In the meantime, I'd appreciate you not touching anything in the room where the coffins and the bodies are," Grace said. "We're going to need to seal your premises." "Seal them?" "I'm afraid so. This is potentially connected to a murder inquiry, so I'm declaring it a crime scene." "But I've got funerals today, Detective. And I have a murdered young woman who may be connected to this. At least let me ship the bodies out that I have here. I'm sorry, I can't allow anything to be moved. But what we'll do is check those due for funerals today first and see if we can get them released, though I can't promise anything at this stage." "I can't tell 6 families there's going to be no funeral today?" "I'm sorry, you'll have to. I'm sure the dead bodies won't mind waiting." Instantly, he regretted making such an insensitive remark. "This is outrageous. I want to speak to your superior at once." "His name is Assistant Chief Constable Cassian Pugh. Good luck with him, sir." The 3 police officers left the building. Grace asked Anakin to remain until a scene guard was in place and to ensure Houlihan followed instructions. Moments later, Grace and Branson approached their car. "You drive, Glenn," he said. "I need to make some calls." "Okay, boss. And no jokes about legging it?" "Absolutely not. I'd hate to do what you just did and put my foot in it. Carol looked over Tony's shoulder. He'd logged into what seemed to be the most popular foot fetishist forum as Dr. Soul, and was browsing the comments. There seemed to be 3 or 4 others online, swapping resources for podiatric porn. "I've just had Roy Grace on from Brighton," she said, filling him in on the raid at the undertaker's. "The embalmer seems to be on the missing list. Name of Rodney Tidy." "Nobody uses their real names on here," Tony said, "but an embalmer would fit the bill. He'd have access to bodies. Most funerals are closed coffin affairs, so he could help himself to the best feet after the lid was screwed down and nobody would be any the wiser. He could have been doing this for years. So why mess it up last night? Why set off the alarm and leave the coffin open so anyone could see what he'd done?" she asked. "Maybe he didn't," Tony said. "Maybe it wasn't down to him. Maybe Rodney did what half the world seems to do on the internet these days." She frowned. "What do you mean?" "Maybe he made a date online. He could have met someone in a chat room or a forum who shares his fetish. Not just lovely feet, but dead feet. Who knows? Maybe there's a secret place on the darknet, a grinder for fetishists, footer, archer." Carol groaned. "Make it stop." "Okay, supposing you're right. What do you think might have happened?" Tidy could have invited him back to the undertaker's to show him round. Perhaps they'd made a pact to take a pair of feet together. Tidy insists they have to leave after they'd done one. His new friend doesn't agree and bursts back inside, setting off the alarm. He shrugged one shoulder. "It does feel to me like somebody else's presence precipitated a different set of behaviours from Tidy." He raised his voice. "Stacey, that analysis you were doing of the chat rooms, did you find anybody posting about embalmed feet?" The sound of fingers whisking over keys could be heard. Then, from behind the bank of monitors, Stacey said, "About a dozen." "Can you find out if any of them is Rodney Tidy?" Carol asked. Before Stacey could respond, Carol's phone gave its text alert. "Message from Roy Grace," she muttered. "They can't trace Rodney Tidy. The address he gave his employer doesn't exist. He could be anywhere." "He uses the site you're on right now," Stacey said. "His handle is Cold Feet. He was last on 2 days ago, talking about a beautiful specimen who had walked into his world. He seems most friendly with Arch Lover, but I can't track his ID. He comes on through a proxy server in Belarus." Carol paced back and forth across the incident room. "We know Leighton Grey goes to Brighton, and we know he's been accused of behaviour that amounts to foot fetishism. Am I reaching to think there might be a connection? Can we put them together? Do we know where Grey stays when he's there?" Stacey rolled her eyes. "We had him in here for 3 hours. What do you think?" "I think you've already accessed his credit cards and his internet history," Tony said. Stacey tutted. "You should know me better than that. A teenage boy could manage that. I've also mirrored his phone, so I can tell you there's no record of credit card payments to any hotel or B&B in Brighton. But I can also tell you that 3 months ago he Googled directions to an address in Kemp Town, and he's referenced it twice since." Carol's phone pinged. "There you go, boss. It might be worth Superintendent Grace getting his team round there." An hour later, Roy Grace and Glenn Branson drove their plain Ford Escape slowly past a row of 4-story Regency terraced houses with railed-off basements, just off the seafront, all of them badly in need of a lick of paint. In Victorian times each would have been a single dwelling, with servants quartered down in the basements and up on the attic floors. But now they'd been broken up into flats and bedsits. "Number 14, boss," Glenn Branson said, pointing through the side window. Grace nodded and carried on a short distance, then pulled into an empty space behind a marked police car and climbed out in the blustery, salty wind. 4 uniformed officers in the marked car climbed out also. The duty inspector at John Street Police Station, Ken Panicking Anakin, and 3 PCs, 2 male and 1 female. One of the males was a man-mountain. Anakin's nickname was well-deserved. He panicked about pretty much everything. He approached Roy and Glenn with a twitchy smile. "Good to see you both." "And you, Ken." Anakin unfolded a large-scale map of the area, struggling to hold it steady in the gusting wind, and the 3 of them peered at it. "Roy, this is the street behind." He ran a finger along. "Mew's garages. But behind them are the rear gardens of these houses, so it could be an escape route. It's the basement flat, right?" "That's the information I have. 14B sounds like a basement address," Grace replied. "I think we should cover the rear," Anakin said. Anakin dispatched 2 of the uniformed officers, then, accompanied by the man-mountain, followed the detectives up to the front and down the shabby basement steps, past the dustbins. In contrast to the rest of the building, the front door to the basement flat was well presented, recently painted a gloss white and with polished brass letters. 14B. There was a modern entry phone system with CCTV. Grace pressed the bell. They heard a buzz from the interior, but there was no response. After a brief pause, he tried again. Still no response. Ken Anakin radioed the officers he'd dispatched to the rear, asking if they could see into the flat. After a minute, his radio crackled into life. The woman PC spoke. "Sir, it's hard to see in because there are no lights on and it's dark. But it looks like there's a man in an armchair. We've rapped on the window a couple of times, but he's not reacted. I think he might be a G5. That was the police terminology in Brighton for a sudden death. Anakin thanked her and relayed the information to Grace and Branson. "Push the door in," Grace said. "I've got a Boscher in the car," the man-mountain said. "May not need it." Branson braced himself, then kicked out hard with his size 11 boot, straight below the keyhole. With a splintering crack, the door swung open, part of the frame going with it, the bottom of the door sweeping over a pile of mail that lay on the mat. Grace breathed in a rank smell. Not the smell of death that he'd been expecting. This was more a laboratory smell. Preservatives. Formalin? He entered first, followed by Glenn Branson, Anakin, and the man-mountain. They were in a narrow but smart hallway, with a red carpet and recently painted cream walls, hung with professionally framed photographs of feet. Ladies' feet. Extremely beautiful feet. The toes of one were curled around a snake. A lighted cigarette was held between the toes of another. As they walked toward the far end of the hall, the rank smell grew stronger. Grace walked through an open door at the far end into a large, elegantly furnished living room, and froze. Directly in front of him, seated in an armchair with his back to the window, sat a man staring at him, a hand resting on each arm of the chair. Motionless. He was in his early 50s and had the air of a provincial bank manager. Short, neat, greying hair, a grey pinstripe suit, a pale grey shirt, and one of those rather naff matching tie and pocket handkerchiefs, both in purple. All that was missing were his shoes, and there was a good reason for that. His feet were missing too. His legs ended just below the bottoms of his trousers, in 2 blackened, cauterized stumps. Darkened bloodstains lay on the carpet beneath them. In the man's slowly blinking eyes, Grace could see a vision of hell. He could see something else, too, as his eyes became increasingly accustomed to the dimness in here. One entire wall of the room was full of rows of glassed-in shelving, like in a museum. Lined along each row of shelves were perfectly preserved human feet. "Rodney tidy?" Grace asked. "Help me." The voice was weak and parched, more a faint croak. Grace ran forward, and it took him only moments to realize why the man was motionless. Arms, hands, the back of the head, shoulders, and the entire spine were all bonded to the chair with superglue. Leighton Grey, accompanied by his solicitor, an intensely serious woman in her early 30s, sat opposite Carol Jordan and another colleague in the small, starkly furnished interview room. For the benefit of the CCTV recording, Jordan announced, DCI Carol Jordan and DS Paula McIntyre interviewing Leighton Grey under caution in the presence of his solicitor, Susan Ansell. The time is 10:05 a.m., Wednesday, July 12th. Then she leaned forward. Mr. Grey, can you tell us your relationship with Mr. Rodney Tidy? Rivals. We've always been rivals. Ignoring his solicitor's signals for him to keep quiet, he went on. I had to stop him. I had to, somehow. He always beat me to the best feet. He just always did. He told me once how much he loved to stare at feet, that he loved nothing more than to sit in a room and look at his latest trophies. So I obliged him. I've stopped him from ever getting to feet ahead of me again, and he gets his dream, to sit and look at feet. Did you see his own up there? They're not exactly beautiful, but I thought it would be a nice touch. That is, of course, if he's smart enough to understand my signal. Rodney, old boy, you've been defeated.
Kathy Reichs and Lee Child. I was first published in 1997 when Killing Floor introduced the world to a quiet wanderer named Jack Reacher. Kathy Reichs also came along in 1997 when Deja Dead brought us forensic anthropologist Temperance Brennan. Kathy freely admits that both she and Temperance have the same curriculum vitae. Getting the science right is important to Kathy, and she routinely turns to her own real-life experiences as a forensic anthropologist when writing a Temperance Brennan adventure. With Reacher, I'm constantly asked if he's based on me. Truth be told, there's a lot of me inside him. It's almost unavoidable that a character created by a writer not be a little autobiographical. Reacher is pretty much a wish fulfillment for both me and the reader, what I or they would be, if we could all get away with it. How he acquired his name is simple. Both Reacher and I are tall, so back in the 90s, while writing Killing Floor and grocery shopping, my wife remarked that if the writing didn't work out, I could always be a Reacher in a supermarket. Talk about fortuitous. In creating our story, Kathy and I both agreed on the rough outline, then we wrote in turns. She likes things all planned out, I prefer to wander. But we found a happy medium in which to work. I must confess to being a little nervous working with her, given her reputation for thoroughness, but we discovered that our actual writing styles are somewhat similar. This sometimes happens with collaborations. It helped that we've both written screenplays. Kathy with the television series Bones, which is based on her characters, and myself with my daughter. There's a process to fashioning a screenplay that's different from crafting a novel. Much more give and take is there between the various contributors, since rarely is a screenplay written by only one person. Luckily, we were both comfortable with that process. And the result is an intriguing adventure that involves faking a murderer.
Faking a Murderer. Wednesday, February 22nd, 0940 EST. Over the past decade, this academy has taken a good hard look at itself. We have evaluated the theory and methodology underlying each of our disciplines, formalized statements on ethics, developed clear and open paths toward board certification. The hall was dim, the stage blazing like a Hollywood set. She could see little from the podium, rows of shadowy heads, here and there a triangle of white bisected by a tie, a wink of reflection off a plastic-sheathed badge. No longer can unqualified individuals hang out their shingles, call themselves experts, and practice without oversight. without adherence to rigorously verified standards. The other speakers sat behind her in well-behaved silence. To either side of them, screens displayed projected images of the logos of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences and the Marriott Wardman Park Hotel. Flanking the screens were stairs to ground level. This year's conference is titled Reliable, Relevant, and Real Forensic Science. Anthropology, pathology, toxicology. It doesn't matter the section. That trifecta is the goal of everyone here. At the base of each set of steps, an electrified sign indicated an exit. In her peripheral vision, she noticed two men shape up in the red radiance shed by the one to her right. As each presenter in this plenary session has so aptly demonstrated, we are working hard to achieve that goal, for law enforcement, for the courts, for justice. I thank you for your attention, and I wish you an informative and enjoyable conference. There was a swell of applause as the house lights came up, more than the usual courtesy clap, long and heartfelt. Those behind her rose and gathered their notes, faces saying they were pleased with themselves and relieved. The presentation had been well received by a very tough crowd, their colleagues. The audience began to disperse, the aisles filled, and the murmur of voices picked up volume. As she closed her laptop, the two men climbed the treads and crossed toward her. Each wore a navy suit, white shirt, and tastefully understated tie, black socks, shiny shoes. Approaching the podium, the pair fanned out slightly. The guy who stepped left was tall and burly and had a nose that looked like it might have been broken, more than once. His shaved scalp gleamed like polished mahogany under the stage lights. The guy who stepped right was close to her height. He had heavy dark brows over very small eyes, thick black hair, olive skin. Dr. Temperance Brennan? Dark Browse's voice was surprisingly deep for a man of his size. Yes. Guarded. She suspected their purpose, accepted consults only through formal channels. And you are? Special Agent Pierre Dupreau, displaying a badge to prove it. Bonjour, she said. No hint of a grin. I speak English, she said. Nope. She looked at Broken Nose. He badged her with the same wrist motion employed by his partner. Special Agent Byron Shevchik. She wondered if Shevchik envied Dupreau his abundance of vowels. Are you armed, Dr. Brennan? Dupreau, little eyes scanning her body for telltale bulges. Excuse me? Are you carrying a... The question was clear. I want to know why you posed it. Sensing tension, a few stragglers eyed them while pretending not to. We'd like you to come with us, Dupreau said, voice lowered a hair. No. I'm afraid we must insist. Dupreau, steely. I'm afraid I must decline. Brennan, steelier. Dupreau withdrew a photo from one navy pocket and handed it to her. A beat to indicate annoyance. Then she glanced down at the image. The subject was male, white, probably mid-40s. His hair was center-parted and held back with a binder. Black plastic-framed glasses sat low on his nose. A camera hung from his neck. He looked like a middle-aged uncle who enjoyed shooting wildflowers in his spare time. Brennan's eyes rolled up, one brow cocked in question. Don't pretend you don't know him, Dupreau said. I don't know him, Brennan said. Dupreau's gaze cut to his partner. Shevchik wagged his head slowly, clearly disappointed. Lose the theatrics, Brennan said. Who is he? Jonathan Yao, Dupreau said. Until yesterday, an investigative reporter with the Washington Post. Why are you telling me this? Yesterday, Yao's house cleaner found him in his kitchen, asphyxiated with a plastic bag over his head. Delivered with an impressive level of disgust. Murdered. I'm sorry for the man's misfortune, handing back the photo. But his death has nothing to do with me. Au contraire. Flick of a smile, no humor. Your prince were on the plastic bag. That's impossible. Let's go. Dupro's tone now carried an aggressive edge. May I phone my attorney? I definitely would. Wednesday, February 22nd, 1320 EST. The D.C. Metro PD station to which she was transported was on Indiana Avenue in Northwest Washington. It was a solid concrete bunker in a neighborhood of solid concrete bunkers, some more so than others. Small red plaza out front, swatches of lawn that would look better come summer, ditto the few optimistic trees, old-timey lampposts, droopy flags. They parked her in an interview room containing the usual table, chairs, wall phone, two-way mirror, and audio-video recording equipment. An hour of fuming, then the door opened and a woman entered. She wore her hair drawn back in a very tight bun, a black pantsuit, size elf, and sensible pumps. Her briefcase said lawyer, her visitor tag said V. Leung. Brennan had explained the situation by phone. They got straight to it. As Brennan talked, Leung listened, ears sharp. Attorney ears. Now and then she asked a question. You're certain you've never met Mr. Yao? Absolutely. But I know the connection these yaks have jumped on. Yao was investigating a suicide that occurred back in the 80s, a man named Calder Massey. Leung's eyes rounded in surprise. The Air Force bird colonel who shot himself in Germany? Yes. Massey was discovered dead in his car behind the Hotel Bremerhof in the town of Kaiserslautern in March of 1987. The coroner's ruling was death by self-inflicted gunshot wound. Who performed the autopsy? A German pathologist. Were you even out of grad school in 87? Just. But I wasn't involved in the original analysis. Brennan worked the keys on her laptop, which she'd managed to retain thanks to Leung's intervention. The Massey family went ballistic. They insisted the suicide finding was a cover-up because Calder had been wrongly accused in an espionage case. They claimed he'd been shot in the back of the head execution style, said they had an eyewitness to prove it. I remember this. Leung was jotting notes on a yellow legal pad. Some relatives were very adept at working the media. That's an understatement. They called press conferences, volunteered for interviews, appeared on every talk and news show airing at the time. So, where do you come in? Massey had 3 brothers. The youngest was obsessed. After the media lost interest, he took out ads, wrote op-ed pieces, set up blogs and internet pages, put pressure on his senator and congressman, you know the drill. Over the years, every conspiracy theorist on the planet joined in the fight to have the case reopened. Long story short, in 2012, a government commission was formed. I was recruited to direct an exhumation and examine the remains. Brennan double-clicked to open a document. A header gave a case file number, date, and the name Calder Massey. This was my final report to the commission. Scrolling down. I won't bore you with the details. Take a look at these images. The first was an anterior view of a skull. Brennan pointed to what had once been the nose. Note how the mid-facial region is fragmented, moving her finger to the forehead. The radial fracturing on the frontal bone. New image. This is a close-up of the roof of the mouth. Note the blue-green staining on what remains of the palatine process of the maxilla. I see it. That's due to copper oxidation. The bullet was copper-jacketed. Yes. On its path through the head, a tiny sliver broke off, lodged, and oxidized there. Brennan moved on to the teeth. This shows the lingual or tongue side of the upper dental arcade. Note the cracked first molar and the dark areas on that tooth and the one beside it. The discoloration was caused by heat when the gun discharged. The fourth image showed a hole in the crown of the skull. That defect was created when the bullet left Massey's head. Note that the exit point is high on the crown. Tight shot. Note that the edges of the defect are beveled on the skull's outer surface. That means the defect is an exit hole. Brennan leaned back, gestured at the screen. The pattern is consistent with trauma resulting from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Or someone shoved a gun in Massey's mouth and pulled the trigger. Leung playing devil's advocate. Doubtful. The bullet trajectory was straight up and out the top, so Massey's head wasn't moving. Also, there were powder burns on his right hand and no drugs in his system. Why is the lack of drugs significant? Massey was a big guy. Hard to stick a muzzle in a big guy's mouth if he doesn't want it there. Which I suspect he did not. Leung flipped a page. So your opinion corroborated the original coroner's report? Yes. The brother wasn't happy? No. What does all this have to do with Yao? According to Duprow and Shevchik, Yao was working on a story that would prove my analysis was flawed, that I was either inept or bribed. So you killed him to save your reputation. That's their theory. Leung thought about that. Then, why were your prints on the plastic bag? I have no idea. Wednesday, February 22nd, 1830 EST. Jack Reacher walked out of the Baltimore bus depot into a world of frozen streets and dirty snow. The sun was weak and watery and very low in the sky. He headed toward it, west, down a wide street, on the traffic side of a high berm of plowed snow, with his thumb out. Every car passed him by, which he expected. Hitching rides in town was hard, especially Baltimore. He would do better when he got to the highway ramp. His goal was I-95 south, for however many hundreds of miles it took to get 50 degrees warmer. Maybe as far as Miami, or all the way to Key West. He had been there before, always had a good time. Except it was the end of the line, which meant the only way to leave was to double back, which he didn't like. He preferred forward motion. As always, he had decent shoes, and for once he had a decent coat, so the weather didn't bother him. He had known colder, Korea in the winter, and the advanced units on the German plain, and some American bases. Baltimore in February was balmy by comparison, but even so, he couldn't afford an all-nighter. In the summertime, he could sleep under a bridge, but not in February, however balmy. Happily, the traffic was heavy. Rush hour all across the civilized world. Lots of potential benefactors. But Reacher was a large man and not especially attractive. Lots of rejection, too, for all kinds of gut-level reasons. But the sheer weight of numbers and the overall odds were with him, and sure enough, inside an hour and 20 minutes, a guy in a rental Impala pulled over and agreed to take him as far as Savannah, Georgia. Right then, a straight shot, as late as it took. Maybe conversation would keep the guy awake. That seemed to be the motive behind the offer. So Reacher climbed in and they took off. The driver was a dark, fleshy man who could have been 40. He had a black 5 o'clock shadow against what in better days would have been pale and papery skin, but was now dark red and swollen with capillaries, which was a problem all its own. Reacher could stop the guy falling asleep, but he couldn't keep him alive from a heart attack. He wasn't a doctor. There was no conversation at first. The guy had the radio playing on a mostly sports talk station, where all kinds of mostly wonderful things were happening. Then at 8 o'clock, a different voice, in a different acoustic, read out the local news from Baltimore, just as they were leaving it. And then the voice called upon expert opinion to expand on and explain the news in the form of respectful conversation, as if between the best of friends. Reacher tuned it out, until he heard a name he knew, and then one he didn't. The anchor asked a question, and the expert answered. You're absolutely right. To understand this case, you have to understand the Calder-Massey case, and some say the dispute about that case's original findings has now gone on so long, we should take the issue seriously at last. The official line has always been suicide, and indeed the government's last communication on the subject dates from 4 years ago, when it said it welcomed what it called Dr. Temperance Brennan's meticulous and independent analysis, which, as expected, confirmed conclusions made at the time, and therefore the case was now closed. Reacher had never heard the word temperance used as a name before. The anchor said, "But Jonathan Yao claimed it was more than a dispute. He claimed to have definitive proof that Massey was executed." The expert said, "You're absolutely right, even to the point where there was a strong rumor Yao had an actual copy of the illegal 1987 order to deploy the assassin. And don't forget, Yao was a very well-respected reporter. He was from the Washington Post. He was the heir to a grand tradition. What he was going to say would have carried some weight. If he was right, Dr. Brennan was either ordered or coerced or bribed to falsify her second autopsy, and if that was true, her career would be over. All her previous testimony would be worthless. She would be a laughingstock. I mean, just this morning, she gave the keynote at their convention at the Marriott Wardman down there in D.C., telling hundreds of other forensic scientists to keep it reliable and relevant and real. Is that enough reason for homicide? Professional ruin is a powerful motivator. Stranger things have happened, and sources inside the FBI suggest there is physical evidence, perhaps in the form of fingerprints. But Dr. Brennan hasn't been formally arrested. Before she even left the convention ballroom, she hired Veronica Leung. Brennan's supporters say that's appropriate in terms of their respective professional achievements, but others say you don't hire the hottest hotshot in town unless you're in trouble. Either way, it seems Leung negotiated a special arm's-length own recognizance relationship with the FBI, at least for these initial stages of the investigation. Some are calling that a professional courtesy, and others are calling it the start of another cover-up. Then the anchor moved on, to the price of gas. Reacher looked at the driver and said, "I'm sorry. I have to get out now. I changed my mind. I'm not going to Savannah anymore. I'm going to D.C. instead." Wednesday, February 22nd, 2100 EST. Reacher got on a bus on Georgia Avenue and got out where he thought the convention hotels might be. He asked a girl passing by if she knew the Marriott Wardman, and she did what they all did, thumbs flashing over a thin, flat telephone the size of a paperback book, and then she showed him the screen, which represented their current location as a blue pulse and the Wardman as a red blob, like the plastic head of a pushpin shoved in a map. South and west, 2 blocks down and 3 blocks over. It was a big brassy place with a lobby the size of a football field, still busy in the middle of the evening. Reacher figured however courteous and arm's length Brennan's current relationship with the FBI might be, it would inevitably include a don't leave town provision, which meant extra nights in her convention room, plus, no doubt, a deal-breaker on the FBI's part, in the form of an agent right outside her door, just in case she decided to run for it. No hotshot lawyer could negotiate that one away. So Reacher rode the elevator as high as it went, and then walked back down the fire stairs, stopping at every floor, to take a covert glance up and down the corridor. He saw 2 turn-down carts and 3 maids walking, and plenty of crusted trays of room service leftovers, but no federal agents. Until the 5th floor. Like in a movie, an old guy in a fold-up chair right next to a door. Reacher pulled back and walked down to 4 and came back up again to 5 in the elevator, like a normal person would. He stepped out and pretended to study the sign, these numbers this way, those numbers that way, and then he walked toward the seated agent and said, "I'm Dr. Brennan's paralegal, from Veronica Leung's office." The old guy didn't get up. He said, "Got ID?" Reacher gave him his passport. The old guy said, "According to the number, this passport was issued direct by a certain office inside the State Department. It came in the mail," Reacher said. And now you're a lawyer? Not quite. Paralegal, from the ancient Greek para, like parachute, not quite a fall. What do you need to see Dr. Brennan about? Her Sixth Amendment right to assistance of counsel? Now you're the pro bono intern, too? You haven't arrested her. You can't stop her having visitors. You can put my name in the log, which could help you in the end. We might want to switch to the Fifth Amendment later and think about due process instead. Or as well. The old guy handed back Reacher's passport. He said, "Knock yourself out, kid." The room door had a panel on the wall, close to the handle, with a red light for Do Not Disturb, and a green light for Make Up My Room, and a push button for the doorbell. The red light was on. Do Not Disturb. Reacher pressed the doorbell button. He heard a chime inside the room, muted and polite. A woman's voice said, "Who is it?" Reacher said, "Your paralegal. Ms. Leung sent me." The door opened on the chain. Reacher saw a third of a face, a green eye, the sweep of dark blonde hair. Not tiny, not tall. He liked what he saw. He said, "Are you Temperance Brennan?" The woman said, "Yes." "Great name." "Who are you?" Reacher said, "I'm here to help." "How?" "Any way I can. Which is what you're going to need, because this is the Massey family we're talking about here." "Do you know them?" "From a distance." "Who are you?" "My name is Jack Reacher." "And?" "I was in the Army in March 1987, serving in Germany, as a matter of fact." Brennan was quiet for most of a minute. Then she said, "You better come in." Brennan's room was a standard rectangle all gussied up with brass and wallpaper, so it could be priced as deluxe or executive. It had 2 club chairs under the window, either side of a small round table. Reacher sat down in one of them, less threatening. Brennan said, "What do you know?" "I can't tell you," Reacher said. "Then why are you here?" "In case a rock meets a hard place. Which it might not, but you shouldn't underestimate the trouble you're in." "I wasn't bribed, and I didn't make a mistake. Massey shot himself." "You know that scientifically." "Yes, scientifically. Jonathan Yao was wrong. Why would I be scared of him?" Reacher said, "I'll stay the night in this hotel. My advice would be to call Ms. Leung and have her contact me first thing in the morning." "What are you going to tell her that you won't tell me?" "Nothing. This is all just in case." "Of rocks and hard places?" "Yao is a dead journalist, which will drive all the other journalists batshit crazy. He's one of them. He's their hero now. It will become a question of stamina. Sooner or later, the DOD will throw you under the bus just to shut them up." "Who are you?" "Just a guy passing through." "What kind?" "I was a military cop." "They say Yao was suffocated with a plastic bag." "Uncommon method." "They say my prints are on the bag." "But they haven't arrested you." "I don't think they buy it, physically," Brennan said. "Yao must have struggled. He was bigger than me, almost certainly stronger." "And because you're a major player." "I suppose." "How did your prints get on the bag?" "I don't know." Reacher got up and walked out of the room. He nodded to the old man in the fold-up chair and headed to the elevators, where he rode down to the lobby and hiked across an acre of marble to the reception desk. He bought a room for the night, using his passport for ID and his ATM card for money. The room was on the 3rd floor, neither deluxe nor executive, no brass, no wallpaper. But it had a telephone, which rang within 42 minutes. A woman's voice said, "Mr. Reacher?" Bright, intelligent, possibly lethal. Reacher said, "Yes." "This is Veronica Leung, Dr. Temperance Brennan's attorney. I assume you have classified information that proves the suicide case. I further assume your sense of duty makes you very reluctant to reveal it, but your sense of conscience makes you equally reluctant to see an innocent woman falsely convicted. Definitely lethal. Reacher said, something like that. You're a paralegal. I only said that to get in the door. Actually, I'm unemployed. No, I mean, you're a paralegal, as of now, with my firm, officially employed. Is this an attorney-client thing? I want you where I can see you, Leung said. Starting at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning at the precinct house on Indiana Avenue, Northwest. Thursday, February 23rd, 0837 EST. Same windowless cell, same AV gear, wall phone, table, and chairs. Brennan was seated in one, Leung was beside her. They'd been there 40 minutes when Duprow entered and tossed down a file. It landed with a tick and puff of stale air. Duprow stared at Brennan, skin sallow beneath the humming fluorescence. Brennan stared back, telegraphing the anger tripwiring in her brain. A few beats, then. Thank you for coming. I had a choice? Controlled, calm. Duprow pulled out a chair and sat, opened the file, slowly sorted and organized the contents. Neither Leung nor Brennan was impressed. Both were familiar with the old trick. Duprow checked that the AV equipment was on and working. This interview will be recorded, for your protection and mine. Do you have any objection to that? And if I did? Brennan glared at the mirror, certain Shevchik was on the far side. Duprow hit a button. Present at this interrogation are Special Agent Pierre Duprow, Federal Bureau of Investigation, Internal Security Unit, Dr. Temperance Brennan, and Legal Counsel Veronica Leung. Duprow provided the date and time, then drew a sheet from one of his stacks and pretended to read. Brennan knew what he was doing, and why he'd left them cooling their heels. But the ploy wouldn't work. She hadn't become anxious or vulnerable as some suspects might. She'd grown furious. For Brennan, that translated into laser focus. Duprow laid down the paper. Some interviewers like to put their subjects at ease, gain their trust, then take advantage. Knowing that wouldn't work, Duprow went straight for the kill. Calder Massey was a bird colonel in the United States Air Force, a career officer with access to highly classified information. Many believe he was executed for a crime he didn't commit. He was wrongly suspected of being a traitor. They said he was actively engaged in spying for foreign governments, but he wasn't. The suicide story was a government-backed cover-up for the mistake. Many believe aliens landed at Roswell. In 2012, you oversaw the exhumation and reanalysis of Massey's remains. I'm impressed. You can read. This year marks the 30th anniversary of Massey's death. Jonathan Yao was about to go public with proof of your involvement in the whitewashing of his murder. We believe you killed him to prevent that happening. Very creative. Incompetence, complicity, greed. Doesn't matter the reason. Exposure would ruin you. Seriously, you should write a pilot. Shop it to Hollywood. A long humming moment. According to the ME, Yao died between midnight and 7 Tuesday morning. Where were you during those hours? Asleep in my room at the Marriott. Can anyone verify? That's a rather personal question. I see. Murder is a rather personal crime. I was alone. Your prints were on the plastic bag used to asphyxiate Yao. That bag came from a CVS pharmacy. You were caught on surveillance video at 4:15 Monday afternoon at a CVS pharmacy on Connecticut Avenue. It's illegal to buy toothpaste? Did you retain the bag that held your... Duprow hooked quotation marks. Toothpaste? I keep all my trash, don't you? Can you explain how your prints came to be on that bag? I cannot. Dig deep. Kiss my... Loong jumped in. My client has a busy schedule. Can we move this along? Your client's attitude is causing me to lose patience. Little eyes drilling Brennan. You don't want that. Brennan took a breath to respond. Loong hushed her with a raised palm. Have you anything else, Special Agent Duproux? An eyewitness? Evidence of contact between Dr. Brennan and the victim? Cell phone records? Emails? The investigation is ongoing. Were Dr. Brennan's prints found elsewhere at the scene? What scene? Any scene. No response. Was Dr. Brennan seen near Mr. Yao's home? Caught on Yao's security system? That of a bank, a school, a parking lot, a neighbor? Things moved behind the little eyes, but Duproux said nothing. I take that to mean no, Loong said. The investigation is ongoing. I see. Will you be charging my client at this time? No response. I thought not. Loong rose. Brennan rose. My client has nothing further to say. Loong grabbed her briefcase, Brennan her purse. Both headed for the door. Duproux spoke to their retreating backs. Dr. Brennan. She turned one hand on the knob. Until further notice, you are to remain in Washington. I'll cancel my trip to Chernobyl. They left Duproux, gathering his meaningless papers. Reacher was in the hall. Loong left Brennan standing on her own for a minute. She walked over and Reacher said, How was it? Loong said, It was good, but not real good. I've seen people go to prison for less. Sometimes things go crazy, nothing you can do. But they still didn't arrest her. Not yet. Got any paralegal work for me? Yes, Loong said. You know the law from a cop's point of view. You've got to stop her giving them a reason. You're her personal legal counsel. Don't let her say the wrong thing. Loong walked away, and Reacher stepped across the hall to where Brennan was waiting. She said, What? He said, Apparently I'm your personal legal counsel. She didn't reply, just walked. Reacher followed. They exited onto the small red plaza. The sky was leaden and appeared to be contemplating snow, maybe sleet. Brennan thumbed her phone for an Uber. The app promised Miguel in a Honda in 7 minutes. He pulled up in 6. They were back at the Marriott by 10. Neither Brennan nor Reacher had eaten. Both were hungry. They crossed the football field lobby and found a restaurant that was serving breakfast. Every table was full, but 2 women were leaving. Each wore a pantsuit made of polyester born at the dark end of the spectrum, solid shoes. Each carried a canvas bag bearing the AAFS logo and wore a neck lanyard dangling a badge. One identified its owner as S. Miller, the other as T. Southam. Colored ribbons hung from the badges. Miller had more than Southam. Brennan ordered a cheese omelet. Reacher got pancakes with eggs and bacon. Both asked for plain coffee, which seemed to disappoint Marcia, the waitress. Her badge was bronze and pinned to her ample chest. What is it you intend to do, Mr. Reacher, when Marcia was out of earshot? That depends. Let's go at it differently. Why are you here? To help. Me? I believe you're going to need it. So you've said. I have. That's why you've agreed to work for Loong. I'm doing it for the money. Brennan didn't laugh. Being employed by Loong legitimizes my presence, Reacher said. I didn't fudge data or make a mistake, Brennan said. Massey shot himself. Their food arrived. They peppered and salted and accepted refills on the disappointing coffee, which was pretty good. How did you learn about Yao's murder? Brennan asked when Marcia had again withdrawn. A radio news report. A Washington station? No. She waited for Reacher to elaborate. He didn't. But she grasped the implication. Media coverage wasn't just local. Not good. The story would catch fire. The press would go raw dog and she would end up their meat. You really think the DOD plans to make me a scapegoat? I think it's a strong possibility. To hide the fact that it ordered Massey's execution. To stop people talking about it. Did the report say I'd been arrested? It implied that was coming. Now that you've heard the evidence against me, will you move on? Do you think I should? A man wove toward the table beside theirs. Brennan and Reacher both tracked him. Same reflex. Same discreet eyes. What if the radio hadn't been on? Brennan asked, voice even lower than before. I read yesterday's papers. And you felt duty-bound to come? Yes. Brennan chewed on that, and her eggs. Reacher dabbed yolk with his toast. Around them, people argued chain of custody and DNA and bite mark analysis. Some consulted programs. Some talked on cell phones. You said you were in the Army in March of 1987, stationed in Germany. I was, Reacher said. Did you know Calder Massey? I knew of him. I don't like drama, Mr. Reacher. A note of something, annoyance, frustration, unease. I don't do drama. There are things you are unwilling or unable to share. Reacher nodded. Yet here you are. I am. What can you share? You were right. About what? Massey shot himself. How could you know? Dubious. Reacher laid down his fork, bunched his napkin, and leaned into his chair back. He said, I was there. Over more plain coffee, Brennan and Reacher agreed on 3 main points. A media frenzy would destroy Brennan's career, maybe get her charged, perhaps convicted. Dupro and Shevchik were under pressure from forces far up the pay scale. She could expect no help from that quarter. To clear her name and avoid jail, she needed to find Yao's killer on her own. Reacher repeated his desire to help. Brennan admitted her skill set was better suited to the lab than the streets. Reacher assured her he had that end covered, that her analytical thinking would be their biggest asset. For the first time that day, Brennan smiled. She liked Reacher. She accepted his offer. That made 4 points. They debated options, concurred that a logical starting point was Yao's editor. 5 points. She ordered an Uber, and they headed for the lobby. Brennan and Reacher pushed through the glass doors and stepped out under the portico. The air was cold and heavy, with moisture off the Potomac. The clouds, though darker and more bloated than earlier, still refused to commit. A babble of voices and car horns caught their attention. To their left, portable barriers stretched across the drive, sweeping up from Woodley Road. Hotel personnel were checking vehicles before waving them on to the broad paved area used for loading and unloading guests. Brennan and Reacher glanced right. Same improv security. A nanosecond of surprise, then understanding. Beyond the barriers, a Barnum and Bailey scrum of cameras, mics, booms, and journalists was expressing its discontent at being denied access to the hotel. Figuring the sharks were sniffing the blood of some politician caught banging his intern, or a starlet not A-list enough to be at the Ritz, and that their driver hadn't a chance of reaching them, Brennan and Reacher decided to head downhill on foot. "That's her!" as they approached the barrier. "That's Brennan." Word spread through the scrum. Cameras popped onto shoulders, lights ignited, booms shot toward their mouths. "Dr. Brennan, Ted Sanders, CNN. Would you care to make a statement? Did you kill him? Did you go along with a fake suicide, or did you just blow it? Are you about to be arrested?" Brennan stopped short, face saying she'd shoot if she had a gun. Reacher took her arm and steered her back up the drive. Though bristling, she let him. Questions hammered their retreat. "We'll wait 30 minutes, then go out through the kitchen," Reacher said when they were in the lobby. "Bastards," she said. "Yes," he said. "It's all bullshit," she said. "Yes," he said. I expected calls from the press, but this, arm arcing toward the door, this is insane. Yao was a journalist, Reacher said. They have the sensitivity of lice. Lice don't avenge their own. That must be it, she agreed. They were both very wrong. Thursday, February 23rd, 1345 EST. For decades, the Washington Post loomed like a giant gray hive at the corner of 15th and L. Its new address was 1301 K Street, or 1 Franklin Square. The paper and the Postal Service were still hashing that out. Yao's editor was a guy named Albert Torsten. A directory told them that Torsten's office was 7 floors above the lobby with its zillion-inch screen. Brennan and Reacher ascended in a noiseless elevator and proceeded down a corridor flanking a newsroom the length of the U.S.-Canada border. 5 yards, then they saw Torsten through an expanse of glass, seated at a desk that matched everything else in the building. The door was open. Brennan and Reacher entered. Both did their habitual scan. The room wasn't big, wasn't small, wasn't drab, wasn't bright. Despite the fish tank wall, an overabundance of papers, printouts, files, and books made the unexceptional space feel tight and claustrophobic. A warehouse print hung behind Torsten's head. A wooden pier, gulls, and a boat. It blended well with the blah. Torsten looked about 50, going on heart failure. Gray hair, saggy eyes, saggy gut. He raised skeptical brows on seeing Brennan. Apparently Leung had mentioned only her paralegal, or maybe it was Reacher's size, or gender. The lady of the hour, Torsten guessed, or knew from press photos. Then the questioning eyes slid to Reacher. I'm the paralegal. Sure you are. Torsten pointed at the 2 chairs facing him. They looked like the desk, except they were chairs. Reacher sat, Brennan sat. Torsten directed his next comment to her. Word is, you burned one of my reporters. Voice dry and flat as the Kalahari. Word's wrong. And I'm blessed with your presence because? I intend to find the bastard who did. Torsten thought about that, then, Yao learned some interesting facts about you. Such as? Beats me. He didn't brief you on his investigation? Yao was a veteran. We operated on a need-to-know basis. I need to know. Another tense silence as they stared in 2 directions across the desk. Torsten's gaze was impersonal. Brennan figured years had passed since empathy last wormed into it. You're aiding Leung with the doc's defense? Torsten asked Reacher. I am. Paralegally. Yes. It would help to have the names of people Yao was interviewing. Torsten laughed, as Brennan and Reacher both knew he would. Please. I can't reveal sources. Realizing his mistake, if I knew them. Yao never told you what they said? Brennan asked. Torsten shook his head slowly. He never showed you his notes? Asked for authorization, requested travel money, inducement money, lunch money? The head kept wagging. What can you reveal, Mr. Torsten? Reacher, the diplomat. Yao promised me one hell of a piece. Guess you're out of luck on that. Distaste coated Brennan's tone. Or the stories become much better. Be very careful, Mr. Torsten. Is that a threat? Journalists often pretend they know more than they do. Torsten shrugged. Whatever. Brennan glanced at Reacher. He dipped his chin. They both stood. I didn't kill Jonathan Yao, Brennan said, looking down at the editor. And I didn't make an error or take a bribe in the Calder-Massey case. When I prove those 2 facts and find Yao's killer, my first call will be to the New York Times. Brennan drew a card from her shoulder bag and winged it onto the desk. Then she and Reacher turned and left. Along the corridor overlooking the very long newsroom, down the quiet elevator, through the lobby out onto K Street, which wasn't quiet. They decided to take the metro, were waiting on the platform when Brennan's cell phone rang. Caller ID displayed an unfamiliar number. She answered anyway.
"You didn't hear this from me."
The Kalahari voice was muffled, as though Torsten's mouth was cupped with one hand. "Hear what?"
"Ian Massey."
Calder's youngest brother.
"Ian thinks the suicide was a DOD-ordered execution."
So do a lot of people.
"The guy's a lunatic."
"You've spoken to him?" Locking eyes with Reacher, who was listening to her end of the conversation.
"Many times, until I stopped taking his calls."
"Do you think he could be violent?"
"He loathes the government."
So do a lot of people.
"In my opinion, Ian Massey's the next Sandy Hook waiting to happen."
Why would he kill Yao? Yao was going to prove him right.
"Follow the money,"
said the Kalahari voice, muffled like a dust storm. Then the call clicked off. Reacher said, "Our Mr. Torsten is a versatile character. 1 minute Mr. Cautious Corporate Editor, and the next minute Mr. Watergate Deep Throat." Brennan said, "I don't want to have to talk to Ian Massey." "Maybe we won't have to. Why would Torsten change his tune like that?" "You tell me." "Maybe he dreams of the old days. Or he dreams of the money. He runs a newspaper. He's got a great story that just got better. He could sell a lot of extra copies. He could get all kinds of syndication deals, maybe a movie. Except he doesn't know what the story is, not yet. He knows the sources, but he doesn't know what they said. He's trying to get us to do the interviews all over again. To keep the dream alive." "Doesn't work," Brennan said. "Torsten wouldn't benefit. I'm sure Ian Massey sold the movie rights years ago. It's his project. And Watergate is ancient history. Journalists are different now. They know better. A hack like Yao would sign up with Massey's people ahead of time and in his own name. He'd cut Torsten out. He'd want all the profit, not just a percentage." "You're following the money." "To where?" "To wherever Ian Massey sold the rights. Some movie company somewhere knows the whole story, as a contractual requirement, I'm sure, before making their substantial investment." Brennan said, "Which would make them protect Mr. Yao because he's the golden goose. They can't possibly be suspects." Reacher said nothing. Brennan said, "And obviously, they're not. But I suppose a rival might be. If someone wins, someone else loses. Suppose the someone else doesn't want to lose. People tell me show business is tough. Kill Yao, you kill your competitor's bid for glory, and you make him waste his investment. That comes off his bottom line. It's a win-win." "Follow the money." "Which means television, not movies. People tell me that's where the money is these days, in which case there are hundreds of companies and therefore potentially thousands of one-on-one ratings wars. Millions, actually. It's a math thing." "I understand," Reacher said. "I went to West Point, which is a kind of college. It's an academy. We could all read and write. We would need to start where Ian Massey sold the rights and work outward from there, which means talking to him anyway. We're back where we started. At least we know what to ask him. We don't have to beat about the bush." They rode the metro to where Brennan's internet phone told them Ian Massey maintained his office, which turned out to be a storefront with a yellow painted-over window between a post office and a bilingual tax preparer in a mall about equidistant from the best and the worst the metro area had to offer. On the inside, the office was a plain rectangular space, and it was empty, except for a woman at a reception desk just inside the door. She was backlit with gold from the sunlight coming through the painted window. Reacher stepped up and asked, "Is Mr. Ian Massey in the office?" The woman looked at him with a pleasant receptionist-style smile, warm and friendly, except her eyes said, It's an open-plan office with only me in it. What part of that don't you understand? She said out loud, "Not at the moment, I'm afraid." Is he due back? "Not today, I'm afraid." Where is he? I'm not at liberty to say. You should call him on the phone. Why? Reacher stepped aside and Brennan stepped up. The woman said, "You're her." Brennan said, "Call him." She did. They heard the local end of the conversation, which started with repeated answers to what must have been "Are you sure?" questions, and then continued with arrangements around a place called Sammy's, which from the sound of it could have been anything from a strip club to a noodle shop, but which turned out to be a television production company. Ian Massey was in a meeting about his documentary. Temperance Brennan was welcome to come right over. In fact, they would send a car. "No," Brennan said, and called an Uber. The production company was one of a dozen sharing space in Crystal City. They went in assuming every microphone was live and every camera recording. Ian Massey met them in the corridor. He was a fair-haired version of the guy who had driven Reacher out of Baltimore. No doubt once a chiseled and slender youth, now bloated and rotted by stress and anger and bad food and too long in the bar. But in the moment he was pleasant enough. He took Reacher to be Brennan's bodyguard, which he seemed to expect, as if it would be crazy for her to come without one. At first he seemed stunned to be in her presence. She was the key to the conspiracy. He was face to face with a woman who knew everything. He was face to face with the woman who had killed Jonathan Yao. Then eventually he spoke by asking politely if they would precede him into an office. He held a door. Reacher went first, Brennan followed. It was a multi-purpose space. Technical equipment was stacked all around. There were white laminate desks. There were two men sitting on them. One was a wild-eyed guy with long gray hair and a 4-day beard. He was very tall and very thin, and he was dressed in a fine whale corduroy suit, gone all pouched and baggy from constant use. He was wearing fingerless gloves, maybe the wintertime equivalent of wearing sunglasses inside. The other guy had a missing hand. He was short and solid under an impassive face, wearing a blue suit, sitting straight, all slabs and angles, all symmetrical, except on one side was a hand, and on the other was a hook. Or, to be fair to the scientists who developed it, a sophisticated prosthesis, ending in two controllable fingers, normally held an inch apart, but capable of being clamped. The fingers were shaped like hooks, for efficiency. The pirates had it right from the beginning. Ian Massey introduced the wild-eyed guy with the long gray hair as Paul Warwick. He was an award-winning documentary maker. Then Massey introduced the one-handed guy as Samuel Rye. He was the money. He owned the production company. The three of them stretched the introductions into self-effacing laments about what they could lose. Warwick could lose his reputation. Rye could lose his fortune. Massey could lose his chance to tell the truth. Brennan said, "It's not the truth. I don't understand how you think it could be. You know nothing. You've seen nothing." Massey paused a beat, preparing a reply, but Warwick jumped in first, all restless energy. He said, "We have plenty of evidence." "You don't. There is no evidence." "We have travel orders. A second person left the same base at the same time." Traffic in and out of bases is constant. It doesn't imply a connection. It's a meaningless coincidence. "There was trace evidence of a second man in the car where Calder Massey was killed." "Where Calder Massey killed himself," Brennan corrected. "I'm sure it was a staff car or a rental. Hundreds of men had been in it. That's another red herring." "There's more than that." Brennan sat down on a third desk. She said, "Tell me." Reacher stood behind her. Warwick said,
Calder Massey was an Air Force colonel with a security clearance. That was a jackpot combination in 1987. The Cold War was still on. The Air Force had all the cool toys. They had the bombers endlessly prowling overhead. But someone was leaking. Calder Massey was wrongly suspected and falsely accused. While in custody, he was badly beaten. When the real leak was found, Massey was killed too to cover up the embarrassing mistake.
Brennan said, "That's a speech, not evidence."
We have the order deploying the assassin.
We?
Yao has it, or had it.
Where is it now?
We don't know.
Are you going to do the program without it? Warwick didn't answer. Massey said,
My brother was a patriot and an honorable man. He was not a spy.
No one answered. Reacher looked at Samuel Rye and asked, "How much money will you lose?" "It's not the money," Rye said. "It's truth and justice." Big words. My company is built on them. Truth is, Dr. Brennan never laid eyes on Yao. If you say so. I do. So the government did it. The government wouldn't use a plastic bag, Reacher said. Believe me. So who? Would a rival do it to hurt you? To kill my show? It's possible. Rye went quiet for a long moment. Then he said, But you know what? Screw them. I just decided. We're going to do the show anyway. Warwick punched the air. He said, Great decision, Sammy, real cutting edge, because losing Yao doesn't really hurt us. It actually helps us. We'll be totally upfront about it. We'll say, this is the story, and brave Jonathan Yao was murdered while confirming it. The audience will draw its own conclusions. Don't you see? The message is even stronger with a dead guy. Brennan said, You're disgusting. Says the killer, Massey said. It got tense for a second. Then Reacher stepped out from behind Brennan's desk. 6'5", 250, hands the size of dinner plates. He figured he could snap Warwick in two like a pencil, and then tear Rye's prosthesis off and stuff it down his throat. He figured Massey would have a heart attack all by himself before throwing his first punch. He said, We're leaving now, but I'm sure we'll see you again. They walked a block to a neutral corner and waited 5 minutes for another Uber. Brennan spent the time on her phone, bouncing from link to link, following industry gossip about Samuel Rye's rivals. Then she hit a trade paper headline that said, Rye signs controversial documentary maker. There was a picture. Mad eyes, long gray hair, beanpole build. Paul Warwick. She started reading. The car came and they got in. She said, Warwick sounds like a piece of work. There are numerous complaints he routinely bullies witnesses, fakes documents, and completely ignores any information that doesn't fit his story. Reacher said, How did your prints get on the bag? I don't know. How thorough was your examination of Calder Massey's remains? What, now you think I'm incompetent too? Did you limit it to the head? Of course not. I examined the whole skeleton. Any broken bones? No. Did you read the original German report from 1987? Of course I did. Any contusions, lacerations, or other injuries? No. Therefore, your report also proves he wasn't badly beaten while in custody. Believe me, I know how that goes. I've seen the results. But Warwick needs to believe it. It's important to his story. In his opinion, the government's motive is its embarrassment over mistreating the wrong guy. Maybe Yao told him to cool it on that. Maybe Yao showed him the original German report, which diluted Warwick's narrative. Maybe a couple other details, too. Yao might have been a little more scrupulous than Warwick. He was with the Post, after all. That might still mean something. You think they argued? Maybe worse than that. Go on.
Warwick strikes me as the type who wouldn't like his grand design to be watered down, and he wouldn't like someone contradicting him in public afterward. Is that enough reason for homicide? That's what they asked on the radio, Reacher said. About you. The consensus was stranger things have happened and professional ruin is a great motivator. Seriously? He said losing Yao helped him. But only a little, surely. They have their basic story. A couple of extra lies won't make much of a difference, not enough to kill someone for. I don't like his gloves. Meaning? Look at it from Yao's point of view. He's standing in his kitchen, the bag goes over his head, it's wrapped tight around his neck, and the world starts to go fuzzy. What does he do? He scrabbles at the killer's hands to break the seal. Data show that in cases of strangulation or suffocation, it seems to be an almost universal reaction. Human nature, Reacher said. But dumb. Better to use your thumbnails to tear a breathing hole, or grab the guy's nuts. But people grab their hands instead. They haul and scratch and scrabble. They leave marks. Hence, gloves the next day. Exactly. That's a long shot. I don't see enough motive. He might not need much. He seems very intense. I expect he has the soul of an artist. But overall, I agree, it's a long shot, but it's the kind of long shot a person wants to cross off the list. Human nature. So go take his gloves off. I will. But this is a big deal. As your legal counsel, I would advise if we screw this up, we're dead and buried. We need to be fireproof. I need you to get a look at Yao's autopsy notes. No point finding scratches on Warwick's hands if they didn't find skin under Yao's nails. I can't get a look at his notes. They're probably not even transcribed yet. Can you phone whoever did the autopsy and ask for a favor? They might not take my call. You probably trained them. They must know this is bullshit. They'll help. Ask about the nails. We're going to have Chef Chick and Dupro all over us. Better to have both ends of the deal in place. One scratches and one gets scratched. The whole story right there. Now, this evening, under the radar. I'll go back to Crystal City and speak to Warwick, and when you get the news from your medical friends, you can call me there with the outcome, and then either I'll bring Warwick in, or I'll give him his gloves back and pat him on the head and disappear. You don't have a cell phone. I'm sure they have a switchboard. It's a production company. Someone will put you through. While you're holding Warwick hostage after hours? I won't be. Unless he has scratches. Thursday, February 23rd, 1825 EST. Not wanting to provide a close-up for some carrion-eating reporter with a super zoom lens, Brennan got another Uber and had the driver take her to Cantina Marina in the district's southwest waterfront area. She ordered the fried clam and shrimp basket and a Diet Coke, then settled at a table in a far back corner. Her first call was to Bernie Rodriguez, a forensic anthropologist consulting to both the D.C. and Baltimore ME offices. She and Rodriguez had known each other since grad school. Still, she worried about his reaction, if he even answered. Her worry was unfounded. Rodriguez picked up on the first ring, said he'd seen the media swarm, assured her that everyone in the section thought the accusations were rat shit. From the background hubbub, she guessed he was still at the Marriott. Brennan asked who'd done the autopsy on Jonathan Yao. Rodriguez didn't know, promised to check and ring back. She was finishing her last mollusk when he did. The pathologist was Helen Matthias. Brennan knew Matthias. They taught body recovery protocol together when such courses were still offered at the FBI Academy in Quantico. Matthias was impartial, skilled, and kick-ass smart. The two women shared a mutual respect and a love of George Carlin. Still. Rodriguez offered Matthias his cell number. Brennan said she had it, thanked him, and disconnected. Brennan checked the time. 6:25. Not good. The ME office was undoubtedly closed for the day. She dialed. 4 rings, then she was rolled to voicemail. She left a few words, mainly her name. Brennan looked around the cantina. It was packed with office workers in suits and ties and pantyhose and trench coats, with locals in running gear and sweats, with tourists in sneakers and ball caps with cameras and guidebooks. Matthias called exactly 4 minutes after Brennan left her message. "You'll do anything to get your name in the papers." The voice was low-slung, the vowels broad and languorous. Definitely not New York. "I'm thinking of dancing naked outside the White House." "Might work. How the hell are you?" "I've been better," Brennan said. "Yeah, this whole Yao thing's a real pants pisser." So Matthias knew. "I didn't kill him." Matthias didn't reply. "I understand you did the autopsy." "I did," revealing nothing. An awkward silence filled the line while Brennan thought and Matthias waited. Brennan decided to dive straight in. "I'm wondering if there's any way I could... I'd like you to take a look at him." "What? Who?" "Yeah, I found some troubling marks on his shoulders." "Troubling?" "Yes." Brennan gave Matthias room to expand. She didn't. "You want my opinion?" "Unofficially, of course." "When?" "Tonight." "Suits me." 401 E Street, that's in Southwest. I'll meet you in the lobby at 8. "I'll be there." "Tempe. No one can know that you're viewing the body." "What body?" "Good. Because a leak could get both our faces on the 11 o'clock news." Brennan killed the time sipping coffee. After the Diet Coke, with refills, the last thing she needed was more caffeine. But the restaurant was crowded and she wanted an excuse to stay. By Googling the address on E Street, she learned that the distance from her current location was about 3/4 of a mile. Bristling with pent-up energy, she decided to walk. At 7:30, she set out. Wired on Java and Coke and adrenaline, she barely noticed her surroundings. The park, the school, the church, the Potomac Place Tower apartment complex, the Capitol Park Tower, the Southwest Freeway overhead. The smell of the Potomac strong in the air. Walking up 4th Street, all she could think about was Matthias's reference to the strange marks on Yao. In her mind, she visualized the attack. The killer placing the bag over Yao's head, pulling down hard and gathering the plastic tight, his hands slamming Yao's neck and shoulders, maybe his chest. Or her hands. She reasoned that a tall assailant would leave marks resulting from an impact coming directly down on the deltoid. A shorter assailant, stretching in a more upward direction, would leave marks farther toward the front or rear depending on his or her position relative to Yao. She concluded that it might be possible to rule Warwick in or exclude him based on his height. At E Street, she turned left. DC's Consolidated Forensic Laboratory stretched the entire north side of the block. Multi-story, lots of steel and glass grillwork. The same hopeful landscaping as at the cop shop on Indiana Avenue. Less dog shit, identical flags. A Hyatt faced off from the opposite side of the street. Government buildings sat at the remaining 2 corners. Thanks to Google, she knew the behemoths housed, among other entities, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the USDA Economic Research Service, the Surface Transportation Board, and Casey's Coffee. Hot Capitol Dam. Pulse humming, she opened the door to the CFL and entered. Reacher kept the first Uber and tracked back to Crystal City. The charge would go straight to Brennan's credit card. No tip was required. Apparently that was how Uber worked, which was fine with him. He had the military habit of assuming everyone he met was richer than him. He got out a block from the shared TV building and moved to where he could watch the door. He stood in the cold February shadows and waited. People came out in 1s and 2s, dressed in jeans and puffy winter jackets. He saw Samuel Rye leave, but not Massey or Warwick. They were still inside. Still discussing their cutting-edge program, he thought, and how it was all the stronger now Yao was dead. Disgusting, Brennan had said. He liked her for that reaction. There was a purity to it. As a forensic anthropologist, she must have seen some pretty bad things done for some pretty bad reasons, but she wasn't cynical. Not totally. Which was unusual. Like her name. She was unusual all around. And cute. He waited. By 10 of 8, he figured the building was as quiet as it was going to get. Massey and Warwick still inside. He went in and found the right corridor, saw the right door up ahead. But it opened before he got there, and Ian Massey stepped out. He stopped and said, "You." Reacher said, "Yeah, me." "What do you want?" Warwick, "Why?" "None of your business." "This whole thing is my business." "This whole thing is bullshit." "My brother was not a spy." "Your brother was a piece of shit." "In the end, they said someone else was the spy. It's in the record." "Were you out sick the day they taught thinking?" "There were 2 spies, your brother and the other guy, working together." "That's not true." "Yes, it is. I know for sure." "How?" "I watched him do 2 dead drops and meet with an East German government official. I was young, and I was Army, not Air Force. He wasn't watching out for a guy like me, which is why they sent me, I guess." Massey was quiet a beat. Then he said, "So he was executed?" Reacher said, "No, he wasn't." He put the gun in his mouth all by himself. "We have the order." "Do you have the response?" "What?" "They will have been paper-clipped together in the file. The order and the response. The order said kill him, and the response said he was already dead when I got there." "You?" "Except that wasn't quite true. He was alive when I got there. We sat in his car and talked. I laid out the situation. He begged me to let him shoot himself. He wanted to spare his family the disgrace. I was okay with that. But then you went and dug it all up again. You should have let sleeping dogs lie." "You were there?" "Afterward, I was deaf in my left ear for a week." Massey went quiet again, went red in the face, wound himself up like a clock, and swung a clumsy right hook at Reacher's jaw, powered by nothing but rot and bloat and furious anger. Reacher caught the fist in his left hand like a softball and crashed a low right into Massey's ample gut, which folded him up like a pocket knife, gasping and staggering on uncertain feet. Reacher waited until he stabilized and brought his knee up into Massey's lowered face, after which Massey collapsed, half backward and half sideways onto the floor, and lay still. Reacher stepped over him and stepped through the door. Warwick was in the room. Evidently he had heard the commotion. He said, "What the hell's going on out there?" Reacher closed the door and said, "Take your gloves off." "What?" "You heard." "My gloves?" "Take them off, or I'll take them off for you." "Why?" "I want to see your hands." Warwick was too puzzled to protest. He simply peeled his gloves off, inside out, first one, then the other. He held his hands up. No scratches. The door opened again, and Samuel Rye stepped into the room. All morgues wear the same perfume, a blend of disinfectant, refrigeration, and putrefying flesh. Eau de death. All morgues are outfitted along the same lines. Gleaming tiles, cabinets, and counters. Stainless steel tables, sinks, lights, scales, carts, and instruments. All morgues have the same coolers, some larger, some smaller, some more numerous. To Brennan's surprise, the one at the CFL had braille lettering beside the sign saying 5205 Body Storage. She wondered, visually impaired pathologists or autopsy techs? Sketchy backup generators? She didn't think about it long. The after-hours quiet was goosing her already jangled nerves. There were no striker saws whining, no phones ringing, no faucets pounding water into stainless steel sinks, no voices dictating, directing, or cracking jokes. She'd done her share of late-night autopsy room stints. It was never good times. After badging her through security and escorting her upstairs, Matthias had rolled a gurney from the blind-friendly cooler. They'd discussed her findings and reviewed her report. Then Matthias had pulled surgical aprons, masks, and gloves from drawers, and they'd both suited up. Ready? Dark brows raised above the rectangle of fabric covering her nose and mouth, which were also dark. Brennan nodded. Matthias double-checked the tag, then unzipped the body bag. Whoop! The sound was like a snarl in the stillness. The stench of death wafted out. The odor bothered neither Matthias nor Brennan. Yao lay naked and supine, the Y stitching his chest dark against the waxy gray skin. One eye was half open, the pupil milky black. The base of his throat was mottled radish red. From Matthias's comments and autopsy notes and diagram, Brennan knew that the troubling marks were posterior at the back of Yao's neck. Roll him? Brennan nodded again. Matthias separated the flaps of the pouch. Together they tucked Yao's arms and rotated his body, Matthias at the shoulders, Brennan at the ankles. His forehead hit the table with a soft thunk. Brennan leaned in, saw nothing. Matthias pulled a surgical lamp close and thumbed the switch. Light flooded Yao's head and upper torso. The marks were subtle but definitely there, centered above the 7th cervical vertebrae at the base of Yao's neck. 2 lines converging at a very slight angle. Perimortem? Brennan asked. Definitely. The hemorrhaging means the injury occurred at the time of death. Looks like he was hit by something with a pair of long, thin edges. Or a pair of bars. Or he hit something. You think he fell? Matthias shook her head. I found no blunt trauma anywhere else on the body. No lacerations, no hematomas, no fractures. Nothing but this linear bruising and the abrasions on his throat. No defensive wounds on his hands or arms. A few broken nails, but I have no way to tell when or how that happened. And there was no skin or tissue under his nails. Brennan knew that from Matthias's notes. No trace at all. It makes no sense. If conscious, victims of strangulation claw at their attackers' hands or at the ligature cutting off their air. Yes. Brennan straightened and closed her eyes. Again played a mental holograph of the assault. Yao. Warwick facing him with the plastic bag, or behind him. Tall, skinny Warwick. She pictured the 2 linear marks, their position, spacing, and orientation. The figure morphed, grew shorter, more solid. Sudden synapse. Brennan's eyes flew open. Not Paul Warwick. Samuel Rye. These bruises were made by a prosthetic hand. Tone emphatically calm. That's why you found no skin under Yao's nails. A device with 2 hooks? Matthias spoke while eyeballing the patterned injury on Yao's neck. Yes. That tracks. Nodding slowly. Brennan stripped off and bunched her apron, mask, and gloves. I know who did this. Seriously? Matthias, unconvinced. I have to go. Toe slamming the pedal and tossing her gear into the biohazard bin. That's it? My paralegal is in grave danger. Brennan grabbed her shoulder bag and fired out the door. She thumbed her phone for an Uber as she hustled. The app seemed agonizingly slow, but eventually Fong promised to be there in a black Camry hybrid within 11 minutes. She pushed out to the street and ran, hoping her phone would bring Fong to her. She could be a mile away in 11 minutes, maybe more. Then her phone buzzed in her hand. Caller ID displayed the same unfamiliar number she had seen before, Albert Torsten, Yao's editor at the Washington Post, the Kalahari voice. It said, "I apologize." For what, damn it? No time for games. "The Metro cops found Yao's notes. They returned them to me. You were right. Calder Massey killed himself. He was a spy. There was an execution order, but the rest of the file shows Massey was already dead when the assassin got there. He shot himself in his car. Ian Massey and Paul Warwick were cherry-picking the evidence. Yao's story was going to cut them off at the knees. They're the suspects now." No, it was Samuel Rye. Yao's story was going to kill his show. I should have known. He said it wasn't about the money. When someone says that, it's always about the money. She disconnected and dialed Veronica Leung. Voicemail. She said, "Tell Chef Chick and DePro to go to Samuel Rye's place in Crystal City right now. Cops, SWAT, everything. Rye is the killer." Then she saw a black Camry up ahead. She waved. It stopped. She got in. Samuel Rye stood framed in the open doorway. Short, squat, powerful. All slabs and angles. In his good hand was a Colt Python, which was a stainless steel 6-shot revolver about the size and weight of a sledgehammer. Clamped in his hook was an open switchblade. 6 inches of fine, glittering steel, faintly blue in the fluorescent light. Not pretty. Not pretty at all. Reacher didn't like knives. He should have known. It's not the money. It's always the money. Rye said, "Sit down." Reacher said, "No." "I'll shoot." "You won't. That's a very loud gun. The cops are coming." "Says you." Brennan went to look at Yao's autopsy notes. She won't find skin under the nails. She'll put 2 and 2 together. She's smart like that. And she has a cell phone. Rye took a step into the room. He leveled the Colt. The barrel looked the size of a water main. It was pointing at Reacher's center mass. Stay alive and see what the next minute brings. That was Reacher's motto. He said, "How did you get her prints on the bag?" Rye smiled, pleased with himself. He said, "I guess you don't watch much television." "The Yankees sometimes," Reacher said. "When I can." "My last program, all about 3D printing. Very useful. But I hinted it could be used for bad purposes, too." "So, how?" "She arrived at the Marriott 2 days ago and had a room service dinner. I bought her water glass from the waiter, lifted her prints, scanned them, filled the printer cartridge with squalene, and printed them all over a brand new bag, full size, about 0.5 millimeter high." Reacher nodded. He had heard of squalene. A Russian watchmaker had once told him all about it. It was a natural organic compound found in shark liver oil and olive oil, and on human noses. The watchmaker used it to lubricate delicate mechanisms. Rye said, "Sit down." "No," Reacher said again. He heard footsteps out in the corridor, quiet and hesitant. Getting closer. Ian Massey appeared in the doorway. He looked in bad shape, bent over, limping, breathing ragged. He said, "The bastard hit me." Rye said, "We have worse problems than that." Massey shuffled in, stopped between Rye and Warwick. If Rye was the 12 on a clock face, Massey was the 1, and Warwick was the 2. Reacher was the 6. Outnumbered, a classic 3 against 1. The gun was still steady on Reacher's chest. Rye said, "Is Brennan planning to meet you here?" Reacher said, "No." Then he sensed more movement in the corridor. Almost nothing. Just a faint disturbance in the air. He looked at Rye and said, "You should cut your losses and get the hell out. Or shoot Massey, not me. He got you into this mess." He's as bad as his big brother." Rye said nothing. Behind his left shoulder, Reacher saw a third of a face, a green eye, a sweep of dark blonde hair. Brennan, peering around the door jamb. Exactly the same as at the chain door of her hotel room back at the beginning. He said, "Time is ticking away." Brennan moved soundlessly into the room, a yard behind Rye. Reacher said, "I wish I was a woman." Rye said, "What?" "I would have a purse. I could swing it like a bat. I could knock your gun hand out of the way." "What?" Rye said again. And Brennan did exactly that. Reacher saw 37 hours of anger and outrage and frustration in her face, channeling into some kind of deadly focus. She wound up like a discus thrower at the Olympics and swung her bag from behind and smashed it into Rye's forearm with all the strength in her body, which was evidently considerable. The gun was swept all the way from the 6 on the clock face to the 3. It fired with a deafening crash and a television monitor exploded, and simultaneously Reacher smashed a giant fist into the exposed side of Rye's head, jaw, ear, and cheekbone, and then he danced to his right and crashed an elbow into Warwick's throat. Rye and Warwick went down backward, and Massey sank to his knees, clutching his chest, maybe a heart attack, all by himself. Reacher looked at Brennan and said, "Thank you." Brennan took a breath and said, "You're welcome." Then there were sirens outside and boots in the corridor, and 6 men in FBI windbreakers burst into the room, followed by Shevchik and Duprow, followed by Veronica Lung. Thursday, February 23rd, 23:10 EST. They both needed to decompress, and Reacher was hungry. Certain the Marriott bars and restaurants would be packed with alcohol-buzzed toxicologists, pathologists, lawyers, and engineers, they opted for the Raven in Mount Pleasant. Brennan remembered it from her drinking days, the dive decor, the heart-stopping cheeseburgers and onion rings. She hoped it was still there. It was, and a good choice. The interior was dim, lit mostly by neon beer signs. Bar to one side, booths to the other, each with its own miniature jukebox. The place, largely empty, had only one flaw: the syrupy stench of grease and stale beer. They chose an alcove in the rear and climbed onto high chrome stools with cracked vinyl seats. Brennan climbed. Reacher simply straddled and dropped. On the wall above their shoulders, his left, her right, was a bulgy screen TV that looked like it had been mounted sometime in the 80s. The picture was on, but the sound was muted. After a brief wait, a guy slouched over and asked what they wanted. His tee, once white, was stained and stretched way too tight over his belly. On it was an unnaturally elongated Latvian flag. Reacher asked for a burger, very rare, and black coffee. Brennan asked for the same, medium rare, double cheese, Perrier and lime to drink. Their eyes met. Reacher amended their order to 2 pints of whatever was on tap. The guy recommended some microbrewery IPA with an unlikely name. The beer hit the table seconds later. Brennan took in a few molecules, mostly foam. Did the automatic alky count in her head? How many months? Years? She'd be fine. "What's an IPA?" Reacher asked. "Damn good," Brennan said. Brennan's eyes drifted to the ancient Sony above and between them, read a headline below a grim-faced anchor: "Faking a Murderer." To the anchor's right was a graphic of a middle-aged man in an Air Force officer's uniform. "We've made the 11 o'clock news," Brennan echoed Matthias's words. As Reacher glanced left, the screen cut to video. Bathed in artificial light, Duprow led a handcuffed Warwick from the Crystal City building. Shevchik followed with Rye. Massey was in the hands of a guy with FBI lettered on the back of his jacket. The footage ended and the anchor returned. They watched her lips silently summarize the breaking story, Brennan's image now hanging where Calder Massey's had been. Their burgers arrived. They added garnish and condiments, ate in silence. Brennan spoke when only lettuce remained on her plate. Rye set the whole thing up. 2 birds with 1 stone, Reacher agreed. Eliminate Yao, who was going to back your suicide finding, thereby killing his story. Hype attention for his documentary. Rye wanted it to hit big, like Making a Murderer or Serial. Reacher just looked at her. A TV documentary and a podcast. Reacher said nothing. Everyone in America watched or listened. I'm on the move a lot. You headed south now? Brennan changed the subject. I was. Good time of year for that. I often sleep outside. You sleeping outside tonight? Brennan took another sip of her IPA. It's Lung's dime, so I'm staying 1 more night at the Marriott. As am I. Brennan studied Reacher over the rim of her mug. Shall we go there? Reacher studied her back. Brennan ingested another milliliter of beer. A long moment passed before she answered. Uber? Reacher nodded. And they did.
Diana Gabaldon and Steve Berry. Diana Gabaldon is a former scientist with 4 degrees, including a PhD in behavioral ecology. In the 1980s, she had a story churning in the back of her head, a tale about a mid-18th century Scotsman and a feisty Englishwoman. To really liven things up, she decided to add the element of time travel. The end result became the novel Outlander, which went on to be a massive bestseller with 27 million copies in print across the globe. To date, there have been 7 more installments in the adventures of James Fraser and Claire Randall. Now there's even a television series that has brought the characters to life for a whole new audience. Diana's world thrives in the past, which made her the perfect partner for Steve Berry, who writes modern-day thrillers that rely heavily on something unique from the past. Steve's character, Cotton Malone, has starred in 12 novels. He's a retired Justice Department agent living in Copenhagen who runs an old bookshop. And much to his chagrin, his former profession keeps finding him. As with Sandra Brown, Steve is also short story challenged. He can write them, but they take great effort. Likewise, as with C.J. Box, Diana is proficient. So together, she and Steve plotted the story, then Diana produced a first draft. Steve then edited and rewrote. Interestingly, this is the only story written for this anthology in the first person, and present tense, no less. But these 2 intrepid writers faced a complicated dilemma. How do they seamlessly meld the 18th century world of Diana Gabaldon, including time travel, with Steve's modern-day hero Cotton Malone? Their solution is masterful. Fans of both writers are going to love Past Prologue.
Past Prologue. I love Scotland. Always have. Something about its collage of grey and green enchants me. I especially love its castles, and through the car window I study Ardsmuir, which looms out of the northern Scottish moor like something God himself hacked from the ancient rock. I have to admit, a less welcoming pile I have never seen, but after all, centuries ago it had once been a prison. I've been driven straight from Inverness Airport and climb out of the car into a bone-chilling combination of driving rain and bitter north wind. "Mr. Malone!" comes a shout faintly over the roar of the storm. I turn to see a man hurrying toward me across the flagged stone courtyard, a red golf umbrella precariously clutched in one hand, a flashlight or an electric torch, as they would say here, in the other. I hustle toward the shelter of the umbrella, but not before retrieving my travel bag from the driver and leaving £5 for a tip. "So pleased you made it, Mr. Malone." The man with the umbrella shoves the flashlight under one arm in order to free up a hand for shaking. "I'm John McCrae." "Call me Cotton." I duck under the umbrella. "And for God's sake, let's get out of this mess. Reminds me of South Georgia and the storms we get there." Inside, the walls are more of the forbidding granite from outside, only here they serve as a mat for clusters of swords, shields, and stags' heads that dot the entrance hall. Thankfully, the roar of the wind and rain is gone. I set down my travel bag. McCrae hurries to take my overcoat, which I surrender reluctantly, not accustomed to a manservant. "The gentleman and lady," McCrae adds with a smile, "are all in the drawing room with Mr. Chubb. Let me show you the way, and I'll have your bag sent up to your room. There's a fire waiting." I follow McCrae and enter the drawing room, a large, comfortable space with dark-stained overhead beams and heavy furniture. More animal heads stare down from the walls. An unusual globe with a hollow interior catches my trained eye, its open ribs marking latitude and longitude. As advertised, a robust, crackling blaze, one suitable for roasting an ox, burns in the stone hearth. I make for it, barely pausing to shake hands with my host for the evening, Malcolm Chubb. I've crossed paths with Chubb before at various book auctions in London, Paris, and Edinburgh. During those times, the Scot had been wearing a stylish Savile Row suit. Now he looks like a Christmas tree, ablaze in red and green tartan from waist to knees, and sporting a drape of the same fabric over one shoulder, held in place with a striking bronze brooch. "Wretched evening," my host says in apology before thrusting a glass of single malt into my hand. "We didn't think you'd make it, but we are so pleased that you did." I'm not much of a drinker, barely touching the stuff, but I know how the Scots feel about their malt, so I hold the glass up against the light and admire its golden murkiness. Then I allow the bitter liquid to lay a comfortable burn down my gullet, which thaws me enough to take stock of the room. A dozen or so booksellers and collectors loiter about, drinking more whiskey, nibbling morsels from trays servants pass around, chatting to each other. A couple of them, a man named Arkwright that I know, and a woman I don't, doubtless the lady McCrae had mentioned earlier, are standing in front of a cloth-draped table at the far side, admiring the dozen or so books displayed within their velvet nests. Strangers always raise my radar, and I keep a watchful eye on the lady while saying to Chubb, "I wouldn't have missed it." I eye my host's tartan. "Clan McChubb?" "Would that it was. No, the Scots blood is on my mother's side. Clan Farquharson. Isn't it dreadful?" Chubb flicks a hand at his blazing kilt, setting the tassels on his hairy sporrans swinging. At a closer glance, I realized it's a dead badger, for God's sake. "You'll be relieved to know that we've set aside something a bit more subdued for you." Was I hearing right? For me? "Absolutely," Chubb says. "This is quite an occasion. We're expecting the media, though, given the weather, it may only amount to a junior reporter from the Inverness Courier. But everyone, and I do mean everyone, including photographers, will be here for the book auction tomorrow. There will be plenty of time for an inspection of the wares later, but do you want a quick look before you go up to dress for dinner?" I think I would like that. I finish off the rest of my malt, and Chubb relieves me of the empty glass, passing it to a hovering waiter, then beckoning me toward the display table. Approaching close, an odd vibration shoots through me, one only a committed bibliophile could understand. I love books. And though my profession had been first a naval officer, then a lawyer, and finally an American intelligence operative, books have finally sunk their claws deep into me. Now retired from the Magellan Billet, a covert unit within the United States Justice Department, I own an old bookshop in Copenhagen which has acquired a reputation for being able to find what collectors seek. And though my former profession as a spy has an annoying habit of revisiting me from time to time, Books are most definitely my life now. I step to the trestle table, catching the dry smell of old bindings, and admire some of what will be auctioned tomorrow. A Book of Deer, straight from the 10th century. A small information card notes. I know the volume. An Irish gospel text, one of the oldest surviving manuscripts ever produced in Scotland. The Book of the Dean of Lismore, a compilation of 15th century poetry, is a real treasure. Only a few editions exist. Its poems supposedly taken from the strolling bards themselves. A few of the other Celtic tomes are likewise rare. But second from the end is the book that really interests me. With luck, I'll even take it back to Denmark, as I already have a buyer for it. The other offerings are all prime specimens, immensely valuable in their own right, but this is an incunabulum, which means it had been printed before 1501 in the days of movable type. It is also, so far as anyone knows, the only copy ever made of this particular book. A grimoire, a book of sorcery. That includes spells, alchemy, and what would certainly have been considered outright witchcraft in the 15th century. The label comes from the French word grammaire, which at first referred to all books written in Latin. Eventually, it came to be associated only with books of magic. I dare not touch it, though I want to. Per the usual practice at auctions such as this, it will be carefully displayed, page by page, during a detailed inspection right before the bidding, its pages turned by means of a swabbed stick held by gloved hands. For now, it is open to a page showing an exquisite woodblock print of a winged lion being either attacked or embraced by a wingless lion. The text in Latin on the opposite page, headed by a beautiful illuminated O, is twined with fruiting vines and serpents. To my surprise, this isn't the only grimoire on display, though it is by far the best. There are two others, one from the late 17th and another from the mid-18th century.
"These are all from a collection belonging to the last owner of this castle,"
Chubb says from behind my shoulder, a pair of bifocals perched on the tip of the Scot's nose.
"We think the one from the 15th century is a copy of a much older volume, perhaps hand-penned by Saint-Germain himself. The Grimoire du Leconte Saint-Germain."
There's a name. More legend than fact. At once a courtier, adventurer, inventor, pianist, and alchemist. Credited with near godlike powers and immortality. But nobody knows if he'd ever been real. That's quite a claim, I say. Is there anything to support the idea?
"Only hope, my good man," Chubb says. "Simply hope. The former owner of that grimoire had quite a taste for strange things, both natural history and the odder branches of the occult. He owned many books on magic, though most of those aren't anything special. Not like this beauty."
What was his name? I ask, moving down the table to examine a spectacular double-folio edition of Albertus Seba's Das Naturalien Cabinet, open to a pair of pages featuring an array of delicately drawn pufferfish, all looking surprised and annoyed.
"Appleton," Chubb says. "An Englishman. Strange man, I gather. He vanished quite suddenly one day without a word. The estate had to wait 7 years to have him declared dead. That's why these," he nods at the books, "had not come on the market before."
He just vanished? Foul play? Chubb shrugs.
"No sign of anything amiss, either physically or in terms of his affairs. The police investigated thoroughly, but you know, the cliffs are quite near. You could hear the sea now if it wasn't raining so hard. And if he'd gone walking and fallen there, the currents are treacherous. The body would be swept out."
One of the servants approaches, bows, then murmurs something to Chubb, who nods and turns back.
"Dinner in 20 minutes. You'd best go up and dress. Nigel will show you the way."
Malcolm Chubb hadn't been joking. Waiting for me, laid out on the poster bed, is a kilt, complete with sporran, hose, oddly laced shoes, and a short jacket. The tartan is a subdued gray with a faint blue check, everything crafted of fine wool. A low fire burns in the grate of the bedroom, casting a golden glow. It might technically be spring on the calendar, but it feels like winter, or at least late fall outside. I'm actually not all that fond of the harsh Scottish weather, but it's part of the charm. The good with the bad, as the saying goes. I undress and hesitate a moment over the question of underwear, but then shrug and don the kilt without it. What the hell? When in Scotland. Back downstairs, Chubb introduces me to the other guests. All of them are wearing Highland dress, too. Even the lone woman, who wears a full-length bodiced dress, a becoming muted tartan in shades of lavender and blue.
Madame LeBlanc,
Chubb pauses and bows, gesturing.
Allow me to present a valued friend, Mr. Harold Earl Cotton Malone.
She's tall, with blonde hair not her own, as a trace of light brown can be seen at the roots. The color, though, suits her swarthy skin. Her smile reveals curious marks of fun that surround twinkling hazel eyes. I draw the conclusion that she's of money, accustomed to the finer things. She holds out a hand, and before I can decide whether I'm supposed to kiss it, she grabs mine and gives me a pleasantly firm clasp.
"Enchanted, Mr. Malone," she says. "Call me Eleanor, if you like."
I catch a faint French accent, but her direct manner is straight American business. Call me Cotton.
"Such a name. I bet there's a story there."
I grin. Quite a long one. I'd like to speak to her more, but Chubb is ushering me on to the next of the kilted guests. My eidetic memory, a gift at birth from my mother's side of the family, catalogues them all. There is John Simons, a London bookseller, short and spectacled, sporting a black kilt with a tartan tie. Wilhelm Fenstermacher from Berlin, whom I met once long ago of the Deutsches Historisches Museum. Nigel Soames from Edinburgh, a private collector who I see now and then at Sotheby's. And Alexander Kuznetsov, a saturnine sort whose pre-détente steel teeth clash with his black watch kilt. Most likely a private shopper for an oligarch, the people now with the real money in Russia. But who am I to judge? I, too, am here on behalf of others. At dinner, I find myself seated next to Eleanor LeBlanc. She's adroitly dividing her attention between me on one side and Fenstermacher on the other, the effort made even more impressive as she is conversing in both English and German. Languages come easy to me, another benefit of my unusual memory. I'm fluent in several, so I catch all of her conversation with Fenstermacher. Finally, I ask whether she has a particular interest at the auction, as it's always good to know the competition.
"Most definitely," she says, tossing me a slight smile. "The same as yours, I believe. The Incunabulum Grimoire."
I had not been trying to disguise my interest, but I'm a little surprised that she'd been watching close enough to notice. Her smile deepens as she sees the question on my face.
"I have a personal interest in that book," she explains. "It was in my own family for generations. An impoverished ancestor sold it in the late 18th century, and it wandered, as you might say, for some time, owner to owner. I was excited to see it in the catalogue here."
"So if you get it, you plan to keep it? Expensive bit of sentimentality." She lifts one shoulder in a graceful shrug and twinkles at me.
"Or perhaps I mean to use it. I'm told there are a great many interesting spells in that book."
I chuckle at her dismissal of my questions. Conversation thereafter becomes more general, a genial dinner, but one at which the undercurrents of calculation are clear, everyone sizing up everyone else, deciding just how deep a given pocket might be. I love private auctions. They come with all the intrigue of my former profession without the risk of dying. By the time the dessert plates are cleared, a tiredness has crept over me, and I'm glad when the meal ends. Some of the guests ask for another brief look at the books on display in the drawing room, but I pass, leaving Madame LeBlanc to the others with a gallant kiss of her hand. I sleep long and hard, surely the after-effects of the whiskey, the dinner, and exhaustion from yesterday's travel from Denmark. I awake early, feeling fresh as the day outside. A bright sun shines through the slit in the drapes, and when I open them, the moor stretches out before me in a brilliant rolling green under a cloudy sky. A mass of crumpled shirts and creased slacks confront me when I open my travel bag. I'd been too tired last night to hang anything up. I glance again out the window and, shrugging, find the least wrinkled shirt and an Aran sweater from the bag, pairing them with my kilt, sporran, and hose from the night before. Might as well stay in the mood. A shower and shave refreshes me even more. Downstairs, breakfast is full Scottish, meaning full English, with a choice of eggs, sausage, bacon, toast, muffins, fried tomatoes, grilled mushrooms, and disemboweled haggis. A discreet notice advises the availability of porridge, which I think is probably the only thing saving the Scots from epidemic constipation. I help myself liberally from the groaning sideboard and place a request for the porridge, then make my way across to a table at which Madame Leblanc has just sat down. "May I join you?" I ask.
"By all means."
She's chosen a light breakfast of sliced melon with raspberries, obviously a special order from the kitchen, as I've seen none of that on the buffet, with a tiny medallion of steak and a dab of baked beans. She leans toward me.
"Have you heard?"
"All I heard this morning was a lot of seagulls screaming on the roof." She laughs.
"I caught those too."
I butter my toast, add a few slices of bacon, a fried egg, fried tomatoes and mushrooms, then another slice of buttered toast, and create my own Scottish egg McMuffin. She observes me with an indulgent smile, but one that doesn't quite erase the deep line of concern between her brows.
"It appears that one of the books for the auction has gone missing,"
she tells me, glancing sideways to be sure she isn't being overheard. But the dining room is sparsely filled. Most of the guests appear to be sleeping in. A thump of adrenaline forms in the pit of my stomach, one that has always primed me for action in my former occupation. But I also know the value of a poker face, so I keep my attention on the sandwich and ask, "I take it you don't mean mislaid. Missing as in gone?" Her mouth twitches with mischief, but her eyes are serious.
"Malcolm didn't want to raise an alarm. Not yet. He hasn't made an announcement, but I couldn't sleep last night, and when I came down about 2 o'clock, all of the lights were on. The servants were everywhere, quite plainly making a thorough search. Malcolm saw me on the landing and told me what had happened."
I listen as she explains that the books had all been locked inside their glass cases following the cocktail hour. Malcolm and his factor, John McCrae, had come into the drawing room at midnight to see that all was in order for the detailed inspection to be held at 11 this morning. All had seemed to be as it should, but something had tingled Malcolm's antiquarian sense, and he returned for a second look.
"It was the incunabulum, the little grimoire," she says. "There was a book in the case of the same size, and also with a rough leather cover, but it had been put there so only the back cover showed. When turned over, it was revealed to be a first edition of Isaac Walton's The Complete Angler. Certainly valuable, but nothing compared to the 15th century grimoire."
My porridge arrives fresh and steaming, along with a silver cream jug and a dish of sugar lumps.
"Oh, that looks good,"
Eleanor says, sniffing the heady steam that rises from the bowl. "I tell you what, you have this one. I have to make a phone call. I'll order another when I come back." I stand and place the bowl ceremoniously in front of her with a bow, then leave the breakfast room. I'm concerned about the gun in my travel bag. I flew in on a private charter that Malcolm Chubb arranged. In my former profession, I went nowhere without a weapon, but in those days I carried an official United States Justice Department badge that granted me security exceptions. I still carry a badge, though unofficially, given to me by my former boss, Stephanie Nell, since I often work for her as contract help. My display of it had satisfied Scottish customs. But the people in this house are another matter. Its presence will raise a lot of questions. The first thing that occurred to me when Eleanor noted that the servants were searching the castle is that they'd certainly search the guests' rooms, too, most likely discreetly after the occupants come down for breakfast. And sure enough, I watch as one of the maids lightly raps at a door near the end of the hallway in which my own room is located, a stack of fresh towels in her arms by way of an excuse for her presence. I hang back behind a Victorian stand until the woman, receiving no answer to her knock, lays the towels aside and steps quietly inside. I quickly open my own door, find the beretta, and tuck it into the kilt's internal waistband, concealing its presence with the baggy Aran sweater. I descend the narrow zigzag stairway, one hand on the slick banister, back to ground level. More people are now around, and I feel a suppressed air of consternation in the scraps of muted conversation I manage to hear. I don't think it will come to a physical search of the guests, not yet, anyway. But I don't want to explain why I'm carrying a gun inside a remote Scottish castle. So I find the foot of the stairs and stride purposefully through the entrance hall straight for the front door. A young servant is on duty there, or maybe on guard.
"Off for a morning walk, are you, sir?"
I nod. I thought I'd take advantage of the nice morning.
"Let's move fast, then," the young man says. "Weather here changes every quarter of an hour. If you're going to walk along the cliffs, be sure to keep to the marked footpath. There's no missing it. Some of the other guests went that way not 10 minutes since."
I toss the guy a cheery wave. I'll keep an eye out for them. Outside, another servant at the front gate, this one wearing a barber jacket and flat cap with his kilt, evidently doesn't trust the weather any further than his pal inside. The young man adds the suggestion that if I mean to traverse the moor, I should stick to the road.
"It looks flat, but it's not," the young man says. "Up and down it is. Lose sight of the castle and you won't know where ye are."
I assure him I will take care and set off up the paved road. The warning is a good one, though. I can feel the grade rise, then gently subside in the deceptively rolling terrain. I'm not afraid of getting lost. I just want to kill some time and give things back at the castle a chance to cool down. Once my room is searched and nothing found, I can replace the beretta in my bag. Malcolm Chubb has to be in a panic. The missing grimoire is worth tens of thousands of pounds. I walk for nearly an hour until I spot in a hollow a small cluster of pale boulders barely visible from the road. It's the first thing I've seen definite enough in the moor to make for a landmark, and I leave the pavement for a closer look. The going is rough, as stretches of spongy peat moss give way under my feet and soak my shoes and socks. Growths of scratchy heather and all kinds of other prickly plants grab at my hose and the hem of the kilt. Nothing that looks like a path leads to the stones, and it takes me a half hour to reach them. Why I feel the need to get closer to them baffles me. It's just that I need to. I stop for a moment and gather myself. A quick look back, and I see that my passage through the brush has left no visible track, the moor so wild that it immediately swallows every trace of my presence. I'm also now out of sight of the castle, which had disappeared some time ago along with the road. I scramble down to the clearing among the stones. They might have once made a circle, but now they lie hither and yon, as the Scots would say, like teeth in a long neglected mouth, the remnants thick with lichens. Stonehenge it isn't, but there is one that sticks up proud like a hitchhiking thumb, and I make my way toward it. It has a faint mark chiseled into it, so faint I can't be sure what it is. Maybe a half-circle with a cross of some kind above it? I spot a flowering plant on a slight mound at the base, its blue petals obvious among the muted heather. Then I notice that the heather is broken, several stems cracked and hanging loose. Fresh, too. None of the leaves have wilted. I squat and catch a glimpse of something that isn't a plant. A rock, maybe? No, not that either. I reach into a cavity that someone has dug under the heather and find a small rectangular package tightly wrapped in clear, thick plastic. A book. About 5 by 7 inches.
"Put it back where you found it,"
a voice says from behind me, which is startling considering all I've heard for the past hour has been the wind gusting across the moor, tugging at my clothes. I stand and slowly turn, still holding the package in my left hand. The man who faces me is the Russian, Kuznetsov, attired much like me in a kilt and outdoor jacket, holding a gun pointed my way. I stay cool and assess the situation. Obviously, this man has been here all along, able to see my approach. Luckily, this isn't my first rodeo. I've faced down many guns. "This yours?" I ask, motioning with the wrapped book.
"I told you to put it back."
I decide to see how much nerve this guy really possesses. "If you still want it." "Here." And I feign tossing the book across the 10 feet of air that separates us. At the same time, I dive behind the sole standing stone, reach for my Beretta, and fire past the edge of the rock. A shot comes in return, which ricochets off the stone. Chips and dust spew in my face. I grab the stone to steady myself, bracing for another shot. Everything turns inside out. The rock, the heather, the sky, even me. It all flies apart in a strange, rapid disintegration, like a jigsaw puzzle disassembling. I'm aware for a split second of being there behind the stone, then in the next, I fight to keep myself physically together. A blinding light sears across my eyes, and I'm overwhelmed by an incredible force. One I have never felt before, and cannot fight. I wake. Lying on the ground in a patch of wet peat moss, cold water wells up between my legs through the kilt. I roll over and push up onto my hands and knees. My head pounds and feels too heavy to lift, and my thoughts make little sense. I see the wrapped book lying on the ground where I apparently dropped it. Then I realize that the gun is still in my hand, my fingers numb from gripping it. I glance up at the sky. More clouds have arrived, but the sun is still there at about the same height, so not much time has passed. Things are coming back to me, and with a jolt of adrenaline, I remember Kuznetsov. I spring to my feet and look around. But no Kuznetsov. I glance down at the gun and see shreds of blackened, melted plastic clinging to my fingers where the butt had once been. The gun itself is destroyed, the hammer fused tight, its form misshapen. What the hell? I shake away the plastic as if it's an unwanted insect. I bend down and lift the wrapped book. Through the clear wrappings, I see that it's Chubb's missing 15th century grimoire. How long have I been out? I glance at my watch. Magellan billet standard issue with a GPS tracker. But the bezel has cracked with a hole the size of a fingertip, the watch face beneath showing a similar hole, black at the edges. Then I notice something odd. The edges of the hole in the watch face curl outward, as if something inside has exploded. Is this the cause of my confusion? Is that what knocked me out? I unstrap the watch and toss it away, along with the useless gun. My mind seems a blur of questions, and I shake my head to rid a light-headed sensation. I need to think, but what I really need to do is get back to the castle. Kuznetsov is gone. Either he'd been hit but is still mobile and heading back to the castle for medical help, or he hadn't been hit and is heading back to get his story heard first. More than likely, though, the Russian took a bullet. Otherwise, why hadn't he hung around to recover the book? I hesitate for a moment, wondering if I should re-hide the grimoire, but decide against it. My bringing the prize back will count in my favor, and luckily, I haven't freed the book from its wrappings. That means my fingerprints won't be there, and with any luck, Kuznetsov's will. I tuck the wrapped book inside the kilt's waistband at the small of my back, then leave the stones and head through the moor back from where I came, brushing scabs of heather off my sweater as I walk. I reach the road, which is different. Not paved. Dirt. Is this the same route? I'd been warned that it was easy to get turned around in the moor. I set off at a jog, the wet kilt flapping against my legs. I maintain a good pace for a half hour with no sign of Kuznetsov. Could the man have been hit seriously enough that he'd staggered off and collapsed? I'll find out soon enough and increase my speed, wiping sweat from my eyes. Castle Ardsmuir appears ahead. But its hulk looks different. The big torches by the gate are gone, and so is the paved drive. The castle itself appears damaged, strewn with debris of broken masonry, with gaping holes in the walls and one tower collapsed. No such disrepair had been there last night. The castle gates swing open. Instinct tells me to flee the dirt track and crouch behind a prickly gorse bush where I can observe out of sight. Creaking and clopping noises are at first faint, then louder as a horse-drawn wagon emerges, followed by a knot of ragged-looking men in filthy shirts and breeches. Most wear manacles. Prisoners. Then 3 red-coated soldiers appear, each carrying bayoneted muskets angled on their shoulders. The soldiers are nearly as ragged and filthy as the prisoners, the scarlet uniforms all dirty, faded and patched. The day's breeze stiffens, and the wind brings the repulsive stink of men who live in their clothes, never bathe, and lack even a rag to wipe their asses. All sense of time seems distorted, and I stare at the spectacle in numb fascination. A thought occurs that this is some sort of reenactment, but I quickly dismiss the idea as another more outlandish conclusion is rapidly taking its place. The wagon clanks away and the group marches down the road, passing close enough that I can hear snatches of talk among the prisoners. It isn't English or any other language with which I'm familiar. The objective commentator in the back of my brain, which is already on high alert, a voice I've learned to trust, tells me that it might be Gaelic. One of the prisoners staggers, stumbles, then falls flat in the dirt. A tall, red-headed man in irons, built like an oak tree, runs toward the fallen man. All the other prisoners start to converge too, and the soldiers glance warily at each other, then take a fresh grip on their muskets. Another work party, if that's what this is, shambles out of the castle gate. It looks as bad, if not worse, than the first one. The big red-headed prisoner stands, crosses himself, and shouts toward the soldiers. "This man is dead!" in Scottish accented English. The soldiers relax into irritability, like this is a nuisance they've encountered many times before. One of them trudges over to have a look, poking the body gingerly with a booted foot, kicking it once or twice to make sure, then steps back. "Get him off the road." Big Red seems not to like the order. He stands a foot taller than the runty soldier and draws himself up close to the redcoat, who makes a hasty retreat, then stops and points his rifle. No, it isn't a rifle. His musket. "We'll put him in the wagon," Big Red says in an even voice, "and bury him on the moor." The soldier glances involuntarily over his shoulder, and the oldest of the infantrymen shrugs, frowns, and nods. Crisis averted. The prisoners are already lifting the dead man, handling him with reverence. I hear clanking from inside the wagon as tools are moved aside in order to lay the corpse in the bed. What is this? All I know for certain is that Castle Ardsmuir may no longer be a place of safety. I knew that once, long ago, it had been a prison. Was that now? In the distance comes the boom of surf signaling the sea. Soldiers and prisoners alike seem preoccupied, so I seize the chance and, staying crouched, I duck-walk backward away from the road. Finally, I stand and run for it, bounding through the moor, then cutting back to the dirt road so as to move faster. I hear shouts behind, and the distinctive "phoom" of a black powder weapon. I stop. The shot hadn't come my way, but I decide not to wait around to see if my presence had been noticed. I keep running. I'm in good shape for a guy staring down 50. Finally, I realize no wolves are in pursuit, so I stop to rest, wondering what the hell to do next. I've known from the instant I awoke by the stones that something is not right, and it's getting worse by the minute. My sense of logic keeps insisting that I'm just seeing things wrong, that I've made a mistake, taken a wrong turn somewhere, drawn the wrong conclusion. But my analytical brain tells me that I'm not in Kansas anymore. I recall that the village of Klebest is a half-hour or so by car from Castle Ardsmuir, and the road I'm on leads there. So the smart play is to head for the village and see what I can learn. But after 2 hours of walking, the only other signs of life I see are seagulls and a fox that crosses the road. The landscape casts a somber, eerie quality, tranquil but ominous. Then a pair of horses approach, and I decide to flag the riders down. A man and a woman. The man is older and plainly not well, hunched in the saddle, half falling. The woman is tall, slender-waisted, and buxom. Her complexion is a creamy blonde with hair to match, done up in a loose coiffure, half hidden under a lacy blue cap. Her eyes are a deep shade of green, and I catch a glint of interest within them as she looks me over. They are both dressed nothing like someone from the 21st century, their odd clothes as jaded as my nerves. I decide to use some southern charm. "I beg your pardon. I wonder if you could tell me how far it is to Klebest."
"Who are you?" the woman asks.
Her long-lashed, slightly slanted eyes add a troubling, mysterious quality to her. "My name is Harold Earl Malone," I say, deciding that cotton might be hard to explain. "And you are?"
"Melisande Robichaud," she says,
with a one-sided curl of her mouth that makes me realize that is definitely not her name.
"That's Duncan Carr,"
she adds, with an offhanded nod toward her companion. The old man slides off his horse with a moan, making a croaking, gargling sound like speech, but inarticulate. He staggers into the bracken, where he throws up and collapses.
"I told him not to risk the jelly deals," she says. "But do men ever listen? Where did ye come from, then?"
"Castle Ardsmuir. I drove there last night, from Strathpeffer."
"Did ye indeed?"
she says, looking at me intently.
"Ye drove, was it?"
I catch an instant of recognition in her question, and my self-imposed restraint breaks down. "Do you know what I'm talking about?"
"Aye, maybe."
Her lids are half lowered in thought.
"If you're staying at the castle, what is it you're seeking in Klebest, though?"
I catch her evasion of my inquiry, but decide to go where she's leading. "I came out for a walk across the moor after breakfast and didn't pay attention to where I was going. I'm lost." I gesture at the vast expanse of undulating green. If I can get to the village, I can make arrangements for someone to take me back to the castle. I choose my words with great care, but I still have the impression that she understands what I mean by drove. She slides off her horse in a flounce of petticoats, shakes herself into order, and steps close. I can't help but stare at the creamy skin that shows at the neck of her dress. She seems supremely aware of her femininity and notices my interest. The corners of her mouth turn up.
"I have a proposition for you, Mr. Harold Earl Malone. I find myself in urgent need of a man."
The hell you say, I think. This woman radiates a sexual vibe I can almost touch, but I'm not about to try. Her expression looms easy and calm, but her eyes are intent on me, studying, judging. Her face shimmers in soft peach and vanilla tones, and she tosses me a smile that shows her teeth but not her thoughts. Then she gently touches my arm.
"Duncan's not able today,"
she says with a careless wave at the other man curled up in a heap amid the bracken.
"and my errand's urgent. If you'll help me, I'll see you safe on your road home."
"What kind of errand?" I ask cautiously, and she motions toward the west, where I again hear the faint rush of an unseen ocean.
"I need a man to row me out to one of the bitty wee isles just off the coast. It's not far, but the current's tricky, and it takes a strong back. It'll not take long,"
she adds, seeing my curious look.
"I'll have you back on dry land and on your way home before sunset."
Every radar synapse in my brain rings an alarm. I try to let my emotions subside, my mind to stop questioning the fantastical. A sense honed from my years as a Magellan billet field agent tells me she's trouble, but what choice do I have? My options are severely limited. And experience has taught me that in every operation there comes only one course, blind risk, where trust has to be placed in something that might otherwise be senseless, and all you can do is hope for the best. Like now. So I tell her yes, hoping she's not spotted any of my skepticism. Pleased, she offers me the other horse, leaving her former companion lying in the bracken. We ride, with her in the lead, across the moor to the cliff edge and down a precipitous rocky path to a small settlement that huddles at the bottom. There she bargains with a fisherman in rapid Gaelic, paying him with coins. The man counts them carefully, nods, and gestures toward a small boat lying upturned on the rocky shore just above the tide line. She removes a saddlebag from her horse and, with a jerk of the head, leads me toward the sea.
"We'll take that one," she says, "the red and yellow one. It's painted that way to ward off the bad spirits and coax a good catch from the sea, aye?"
"You sound like an expert." She shakes her head.
"Not but what I've heard."
The small wooden boat has no oarlocks, but I develop enough rhythm to propel us through the surf and out into the open water. She sits on the gunwale, one hand shading her eyes. I glance back over my shoulder and spot at least 6 tiny islands ranging from a knob covered with birds to a couple big enough that it would take half an hour to traverse. Overhead, the sky rolls with clouds bound to storm. Not here, maybe, but somewhere. "Which one do you want?" I ask, and almost drop an oar when a wayward current slams into the stern and whirls us around. She lets out a hoot of laughter at my mistake and points over my left shoulder.
"That one. The Silky's Isle."
I know a silky is a seal, and I have already heard their hoarse barking coming in snatches on the wind. A quick look, taking care to hold on to the oars and be mindful of the swells, and I see the island. A dark, rounded hump with flat ledges, packed with the sausage shapes of slick, wet seals. After 15 minutes of fighting the current, I ask her why she just didn't pay the fisherman to row her out.
"Because he lives here," she says. "I don't want him to know where I'm going, nor what I do when I get there. You," she smiles as though to herself, "will be gone, away to your own place by nightfall."
The currents are murder, and a chilly breeze stirs the water to a froth. I'm relieved when we finally reach the island. I skirt the shore, searching for a landing place, fending off a few of the curious residents who pop up alongside the boat. Finally, I spot a small notch wide enough for the boat to pass through and nestle against a rocky ledge. A narrow, slit-like crevice eats up into the cliff face and winds a path to its top.
"Stay here," she says, hopping out. "Take care the boat doesn't get loose. It gets damned cold on these isles at night. Hand me the bag there, aye."
She likes to give orders, but I actually like strong women, and even in this strange place I still seem to attract them. So I hand her the saddlebag. She digs around inside for a few seconds before removing a wooden box about a foot long and half that wide. It rattles and clinks with the unmistakable sound of coins. I glance up at her, but she says nothing, nor does she even look at me. She merely hands the saddlebag back, then hikes up her skirts and scrambles up the rock without a backward glance. I watch until she disappears from sight, then I wrap the rope of the painter around a thumb-shaped chunk of rock. My shoulders are tired, and I hope to hell the tide will be going in when we head back. A loud "whark" to my left makes me jump. A big seal has decided to investigate the newcomer, the black olive eyes intent with suspicion. I pick up one of the oars, ready just in case, but the Silky only offers some menacing head-waving and more barking, backed up by a chorus from his nearby harem. After a cloudy exhale of fish-scented steam, the seal disappears beneath the water. I sit for a few minutes. The solid coldness of stone, sea, and wind leach the heat of rowing from my muscles. I blow warm breath into my palms. I'm growing hungry. Another half hour and I succumb to temptation, grabbing the saddlebag for a look inside, and find food. Flat oatcakes like cardboard, a packet of strong-smelling dried fish, and a knob of rock-hard white cheese. I break off a chunk and eat the cheese with one of the oatcakes. Not the tastiest treat in the world, but filling. The bag also contains a number of small corked bottles, each wrapped in rough cloth with Latin labels. I open one and sniff, catching a tangy herbal scent from the dark liquid inside. A small wooden box with a sliding lid is full of dried seaweed with a strong iodine smell, and another holds what looks like dead bugs. At the bottom I see something especially interesting. A small square package done up with paper and a layer of oiled silk beneath. I glance across the landscape of rock and seals, but there is no sign of Melisande. So I unwrap the bundle and find myself holding a book. I reach around and claw at my waist. Malcolm Chubb's grimoire is still there, safe inside its plastic cocoon. The cover of the new book I hold is limp with no boards, made of a fine-grained leather. I gently stroke it. Unborn lamb, perhaps. Its pages are handwritten in French, but an archaic version, one I don't recognize. The book, lavishly illustrated with drawn images, beautifully detailed, traces of the original gilding and color still clinging to many of them. I catch their meaning. Alchemy. I scan more of the thin parchment pages, each in wonderful condition despite their obvious age. My brows go up, seeing a remarkably explicit, though beautifully rendered, drawing of a woman having her way with a four-horned goat. I've risked enough exposure to the elements for this treasure, so I close the old book. As I do, I catch a glimpse of the title page. Le Grimoire du Comte Saint-Germain. I free the other book from my kilt's waistband and compare the size and thickness. About the same. Nearly identical, in fact. What did Chubb say about the 15th century grimoire?
We think it's a copy of a much older volume, one perhaps by Saint-Germain himself.
Is this the original manuscript from which the book I hold had been printed? Suddenly I'm yanked from my thoughts by a scream. I stand in the boat and listen, but catch nothing other than the shriek of gulls. Perhaps I mistook one of their cries for something more human. I carefully rewrap Melisande's book and replace it in the bag. I notice something else inside, bulky at the bottom. I dig down through the bottles and boxes and discover a flintlock pistol, loaded and primed, protected by a holster. Etched into the leather is a name. Galus. I wonder, is that relevant to this woman? Hard to say, but the flintlock is a fine specimen, quite deadly from short range. Its presence raises a ton of questions about my benefactor, several of which I've already asked myself, so I decide to not take any chances. I withdraw the weapon and shake the cartridge and wad out into my hand. I stuff both into the sporran at my waist, then replace the weapon, now useless, in the bag. An explosion of seal hysterics warns that someone is coming, and I see Melisande pick her way down the rocks, now minus the coin box. Her movements are quick, with a nervous vitality, and her shoulders rise and fall in concert with her rapid breathing.
"Let's be away,"
she says, stepping into the boat.
"The tide's just on the turn."
I nod, not bothering with conversation. I'm as anxious to get back to the mainland as she is, possibly more so. The afternoon looms pale and without warmth, and she's right. This is no place to be stranded. She's also right about the tide. It is turning, and the currents remain bizarre, pulsating and lifting us with each swell. I keep my rowing in time with the shallow, jerking pitch. Eventually we come to land, and with a final surge, the tide shoves us onto a pebbled shore. Close to the black cliff, small thatched cottages stand, built of the same dark stone. Smoke curling from holes in the thatch and the flicker of firelight just visible from a narrow window here and there. She bends to retrieve her bag as I scramble ashore to secure the boat to a barnacle-crusted iron ring sunk into the rocks. I just finished tying the rope when I hear a click behind me and the immediate pop of a flash in the pan, signaling the firing of a primed gun with no load. I turn around to see Melisande holding the weapon, aiming at me. Her expression bears a mix of anger, contempt, and surprise. Luckily, my suspicions proved correct. "I'm not that stupid," I say to her. Then I spot a package wrapped in clear plastic in the shadows under the slats of one of the seats. Damn. I dropped Chubb's grimoire. She leaps over the gunwale, and I catch the glint of a knife in her hand. She brings it toward me in a wide, flailing arc. I grab her wrist, but she's strong, twisting like a snake. Her knee slams into my thigh and twists me sideways. She jabs with the blade, and I dodge her attack. I grapple with her for a few moments, then decide enough of being a gentleman and smash the back of my hand across her jawline. Her head flies up in a cascade of hair that snaps her teeth together with a loud smack and makes her totter backward. Her eyes go wide, then she moans and collapses onto the beach, skirts blooming around her. "Hoi!" Shouts reach me from the water, and I stare out to see 3 boats with men standing up, waving their arms. The doors to the nearby cottages open, and more burly men flood out. Melisande suddenly rises to her knees. Blood seeps from a gash in her lip.
"Help me! He's a murderer!"
she screams. Rage fills her eyes. This apparently is not going according to her plan. No time to snatch up the lost book. So I retreat and make for the trail, bounding upward in a wild scramble, scree sliding under my feet. I reach the top winded and sweat-drenched. A quick look below shows me that Melisande is no longer lying on the beach, and that a couple of the fishermen and several of the other men are making their way up the trail. I run off across the moor with no idea where I'm going. I jog and walk alternately as fast as I can, my lungs pumping like bellows. After a while, I slow, fairly certain that nobody is following. God knows what that woman is telling her saviors, or what she would have told them if she'd succeeded in killing me.
"I'll have you on your way home by sunset."
Home, all right. Dead, more likely. And now I know exactly why she didn't hire the local fisherman. She preferred a corpse nobody either knew or would miss. I regret losing the grimoire, but there is no way to double back and retrieve it. Too many people around. I have to keep moving. I'm way past tired. My senses growing dull. My thoughts fragmented. The only constant, the whine of wind in my ears. Daylight gradually fades, and I finally stop, overcome as much by confusion as by weariness. No amount of training could prepare anyone for this experience, whatever this experience actually is. All sense of past and future seems gone. Only the present matters. I decide not to keep going any farther as darkness grows around me. So I find a bit of high ground with no standing water, huddle up in the shelter of a clump of broom, and fall headlong into a dreamless sleep. I come awake to a morning rain across a trackless, rough, uneven moor, the night's chill deep in my bones. The past few hours of impossibility flow with a calm finality through my mind. No visible sun aids my sense of direction, so all I can do is walk away from the faint sound of the distant sea and hope to find someone who might prove helpful. In the uneasy realms of sleep, my mind seems to have accepted the insane notion that I have been displaced in time. Also, it's clear that the ragged little group of stones has something to do with my dilemma, so that's what I need to find. The stones. And see what, if anything, might happen if I touch them again. I walk for several hours, growing wetter by the minute. The few structures I pass seem as weathered and worn as the pitted road. I read once that the thick wool of a kilt and sweater traps body heat like a diver's wetsuit. I'm pleased to discover that the observation proves at least partially correct. I'm not comfortable, but I'm not freezing either. Just wet. And hungry. I should have eaten more of what I found in Melisandre's saddlebag. Thinking of her, I spare a brief thought for Duncan Carr. What on earth had led the old man to keep company with such a murderous bitch? Did she go back after him, or had she just left him in the heather? I push aside those thoughts and trudge on. Ahead, I hear faint voices. I speed up, but skirt the side of the road, out of sight, and soon come upon another gang of prisoners cutting peat. Brick-like chunks of moss, decayed into a black fudgy substance, are being hacked from the ground by poles with angled blades at the end. Their presence offers me hope. I could just wait and follow the work detail back to the castle, which was where they came from yesterday. Though not necessarily a place of safety, I don't want to risk spending another night on the moors. No red-coated guards are in sight, but I spot a small canvas shelter pitched away from the prisoners, a blue plume of smoke rising from a fire inside. Evidently the guards are keeping out of the wet. I approach the work group cautiously, not sure whether to speak to one of the prisoners or one of the soldiers. Either could be a friend or foe. Coming closer, I see that it is the same group from yesterday, and I spot the same tall, red-headed man, wearing fetters, climbing up out of a wide, dark scar of a pit in the green of the moor. Big Red sees me, too, and heads straight for me with a hasty stride. A clink of iron accompanies each step.
"How is it ye wear tartan, a carach?"
the man says, giving me a narrow-eyed look. His voice is husky, with a slightly hollow tone to it. I stand my ground. It's Scotland, isn't it? Doesn't everyone? The man throws out a short, humorless laugh.
"Not one these 10 years past, man. Ye risk being shot on sight, should the soldiers see ye in it, or maybe only arrested and hanged later, if they're too lazy to shoot ye."
Big Red glances at the canvas lean-to, and so do I. Voices raise from an argument inside.
"Come,"
the Scot says, grabbing me by the arm, hurrying me to the pit.
"Get ye into the moss hag, and keep still."
The Scot moves away, and I follow the order, hopping down and pressing my back against the black wall of crumbling peat. I hear rapid Gaelic being spoken above and murmurs from the other prisoners. Distant laughter and the talk of the guards grows in intensity. Then the English voices recede, and Big Red drops down into the pit beside me.
"Who are ye, man? Ye're not a Scot, nor yet a German or an Irishman, and that's not a tartan from any Highland regiment I ken."
"My name's Cotton Malone. And yours?"
"I'm Jamie Fraser."
I take stock of the man standing before me. Fraser is tall, over 6 feet, and though he's as thin as the rest, his chest is that of a lumberjack, the forearms grooved with muscle. He has high cheekbones, a long knife-edged nose, a strong jaw, and his long red hair is tied back in a tail that hangs below his shoulder blades. His eyes cast a dark blue gaze, open at first glance, disconcertingly wary at a second.
"Where are ye from?"
he asks me. I rub a hand across my stubbled face. There's no good answer to that question, so I decide to come to the point. I've been lost on the moor for a couple of days. I'm looking for a group of stones, in a circle, 5 or 6 with a tall one standing high. It's got a thing carved into it that looks like a ring with a cross through it. Have you seen something like that? Puzzlement in the Scot's blue eyes is replaced by understanding. Fraser is soaked to the skin, the rags of his shirt clinging to him like cellophane, rivulets of water running down the side of his stout neck and off his broad shoulders. Suddenly, his big hand shoots out and grips me by the shoulder. The impassive mask crumples.
"Do you know of the year 1948?
He asks. What an odd question in so ancient a setting. But it grabs my attention. At least I'm not the only one going nuts around here. His hard eyes stay fixed on me for a long time, and I wonder if this man came from another time too. Then I decide to be more cautious in my reply. I know that year. The Scot regards me with a look of astonishment and something that seems almost like excitement.
"Then I ken those stones."
Excitement grows warm in my veins, but I have to know something. What year is this?
1755.
Underlying my shock is a thread of awe. I am 262 years in the past. Unfrigging believable. With only one way out. Can you tell me how to find the stones?
"I can tell ye how to go."
I swallow the saliva of anticipation as we climb from the pit and he points out landmarks in the moor, invisible until I am shown them, by which to steer my course.
"The clouds are shredding. Ye'll have the sun for another 2 hours, and the moon's already risen. Keep it over your right shoulder as ye go."
Maybe, just maybe, the world might make sense again. I clasp his hand. It is deeply calloused and hard as wood. Thank you. He returns the shake, then steps back, suddenly ginger in his manner, as though he would rather not have made contact. But one thing is clear. This man understands my problem. The Scot begins, then smothers his question behind compressed lips. Tell me. I'll do what I can for you.
"If, when ye find your own place again, if ye should happen on a woman called Claire."
He swallows, then shakes his head.
"No. Never mind."
A sadness touches his face as he glances away. Speak your mind. I allow my tone to take on the tinge of an order. Fraser glances back at me, taking his time, but makes up his mind. He draws himself up to his full height, which is considerable, and speaks formally.
"Aye. Should ye meet with a woman called Claire Fraser? No, she'd be Claire Randall then."
A dark shadow crosses his face at the words, but he shakes it off.
"A healer. Tell her that James Alexander Malcolm Mackenzie Fraser, the Laird of Lallybrook, blesses her and wishes her and her child both health and joy."
His gaze goes far away for a moment, and he swallows again before adding in a low voice,
"Tell her that her husband misses her."
I should probe that statement more, but there is no time, so I simply say, I will.
"Have ye a woman? There, I mean."
I nod. Her name is Cassiopeia. Just saying her name makes me smile. She would have loved this adventure. He stares sharply at me as though suspecting a joke, but seeing that it isn't, he nods soberly.
"Think of her when ye come to the stones. Go with God, and may Michael and Breed protect ye."
Thank you, I say again, which feels wholly inadequate. I turn to leave, and my eye falls on the canvas shelter from which a muffled drunken song is now issuing. Does anybody ever try to escape? Surely it wouldn't be that hard. He stares out across the endless moor with eyes that seem incapable of illusion. Where should we go? All that we knew is gone, and all that we have is each other. Darkness has fallen when I find the stones, but a 3/4 moon, high on the scudding clouds, showers down a surreal ivory glow. I catch the quick, silent streak of a falling star across the southern curve of the heavens. A sign of good luck? Hopefully. But an owl hoots a sinister warning. I stand for a minute, staring, afraid to look away for fear I am imagining them and the stones might disappear if I blink. A chilling air of pathos rises from the ruins. I have gone well past the point of feeling hungry, now more dizzy with tiredness than from a lack of food. I have no idea what I'll say if it works, and I am sent back to my own time. How will I explain Kuznetsov, the lost grimoire, where I've been and all that happened? As a Magellan billet agent, I've been involved with some incredible things, but the past 2 days has climbed to the top of that amazing list. I walk around the stones and begin to be aware of a low buzzing noise, like a hive of bumblebees. I didn't notice that before. Am I to utter some magic words? I smile at the thought, then recall what Jamie Fraser said. Think of her when you come to the stones. The Scotsman had obviously been thinking about someone special. Claire, his wife. The memory almost painful. I decide to take the man's advice. Placing one hand on the tallest stone, I whisper, Cassiopeia. My eyes are closed, but scattered recollections flicker through my mind, fading, then growing stronger. There's not as much motion or force in the journey like the first time, or maybe it's just that I know what to expect, more like a silent process of shifting lights and shapes. My lips quiver. A shiver of panic tries to free itself from my brain. Familiar faces I had almost forgotten swim in and out, blur and disappear. Then, everything goes quiet. I open my eyes to a dazzling radiance, bright to the point of burning my pupils. Shadowy figures hover over me. Faces approach, then recede. I raise an arm to shield my vision and hear a voice shout, He's alive! I struggle to focus and see that I'm being loaded into the back of a van. All I can see is the beam of a bright flashlight which confirms what I need to know. I made it. Then I catch a stench of blood and death. Beside me in the van lies a huge dead boar on a sheet of blue plastic. A man scrambles inside. My mouth is dry and sticky, and the sudden roar of an engine drowns out the first words I try to say. You awake then, mate? A Scottish voice says. How you feeling? It belongs to a man in his 50s with a deeply weathered but friendly face, wearing a waxed jacket. Where are we going? I ask, resisting the urge to swat the flashlight away. Aye, well, if your name is Malone, we thought we'd maybe take you to your friends at the castle. If you're not him, though, we should maybe carry you down to the village. They've a wee cottage hospital there. I'm Malone, I assure him, then shut my eyes again, trying to gather strength, my memories a whirlwind of confusion. Was the whole thing a dream? Not real? By the time the van turns into the paved drive that leads to the castle, once more ablaze with electric floodlights, I'm sitting up, passing a flask back and forth with one of my saviors. Archie McAndrews, purveyor of fine game, the man tells me with a companionable slap on the flank of the dead boar. The lad and I were heading along to the castle when we saw ye stagger out the moor. Thought ye were drunk, but then I remembered Mr. Chubb showing me the wee 40 of ye when we brought the pheasants yesterday. They were looking for me? Ach, aye. When they found your man Yetsky, or whatever, lying dead on the moor with a bullet in him, there was Clish MacLaver from here to Inverness.
When they found the things in his pockets, they thought ye maybe—"
"Things?" I ask. "What things?"
"Oh, I canna just charge my mind, but it was bits of ivory, maybe icons. Was it icons, Rob?"
The man bellows toward the cab.
"What the Russian fella had?" "Jewels, I heard it was."
Rob's voice comes back over the thrum of the motor. The flask returns to my hands.
"Have another drink. Seems the dead one wasn't named Nietsky at all. He was one of the East European fellas, known to the police."
I pass on more from the flask. Talk of Kuznetsov makes me think of the missing grimoire I found at the base of the stone. In the dream, I tucked it at the small of my back beneath my sweater, then lost it on the boat. I reach around and feel, but no book is there. The van stops and the rear doors open. A blue sky overhead promises a new beginning. I am back at Castle Ardsmuir. The questions come in rapid fire, but I decide a lie is better than saying I may have traveled 262 years back in time. Besides, I'm not sure any of it ever happened. Kuznetsov is definitely dead, though, but there is nothing linking me to that fact. Apparently my gun has not been found. So it's better to just do a Sergeant Schultz. I see nothing, I hear nothing, I know nothing.
"You don't offer much?"
A local police inspector tells me, businesslike and composed.
"You never saw the Russian?"
I shake my head.
"No idea how he got shot and dead?"
This is the 4th time we've been through it, but I know the drill. Have someone say something over and over enough until they mess up. Like I've already explained, I have no idea what happened to him.
"Detective Inspector,"
Malcolm Chubb says, interrupting,
"my friend is exhausted. He's been out on the moors with no food for nearly 2 days. For God's sake, look at him. Can't this wait until tomorrow?"
The finality of Chubb's voice seems to outlaw any further discussion, and the policeman doesn't look happy.
"Aye, for the present, sir. But I'll be back later."
The inspector leaves the drawing room.
"Do you want to clean up, old fella?"
Chubb asks.
"I've organized some sandwiches and coffee, but say the word and we can do you some steak and eggs, jam omelette, you name it."
Sandwiches and coffee sounds perfect. The food arrives and I eat. Compared to the moor, the drawing room seems like an oasis. A crackling fire, comfortable chair, quiet warmth. Chubb sits watching me in companionable silence.
"We naturally put off the auction after they found Kuznetsov, or whatever his name turns out finally to be,"
Chubb says.
"The guests had to stay to be questioned, and since everything seems to have quieted down, the police have agreed that we can have the sale tomorrow. If you're still interested in that old grimoire, I mean."
I wash the last of the venison sandwich down with the first cup from the second pot of coffee. Time to fess up. But before I can, Chubb says,
"Apparently that was the one thing Kuznetsov actually didn't steal. We turned the whole castle upside down as discreetly as possible, and we were just considering how to question the guests when word came about Kuznetsov's body being found. Then all hell promptly broke loose."
I wait for more explanation.
"You know how, when you've lost something, you keep looking over and over in the same place because you can't really believe that it isn't there?"
Chubb nods toward the glass cases across the room.
"And blast me if it wasn't right there. Have a look. I wouldn't have believed it either, but there the bloody thing is."
I stand and walk over. Chubb unlocks the glass case, slipping on a pair of white gloves, and carefully lifts out the book, holding it like a relic. I stare in amazement. It is the incunabulum 15th century grimoire, the same one Kuznetsov stole, the same one I found at the stone, the same one that went with me to 1755, the same one I dropped in the boat. A chill bristles the hair on the back of my neck. How is that possible? Then I know.
"It was in my family for hundreds of years,"
That's what Eleanor LeBlanc said.
Passed down until some impoverished ancestor sold it.
Passed down. Chubb closes the case, seemingly pleased with everything. A quote from Shakespeare rolls through my mind. What is past is prologue. Had Melisande Robichaud apparently become the inadvertent owner of the incunabulum? Left in the boat by a man who rowed her out to the Silkies Island, then passed down to her heirs and they to theirs through the centuries until making its way here? That's nonsense. Ridiculous. It was all a dream. The missing book was simply found here at the castle, as Chubb said. My host pours 2 generous measures of whiskey. The silence in the room exaggerates the clink of the bottle against the rim of the glass.
"You're sure you're all right, old man? No need for a doctor?"
I'm fine, I say, knowing that I can now keep the whole experience to myself. I accept the drink and enjoy a sip. It is one of the peaty Highland malts with fumes that can clear the head of crazy dreams. Exactly what I need. But a thought occurs to me. The flintlock pistol in the boat. I reach down and open the sporran that hangs from my waist. Inside lies the wad and load. I smile. Not a dream. Then I wonder if someday the rusted remnants of my watch and gun will make their way inside some collector's case, too.
Gail Linds and David Morrell. Gail and David co-founded International Thriller Writers, so it was only fitting they be teamed together for this anthology. Gail's character, Liz Sandsborough, appeared in her first novel, Masquerade, 1996. The story of an old assassin trying to come in from the cold, the book was rejected some 30 times, largely because publishers believed the market for international spy thrillers was as dead as the Cold War. Plus, there was another problem. Gail was female, and as one publisher told her agent, no woman could have written this book. High-octane adventure and a geopolitical story that spanned the globe was then a male-only field. Still, Masquerade went on to become a New York Times bestseller, and Publishers Weekly has listed it among the top 10 spy novels of all time. Rambo, of course, derives from the classic First Blood, which David penned in 1972. That character has evolved into icon status. It's even now an actual word in the dictionary. Few fictional characters can claim that fame. There's not been a new Rambo story in print for over 30 years. David has toyed with ideas, but none have spoken to him, which is a prerequisite for him starting any project. When asked to be part of this book, we hoped that something might speak up, and thankfully it did. This story was a true collaboration. David and Gail emailed and talked on the phone many times, hashing out the plot, engaging in a vigorous back and forth reminiscent to them both of 2004 through 2006 when they were busy creating International Thriller Writers. David was a little apprehensive about using Rambo in a short story. He worried that whatever he might do with his character in the future might be compromised. So, he and Gail devised a clever solution, one that delivers on all fronts. Rambo on their minds.
Rambo on their minds. Blue Ridge Mountains, Warren County, Virginia. The long shadows of morning drifted across Highway 55. Forests clothed in autumn golds and reds pressed the road where a dusty 5-year-old van cruised the speed limit, attracting no attention. In the front seat, the driver and his passenger, armed and alert, wore sunglasses and baseball caps pulled low across their foreheads. From the vehicle's rear came the sounds of a moan and coughing. The passenger peered back over his shoulder. His name was Rudy Voya, a muscular man in his mid-30s, with a broad, pale face and high Slavic cheekbones. "She's waking up," he reported. He carried a .40 Smith & Wesson in a shoulder holster under his leather jacket. At his feet lay his AK-47.
Looks as if you shot her up perfect, Max.
Not like we don't have a lot of practice, the driver, Max Turetsky, said with a nod. He was Rudy's cousin, the same age and hardy build, but 40 pounds heavier. His face was round, his nose a ski slope, and his hooded gray eyes steely. He carried a 9mm Browning under his windbreaker. They had snatched the woman when she was on her dawn run through Rock Creek Park in Chevy Chase. Her name was Liz Sandsborough, and she was a professor of psychology at Georgetown. She should have been an easy mark, but she was also ex-CIA and rumored to have been an undercover officer. Taking no chances, Rudy had pretended to lose control of a bicycle, crashing into her, knocking her to the ground, while Max had hurried from a bench to help her stand, but instead had injected her with a fast-acting sedative. They'd shoved her and the bike into the van before anyone had a chance to realize what was happening. Now she was curled like a lemon peel on the floor behind them. The highway bent sharply left and crested a ridge. As a mountain valley unfolded below, Max slowed the van. No vehicles were in sight. On their right, an asphalt lane came into view, and he turned the van onto it, braking inside the trees. 10 feet ahead stood a reinforced security gate with barbed wire on the top. On either side, a chain-link fence extended into the forest. The sign on the gate warned, "Private property, no trespassing." Rudy jumped out, hurried to the gate, and pressed 4 numbers on a security pad. By the time he ran back to the passenger seat, the steel gate had slid open. After Max drove through, the gate closed behind them. They now had complete control of the property's 100 acres. The drive wound up through oaks, pines, and poplars for nearly 2 miles. In this part of the Blue Ridge Mountains, hunt clubs were common. The family had owned this one for nearly 20 years and was considered a good neighbor, which meant they minded their own business. In rural Warren County, privacy was next to godliness. Checking on Liz Sandsborough, Rudy saw that she'd rolled over onto her side. He studied her in her sleek yellow jogging clothes, her auburn hair falling out of her ponytail. With her full lips and wide-set eyes, she was pretty. Her hands were scraped from when she tried to cushion her fall after the bicycle struck her. Other than that, she didn't have a scratch or a bruise on her. That will soon change, Rudy thought. Her eyelids fluttering, Liz heard herself moan. She felt dizzy, sick to her stomach. Where was she? What had happened? As the stench of exhaust burned her nose, she began to remember. 2 men in the park, a bicycle knocking her down, someone offering to help her stand, the sting of a hypodermic. Just before she'd passed out, they'd thrown her into a van. The van. That must be where she was now. The vehicle stopped. So did the engine. 2 doors opened and banged shut. She forced herself up into a sitting position just as the rear door swung open. 2 men stared at her, the same 2 who'd kidnapped her. One briefly aimed his AK-47. Then they yanked her out. Rallying, she slammed her knee in a hizagashira strike into the belly of the larger one. Swearing, he grabbed her and threw her down hard. Gravel bit into her palms. She felt dizzy again. She forced herself to lift her head and look around. The van had stopped in front of a 2-story log house. Next to it was the berm of what appeared to be an outdoor shooting range. Farther over, she saw a swimming pool covered for cold weather. What is this place? She wondered in a daze. One of the men was aiming a cell phone at her, holding it so long that she realized he must be making a video. "Say something," he ordered. "Say, 'Help me, Simon.'" She heard everywhere. Her vision was blurred. "Go to hell." The other man swung his hand, his palm connecting with her cheek. "Say it." Pain exploded through her face. He swung the other hand and slammed the other cheek. She pitched over, tasting blood. "Say it, goddammit." "Need to." Her eyes closed. She smelled pine trees. Escape. She heard water trickling. A stream? A forest? Some kind of camp? Washington, D.C. For the 10th time, Simon Childs scanned the items on the restaurant's breakfast menu. Yet again, he glanced past the hostess toward the entrance. Once more, he looked at his watch, a vintage Rolex that Liz knew he admired and that she'd given him as a pre-wedding present. 20 minutes to 10. He and Liz had made plans to meet here in Georgetown for breakfast at 9 and then go to a final meeting with their wedding reception caterer. He didn't understand why she hadn't phoned to tell him she was going to be late. He'd called her 3 times, but had reached only her voicemail. Amid the clink of silverware and the murmur of conversations, a voice interrupted his worried thoughts. He looked up, surprised to see the hostess standing next to him. "Mr. Childs, this arrived for you." She handed him a small box wrapped in silver wedding paper. He frowned, seeing his name on an attached card. "A messenger delivered it," the hostess explained. "He pointed toward you and said to tell you that Miss Sandsborough apologizes for being late." "Thank you." As she returned to greeting more guests, there was a faint buzzing sound from the box in his hand. It vibrated. In an instant, he realized why. He tore off the bow, ripped off the wrapping paper, and yanked off the box's lid. Inside was a cell phone. He pressed the answer button and held the phone against his ear. "Liz?" he asked. "She's been detained," a female voice said. His chest tightened. "What do you mean detained? Who is this?" "Someone who is concerned about your fiancé's welfare." The woman's voice had a Russian accent, and the confidence of someone accustomed to exerting authority. "I sent you a video attachment. Unless you want to disturb people sitting near you, I suggest that you watch it outside. I'll call you again in 3 minutes. The transmission went dead. He walked swiftly toward the door, sidestepped a couple entering, and hurried out to the parking lot. Ignoring the cold morning air, he scrolled through the phone, found the video attachment, and pressed it. And saw Liz lying on gravel. "Say something," a man's voice ordered. "Say, 'Help me, Simon.'" Liz looked groggy, stunned, but managed to say, "Go to hell." A hand with a jagged scar on it streaked into view, the palm crashing into one cheek, then the palm of the other battering her other cheek, drawing blood. "Say it, goddammit." The image abruptly changed to one in which Liz slumped on a padded bench. There were zip-tie cuffs on her wrists that were looped around some kind of metal pole. Both cheeks looked raw and swollen. Blood smeared her nose and chin. The same scarred hand clasped her injured cheeks. "Let's try again. You know what I want." The camera moved closer, her blood-covered face filling the screen. "Say it." The hand squeezed so hard that its knuckles whitened. Her eyes widened. She tried to scream, but the hand kept squeezing, crushing. She writhed, managing to say past the hand, "Help me, Simon." The video ended, but he continued to see Liz's battered face. The phone vibrated. He jabbed the answer button and said, "I will find and kill you." "You don't have time for useless threats," the woman's voice said. "Last night in Washington, the FBI arrested an associate of mine. His name is Nick Demidov. I want him released." "We don't have anything to do with the FBI." The woman's harsh laughter reminded him of an old Russian expression. "The ruthless walk over the dead." "You're an M16 operative on temporary assignment to the FBI for a special Russkaya Mafia task force. And your fiancé used to work for the CIA, probably still does. I'm giving you less than 12 hours to get Nick free. So use your influence. Call in favors. It should be easy. He's not important. The FBI will admit that they just swept him up because they hope he'll lead them to someone higher. If he's that low level, why does he matter to you?" "He's my brother. Our mother is upset, as am I. Poor Nick isn't smart, which is obvious given that he allowed himself to be arrested, but he's family. You've got until 9 o'clock tonight to deliver him. But keep the phone I gave you. It has an open mic. Even when it's turned off, the phone transmits everything you and anyone near you say, so don't even think about warning your buddies at the FBI about what's going on. If I even slightly suspect you're playing games, the next video will show your fiancé's ears being cut off. I want a video report every half hour to prove Liz is alive and healthy, he demanded. Every 2 hours is often enough. Remember, the world won't end if the task force lets Nick go. But your world will end if they don't. Give me my brother, or I'll give you your fiancé's dismembered corpse. Liz awoke to a pounding pain in her face. Keeping her eyes closed, she reached to hold her burning cheeks, but her wrists were secured to something. She was slumped on a padded surface. As she struggled to remember where she was, the sound of voices penetrated her foggy mind. With a chill, she recognized them as those of her kidnappers. Drifting in and out of consciousness, she'd heard them talk to each other and to someone else, a woman, on what sounded like a speakerphone. The woman had addressed one of them as Rudy and the other as Max. Breathing deeply to fight the pain, she made herself focus on them. John Jay was on TV last night, Rudy was saying. John Jay? What are you talking about? Max asked. John Rambo, you know, First Blood, Rudy said. When I was growing up in Moscow, I got better at English by watching the movies. She noticed the slight hissing of his S's, a characteristic of some English-speaking Russians. Rambo hardly says a word. How could you learn English from those movies? Max asked. From the other characters. After the way the third Rambo movie made us Russians look, I'm surprised you've watched any of them. I admit the third one isn't the best, but that first one was great. She was learning nothing from them, so she forced her eyes open and saw that she was lying on a weightlifter's bench beside a massive Nautilus machine. As her mind cleared, she realized that the plastic zip-tie cuffs on her wrists encircled one of the machine's metal poles, holding her arms up. The restraint was so tight it cut into her skin. She studied the pole and the multi-gym station with its pulleys, handles, and weights, wondering whether there was a way to twist free. It didn't look hopeful. And if she succeeded, she'd still have to deal with the two bastards who'd grabbed her. If you wanted to learn English from Rambo, you should have read the novel, Max said. There's a novel? He dies at the end. No, the police chief's still moving at the end. You can see him twitch when they put him in the ambulance. Not in the novel, Max said. The police chief dies in the novel? And Rambo. Stop bullshitting me. Following the sound of their voices, she peered across the room and saw that this was some kind of security center. The two men were sitting in the middle of a long, curved desk, while above and around them rose 5 levels of closed-circuit TV monitors displaying views of a steel gate, a driveway, the exterior of the log house, and a chain-link fence, most in dense woods. Because the majority of screens showed the fence, she guessed it surrounded the property and there must be many forested acres. Carrying a coffee mug, Max swiveled in his chair and headed toward a kitchenette. I am telling you, Rambo gets killed in the novel. Colonel Troutman shoots him. No. Rambo can't die. That's what Stallone said. That's why the movie ends the way it does. Max poured coffee. Then why would Stallone end the novel that way? You're not making sense. Stallone didn't write the novel. You're starting to bother me. I'm telling you. Then who the hell wrote the novel? I can't remember. Max returned to his chair and sat. You're making all this up. As they talked, she studied the room. On her left was an expansive gun cabinet in which a dozen M4 assault rifles stood neatly in a line. Boxes of ammo were piled on shelves. To her right, a wooden staircase climbed upward. All 4 walls were made of concrete blocks. There were no windows. The place had the feel of not only being secure, but underground. She focused again on the men at the big console. They were watching a screen twice as large as the others. It showed a grid on which a green dot was slowly traveling along one of the lines. He's on the move, Max said. Rudy laughed. And he's no Rambo. A phone rang somewhere in the chamber. Max pressed a button on the computer, and a woman's disembodied voice reported from a speaker. We've got Simon Childs on a leash. I need you to email me a video of Sunsboro every couple of hours to keep him motivated, until he delivers the package. At Simon's name, Liz tensed, feeling fresh pain roll through her. Now she remembered. The men had made her beg Simon for help. So Simon was involved, and there was a package. What was so important that they'd kidnapped her to get Simon to do what they wanted? Not a problem, Rudy said. He turned and grinned at Liz. You want us to hurt her some more? Not yet. Maybe later. Liz stared back at the asshole, refusing to show fear. But they'd let her see their faces. No way could they allow her to live. As Simon stared at the phone in his hand, a car horn startled him. He jerked his head up, abruptly aware of the restaurant's parking lot. A taxi was stopping at the building's entrance, and the passenger was getting out. He ran to the taxi, veered in front of a waiting couple, and lunged into the back seat. Hoover Building, he told the surprised driver. While the taxi merged into the morning traffic, Simon examined the phone. The woman had told him it had an open mic. In that case, Liz's captors would now have heard where he was going. But he'd been ordered to use his influence, so his destination shouldn't alarm them. He hoped. The time on the phone was 9:54 a.m. Less than 12 hours remained. He and Liz were scheduled to be married 10 days from now, and by God, he was going to make certain it happened. The FBI's headquarters on Pennsylvania Avenue had been built with a rugged concrete exterior to create a powerful, dominating impression. But after little more than 4 decades, the concrete was decaying, and nets enclosed the upper stories to prevent chunks from falling onto pedestrians. Feeling that something might indeed crash onto him, Simon hurried inside the massive building. He tried not to arouse suspicion by looking impatient while he waited in a long line at the security checkpoint. Another line blocked his way to the elevators. A clock on the wall showed 10:28 when he finally entered the third-floor office where the Russian Mafia task force was located. The special agent in charge, a spectacled woman named Cassidy, spoke rapidly into his cell phone while a broad-shouldered man named Grant typed on a keyboard. Cassidy ended her call and tossed Simon a puzzled look. I thought you and Liz were finalizing your wedding reception today. The caterer postponed the meeting, Simon said, not daring to doubt that the phone did indeed broadcast the conversation. He considered writing a note to alert them to what was happening, but he couldn't depend on them not saying something that would make Liz's captors suspicious. Instead, he studied Grant's computer screen and pointed toward a new name on a list. Who's Nick Demidoff? Not sure yet. Grant clicked on the name, opening an almost blank document that showed photographs of a dark-haired 40-ish man in a black leather sports jacket. The police grabbed him last night when they raided a warehouse stashed with stolen prescription painkillers, Cassidy said. He has a Virginia driver's license, but all he claims to speak is Russian. So far, there's no record on him. What's interesting is he had $200,000 in the trunk of his car, a 6-year-old car, no less. If he had that kind of money, he should have been driving the best. He seems to be a courier. We sent for a translator, Grant said. Maybe Demidoff can lead us to somebody important. You know, he's starting to look familiar, Simon lied again. Oh? Cassidy asked. When I worked on the European task force, he was a bagman for a Russian money launderer in London. If I talk to him, maybe he'll drop the I don't speak English act and tell me what he's doing in D.C. Where are you holding him? Liz felt nauseated. Her head ached and her face still throbbed. Worse, whatever Max and Rudy had shot her up with had muddled her brain. Damn it, enough whining, she told herself. Focus. She heard Simon's voice. Where are you holding him? She snapped open her eyes and realized his voice was coming from a speaker on the computer desk across the room. Beside it sat the large monitor where the green dot had been moving the last time she looked. Now the dot was motionless. They're tracking Simon. Another man's voice sounded from the speaker, answering Simon. Demidoff is in a safe house out by Tyson's Corner. Here's the address. She heard someone writing on a piece of paper and tearing it from a pad. In his chair at the security center, Max grinned. I love it when a plan comes together. We gotta get Demidov away from the FBI before they figure out who he is. I'm emailing this to Marta in case she didn't pick it up. I'll be in touch. Simon's voice again. On the speaker, a man and woman said goodbye to Simon, and the sounds diminished to footsteps and distant voices. Max chuckled and leaned back in his chair, hands clasped behind his head. That Simon guy is no Rambo. Rudy headed toward the Nautilus multi-gym. The first Rambo movie's okay, but I like the first sequel more. He did some upper body stretches. The one where he goes back to Vietnam? Max asked. You've got to be kidding. Russians look like idiots in that one also. Hey, it was the Cold War. You need to give the movie some artistic license. How much weight do you think Stallone bench presses? More than you. With a shrug, Rudy sat at the machine, gripped two handles, and exhaled as he pushed his arms out and away from his body. Weights lifted. Liz's wrists jerked up, her zip-tie cuffs caught in the mechanism. Rudy noticed and laughed. Inhaling, he returned to his original position and pushed out his arms once more. Again, her wrists were yanked up. She stared at the cuff and realized it was being pinched. She wriggled her arms around so the tie was in the center between her wrists and gritted her teeth as Rudy continued the exercise. Remember that scene where Rambo was tied to upright bed springs, Rudy said, while the Russian interrogators ran electricity through the metal springs, torturing him? Where would they have found bed springs in the jungle? Max asked. You're starting to get on my nerves. I told you, allow for artistic license. So, Rambo starts shaking and shaking from the electricity, rattling the bed springs, and all of a sudden, the guys torturing him realize what's happening. And Rambo's so crazy with pain and rage, he... The sound of a car door being opened through the speaker interrupted them. Tyson's Corner? Simon's voice said to someone. The taxi took an off-ramp from the rush of traffic on the 495. Avoiding the huge shopping malls and corporate buildings that Tyson's Corner was known for, it reached a quiet street of attractive houses and expensive landscaping. Conscious of how swiftly time was passing, Simon forced himself to follow protocol, giving the driver an address 2 blocks away. The watcher at the safe house would think it suspicious if he arrived at the front door in a taxi rather than first cleaning his trail on foot. Paying the driver, Simon waited until the taxi disappeared around a corner. As dark clouds threatened rain, he pulled out the cell phone he'd been given and hurried toward his destination. He continued to assume that anything he said could be overheard, so he didn't bother using the number programmed into the phone, and instead spoke directly to the blank screen. Prove that Liz is still alive. Liz felt a surge of hope as Simon's voice spilled from the speaker. Send a video update, now. Max pressed a button on the console. Marta. Do it, the woman's Russian-accented voice ordered. Let him see you damage her a little more. Cool, Rudy said. Her stomach cramped as he turned toward where she was cuffed to the Nautilus machine, her arms stretched painfully above her head. Hey, Max, I've got an idea, the broad-shouldered Russian said. Why don't we make our own Rambo movie? What are you talking about? Remember when he was tied to the bed springs? You should see a shrink. You've got Rambo on the brain. No, listen. When they weren't shooting electricity through him, the guys torturing him heated his knife and made it look like they were going to burn out one of his eyes. The safe house was a split level, with a huge lawn and a 2-car garage under lace-curtained windows. Walking toward it, Simon told the phone, I said I want a video update. Your impatience is nothing compared to mine, the voice of the Russian woman replied. The phone made a chiming sound that indicated a text message had arrived. Simon opened an attachment. With a mixture of fear and rage, he again saw Liz positioned on the padded bench, but this time her arms were stretched above her head, her wrists still locked around the metal pole. More blood covered her face. Abruptly, her arms jerked higher, the force great enough to slam her head back against the wall. She groaned. With equal abruptness, her arms fell, only to be jerked upward again as if she were a puppet. Her head sagged forward. The camera tilted down to reveal the scarred hand that Simon had seen earlier. The angle suggested that it belonged to the man who held the camera. The fingers gripped a long, saw-backed knife, holding its blade against the noisy blue flame of a butane blowtorch set on a table. "Out there you might be the law, but in here we are," a voice with a Russian accent said. He seemed to be quoting from something. "Mess with us, and we'll show you a war you'll never believe." "Yeah," another Russian voice said. "You don't want us to come for you, Murdoch." Who the hell was Murdoch? They sounded insane. The point of the blade glowed red as the camera followed it toward Liz. She pressed her head desperately back against the wall. The fiery tip moved toward her left eye. She struggled to turn her head, but the blade went this way and that, matching her frantic movements. At once, it shifted toward her ear and branded it with the silhouette of the knife's tip. Liz screamed. The video ended. "It's 6 minutes after 12, the Russian woman's voice said from the cell phone. "You have less than 9 hours to give me my brother." He lowered the phone. Struggling not to show how agitated he was, he put the phone in his pocket and approached the safe house's front door. As he pressed the doorbell, he peered up toward where he assumed a concealed camera watched him. "Simon Childs," he said. "Cassidy sent me." He waited while someone inside compared his face to the image in his electronic file. A lock buzzed. He turned the doorknob, entered, and showed his ID. Thickly carpeted stairs led down to the left and up to the right. A man in a dark sport coat, a white shirt, and a loosened tie studied him from the bottom level. The open coat revealed a pistol in a holster on his belt. "You looked like that phone call was bad news," the man said. "I'm getting married in 10 days. The reception's a logistical nightmare." The man nodded sympathetically. "The second time I got married, the caterer had a heart attack 2 days before the wedding." "Cassidy says you might have seen Nick Demidov before?" "His name isn't familiar, but his photograph is. I think he's someone the European task force picked up when I was in London." "London? Then he's lying and he does speak English?" "That's one of the things I came to find out." He descended the stairs to a room that had a leather sofa and a chair with plush cushions that showed no indication of having been sat upon. A coffee table was bare. At the far end, fake logs were stacked in a gas fireplace where blue flames wavered with artificial steadiness. "Can't get the chill out of this basement," the man said. "You're here alone?" He pretended to sound puzzled when he actually felt relieved. "Until 9 p.m., when my relief checks in. No need for anyone else. The way this place is set up, one agent at a time is all that's necessary. It's not as if Demidov's a heavy hitter and needs protection. But hey, maybe he'll lead us to somebody big. I'm John Fadiman, by the way." They shook hands. Then Fadiman led him into a room where several video monitors showed the approaches to the house. Simon noticed a ring of keys and a cell phone next to a half-full coffee cup on a desk. He switched his attention to a glass wall that revealed an adjacent bedroom with little furniture. Wearing a black shirt and trousers, a dark-haired man lay on a narrow bed. His eyes were closed and his hands were folded on his chest. He had a heavy, expressionless face. "That's all he's been doing since we put him in there," Fadiman said. "Either he needs a lot of sleep, or else he's been locked up before and knows how to pass the time." "That's the man I saw in London. Are we visible to him?" "It's a one-way glass." "Then I need to go in there so Demidov can see my face. Once he recognizes me, he won't be able to keep claiming that all he speaks is Russian." Fadiman nodded and stepped toward a door on the right. He pressed numbers on an electronic pad. With a soft click, the door unlocked. The man on the bed sat up. Fadiman opened the door. "I've got an old friend to see you." Demidov shook his head. seeming not to understand the words Federman used. "Hi, Nick. Surely you remember me from London," Simon said. Again, Demidov shook his head, this time in what seemed genuine confusion. "Yes. You and I and your sister had a long talk in London," Simon continued. "If you want to see her anytime soon, you need to do what I tell you. Do you understand? Do you want to see her? Say it in English so I know we're communicating." There was a flash in Demidov's eyes. Anger? No. More disgust. "My sister?" the prisoner asked. "Damn," Federman said. "That's what I call fast results." The agent suddenly groaned as Simon thrust an arm around his throat, pulled the man's pistol from beneath his jacket, and pushed him into the room. Not knowing if Federman had a round in the chamber, Simon racked back the slide. Now, for sure, the weapon was ready to fire. Federman held up his hands. "Are you fucking crazy?" Standing inside the doorway where he could keep his pistol aimed at both Federman and Demidov, Simon ordered the Russian out. Demidov moved smoothly past him, and Simon followed, closing the door, making sure it locked. Through the glass wall, he saw Federman charge toward the door and yank at the handle. "Where's my bitch sister?" Demidov asked angrily. Waiting. Simon whipped the pistol across his face. Liz's earlobe felt on fire. Her shoulders and wrists throbbed. But more than anything, she was filled with rage. Adrenaline pulsing through her. She'd heard Simon talk with someone named Federman about Nick Demidov, the man Simon had been asking about at the FBI. The sound of a scuffle was followed by someone groaning. Rudy and Max listened intently. From the room's speaker came Simon's voice. "Let's go, asshole. Your sister's waiting for you." Max cheered. "He must have decked the FBI agent." The transmission crackled, garbling what Simon and Demidov were saying. "Cell phone must have gone out of range. Simon Childs isn't Rambo," Rudy said. "But he busted out our Rambo." "Yeah, Demidov's a hotshot," Max said. "But that's what it takes to run this outfit. Once he's back, things'll get normal again." "Drugs and whores," Rudy whooped. Max shook his head and laughed. "You're so lame." Now Liz understood. Nick Demidov wasn't a mere courier. He was the head of their mafia clan. That's why they'd gone to so much trouble to kidnap her and force Simon to help them. Max set his coffee mug down on the security console. "I'm going to celebrate the boss's escape by taking a leak." He hefted himself up and marched across the room toward the door on Liz's left. "No prob. I've got lots of entertainment here." Rudy cocked his head at Liz. She looked away and made her voice small, frightened. "You're not going to slam my wrists up and down again, are you?" "That's an idea." Setting the big knife on the floor beside the multi-gym, Rudy returned to the chest press. "You're a mess. Even if we let you live, your boyfriend would never marry you now." He gripped the handles and pushed his arms out and away from his body. The weights lifted. Her wrists jolted up. Tears slid down her cheeks from the pain. But what Rudy didn't know was that while he'd been torturing her, the mechanism had been pounding her zip-tie cuffs. Earlier, she'd centered the tie. Since then, she'd pulled her wrists wide apart to make the plastic taut every time Rudy used the machine. Her wrists oozed blood. Again, Rudy slammed the chest press. Clenching her jaw, Liz pulled, stretching the cuff. She thought of the Rambo movie that Rudy had described. Rambo tied to upright bed springs, electricity making him shudder and writhe with pain and rage, furiously twisting at the rope that held him. With a snap, the zip tie broke, freeing her hands. She lunged for Rudy's knife on the floor. Her fingers were numb from lack of circulation. She needed both hands to grab the knife and keep from dropping it. Furious, she spun upward, slashing the blade across Rudy's throat, a deep cartilage split. Blood spurted over her. She stepped back. "Fuck you." Rudy fell off the Nautilus machine. She quickly knelt, preparing to turn him and retrieve the .40 S&W from his shoulder holster. Somewhere in the distance, a toilet flushed. Liz's numb right hand pulled Rudy onto his side. Her fingers seemed not to belong to her as she tugged at the pistol in his holster. The pistol didn't move. "Rudy, is something wrong?" Max said. She pulled harder with her senseless fingers, but the pistol was snagged on Rudy's coat. Heavy footsteps approached on the other side of the door. No time. Pressing the knife to her side to keep from dropping it, she rushed toward the iPhone on the desk and swept it into the pocket of her jogging jacket. As if the dogs of hell were on her heels, she dashed up the stairs and through a huge room with an immense stone fireplace and antlered deer heads on the walls. Fumbling, she unbolted the front door and rushed outside. The van in which they'd brought her was still parked in front, but when she reached it, she saw that the keys weren't in the ignition switch. A thick mountain mist drifted around her. Chilled, she raced into it. "Let's go, asshole," Simon said. "Your sister's waiting for you." Demidov clutched the gash in his cheek as blood dripped past his fingers. Simon tore a sheet of paper from a notepad, crumpled it, and shoved it into the pocket that held the nosy cell phone. Whenever he moved, the crumpled paper would scrape against the phone, sounding like bad reception, making it difficult for anyone to hear what he and Demidov said. "Yeah, I can't wait," Demidov rumbled. "Lead me to her." He whipped the gun barrel against Demidov's other cheek. "First, we need to have an understanding." "God damn you!" Demidov lurched back against the wall. "If you didn't have that gun." "But I do." Simon grabbed the ring of keys that he'd noticed next to the cell phone earlier. "Move." Demidov walked ahead, passing the sofa and coffee table, and opened a far door. A black sedan occupied half of a garage. Simon touched the button on the key fob that unlatched the trunk. Seeing the trunk lid rise, Demidov stiffened, whirled, and lunged hard and fast, his shoulder slamming into Simon's chest, throwing both of them back against a workbench. Simon grabbed Demidov around the neck and shoved the muzzle of the pistol into his ear. "You know what you have to do," he told him. "Get in the trunk." "Bite my—" He screwed the muzzle into Demidov's ear. "Maybe you'd like to bite this. If you get in the damn trunk, I'll let you talk to your sister." There was a moment's hesitation. "Oh, I definitely want to talk to her." "Move slowly," Simon ordered. He relaxed his grip around Demidov's neck and eased the gun away from his ear. Without taking his eyes off Simon, Demidov stepped back, then crawled into the trunk. Simon saw a roll of duct tape on a bench and threw it to him. "Wrap this around your ankles." "Why don't you wrap it around your—" He picked up a length of pipe and whacked the Russian. All right. As Demidov bound his legs together with the duct tape, Simon removed the phone from his pocket. After activating the video camera, he focused on the blood-smeared face. "What time is it?" Simon demanded. "Time? Why the hell does that matter?" "Believe me, it does." He aimed the pistol and the camera. "Tell your sister what time it is, or I'll use this pipe to break your knees." "When this is over." Demidov glared at his watch, telling the camera, 12:28. Marta. I don't know who this guy is, but he's batshit crazy. You've really screwed up this time." "Marta. Thanks for telling me her name." Simon ended the video and sent it. "Now what?" "Roll onto your stomach." He jabbed Demidov with the pipe. "Put your wrists behind your back." No sooner did he finish taping the guy's arms behind him than the phone buzzed. "Hi, Marta," he said, mimicking the tone of an old friend. "The good news is that no matter how bad your brother looks, a minute ago he was still alive." "You'll never see your fiancé again unless you release him." Marta's voice sounded worried. "I always assumed you'd kill her, so I'm not losing anything." He climbed into the car. "The thing is, that works the other way around, too. You'll never see your brother again unless you release my fiancé, so from this point on, I suggest you treat Liz gently. Because I swear to you, Marta, whatever you do to her, I'll do to your brother." He pushed a button on a garage door opener attached to the car's sun visor. The door rumbled open, and gray daylight filled the garage. I'm moving the timetable up, he told her. 5 p.m. That's the new deadline for the exchange. He backed the car out of the garage and drove off along the quiet street. At the Lincoln Memorial, lots of witnesses if you try something stupid. I'll need more time than that. While you track me, using the GPS on the phone you gave me? I don't know what you're talking about. Hang on a second. Simon stopped the car across from a small park where city workers were gathering trash bags. He accessed the call history of the phone he'd been given and memorized the number it was linked to. Then he called that number, but this time he used his own phone. Marta, that buzz you hear is me. It's coming from my personal phone. Answer it. She sounded confused, but did as he instructed. He resumed driving, came abreast of the city's open-backed truck, and tossed her phone among the garbage bags. I'm untethered, Marta, he said into his own phone. 5 o'clock, the Lincoln Memorial. Don't forget, anything you do to Liz, I'll do to your brother. In the back office of a dry cleaner's shop in McLean, Virginia, a tall woman with long blonde hair, intense blue eyes, and strong Slavic features pressed the end button on her phone. She was in her mid-30s and might have been considered a beauty if not for the cruelty around her mouth. She stared at a monitor where a pulsing green dot in Tyson's corner no longer moved. In the front of the shop, steam presses hissed and machines rumbled, but she barely heard them or registered the chemical smell that permeated the office. Her brother had laughed at her when she'd suggested buying the business and using it as one of their fronts. "What's so funny?" she'd asked. "Don't you get it? Dry cleaning? That's what needs to happen to all the cash we bring in from the drugs and the gambling and the whores. We should buy a couple of laundries also. Just don't screw this up like you did when you bought those restaurants that gave people food poisoning." Marta kept staring at the pulsing dot. She heard the voices of what seemed to be workmen talking about the unusual amount of trash they'd picked up in a park. Obviously, Simon Childs had thrown away the phone he'd been given and was now using his own. Could she trust him not to have police and FBI agents positioned near the memorial? Hardly. "Let's see how much you love your fiancé," she muttered. She pressed the button for the phone at the hunting lodge. Max opened the door. "Rudy, what are you shouting about?" He tensed when he saw the streaks of blood across the floor, and then Rudy's body slumped next to the Nautilus machine. He drew his pistol and spun to make sure he wasn't threatened, then rushed to his cousin. Rudy lay on his side, his crimson throat gaping. He couldn't possibly be alive, but Max felt for a pulse anyhow, shaking Rudy gently, hoping there was something he could do. But no one could have survived such a deep gash to the throat. He spun and quickly checked the bunker. Liz Sandsborough wasn't there. He raced past the monitors toward the stairs and charged upward. There was a chance she was hiding at the top, ready to slash at him. Rather than approach cautiously, he rushed through the opening. But she wasn't there, and he kept running across the lodge's community room toward the open front door. Behind him, below in the bunker, he heard a phone ring, but he didn't dare stop to answer it. The bitch was only 30 seconds ahead of him. The outside air was gray and cool. Mist encircled him. Behind him, faintly, the phone kept ringing. He heard something else, though, past the van. Footsteps running across gravel. Liz plunged into the misty forest. The weather had softened the autumn leaves, but they still made noise, and thinking quickly, she veered toward the soft duff of pine needles, leaping over patches of leaves as she came to them. Sensation was returning to her fingers. She used the knife to cut off the plastic cuffs, wincing as the tip dug into the skin under them. Then she pulled out the iPhone she'd stolen. She needed to use its GPS to determine her location and text Simon. She prayed he was all right. As she touched the icon activating the map, she lifted her head, listening. Feet were crunching quickly through the leaves behind her. It had to be Max. And he'd be armed with his pistol, while all she had was the knife. No time to text. "Liz Sandsborough, where are you?" Max's voice boomed. "You're dead. Do you hear me? Dead. Shoving the iPhone back into her pocket, she spotted a rotting log ahead. Now she wanted Max to hear her, so she ran hard, pounding through twigs and leaves. Then she yelled, "Stay away from me, Max!" To the right, a steep slope descended into the mist. At the log, she dropped onto her back, braced her feet against it, and used the strength in her legs to push. The sound of the log rolling over the slope was at first hushed in the mist, but then it hit a rock and bounced off an unseen tree, the noise exploding as it crashed down into brush. "I'm coming to get you," Max shouted. She moved swiftly away in the opposite direction, into the trees again, leaping silently from one bed of pine needles to the next. She could hear him pounding down the slope, grunting and swearing and calling her name. Pauses told her he must have slid or fallen. She smiled. Hurrying as quietly as she could, she rounded an enormous boulder and saw the stream. It was about 5 feet wide and clear as glass. Desperately thirsty, she fell to her knees on the mossy bank. Cupping her hands, she scooped up water and drank. Then she splashed her face, the cold water, though stinging, like a tonic to her bruises and cuts. Wiping her hands on her jogging jacket, she took out the iPhone and touched the map icon again. No response. She frowned, checked the charge, saw it was good, and realized she had no reception. No surprise. She was out in the middle of nowhere. She had to get back to the cabin where there was wireless. The forest was starting to come awake from the shock of human intruders. Unseen animals skittered through the underbrush. Birds complained in the treetops. The stream sounded extra loud. She'd heard it when she'd first arrived at the log cabin and realized it could lead her back there. Abruptly, she heard Max searching for her, coming closer. Even in the mist, the yellow of her jogging suit would be obvious. The Rambo movies that Max and Rudy had talked about flashed through her mind, reminding her of the way the character always blended with the forest. Grabbing handfuls of mud, she smeared them over her face and her jogging suit. Soon her clothing was a monotonous brown. She yanked the hood up and tied it under her chin, hiding her red hair. Feeling the pressure of time, she ran along the moss and sand that edged the stream. She listened for Max, but he'd become silent once more. That made her nervous. With luck, he'd slipped and fallen, perhaps hitting his head on a rock on his way down into the hollow where he thought she'd run. If her luck were really good, the bastard was dead. But she wouldn't count on it. Creeping through the mist, she reached a stand of beeches. She slowed and crouched. Listened. Watched. Then took out the iPhone and studied the screen. Finally, reception. Marta listened as the lodge's phone rang and rang. She didn't understand why no one was answering. Had she used the wrong number? She pressed end. Again, she called the number for the lodge, this time double-checking that she hadn't made a mistake. One of several errors. Nick would be furious. It was her fault that he'd been arrested. He should never have been at the warehouse where the stolen prescription painkillers were delivered. She'd neglected to arrange for a go-between to pick up the money they were promised, so huge an amount that Nick himself had driven impatiently to the warehouse to retrieve it, only to be grabbed by the FBI. And that wasn't the only screw-up he would blame her for. If she couldn't make this right, she didn't want to be around when he got out of prison. After the 20th time the lodge's phone rang, she impatiently broke the transmission and called Rudy instead of the lodge. Feeling a surge of hope, Liz touched the screen's map icon and saw a green dot that revealed her location in the middle of a large, unmarked rural area. She expanded the image and discovered an orange line indicating a road, along with a number for Highway 55. She expanded the image even more, revealing the name of a town, Marsden, southwest of her. Her fingers trembling, she started to type a text message and let Simon know where she was. But all she managed was escaped, off H55N. Music suddenly blared from the cell phone. Damn! It sounded like the theme from the damned Rambo movies. The trumpet startled her so much that she nearly dropped the phone, touching the send button before she intended to. As the rousing anthem reverberated through the mist, she flipped at the mute switch. The sudden silence unnerved her. Every animal in the forest seemed to have become paralyzed. Birds no longer complained in the trees. Max didn't make a sound either. No way he couldn't have heard the music. Rubbing his side from where he'd tumbled down a slope, Max stalked through the forest. Abruptly, he heard music. Trumpets. Rambo music. Then he realized it was the ringtone on Rudy's phone. To the left. For a fierce moment, Max almost charged toward it, but at once the trumpets ended, their echo subsiding into the mist. He found an unexpected stillness inside him. What would the big guy do? Would he charge ahead? No damned way. The scum he'd hunted never knew where he was. Rambo just struck out of nowhere and... Listening for any sound that Sandsborough might make, he changed his phone to mute. Then he texted Marta. "Bitch escaped. Rudy's dead. Hunting her." After studying the ground ahead of him, he stepped onto soft pine needles. Exactly what Rambo would do. And moved silently toward where the music had come from. Marta gaped at the message. Bitch escaped. Without the woman, she had no way to rescue Nick. No way to prove that she could make up for her mistakes. No way to keep from being the target of Nick's fury. She desperately needed help, but the rest of the gang was in Texas working on 2 hijack jobs that she hoped the police would blame on a rival gang. An idea that she hadn't told Nick about, and for which he would surely now punish her. She pulled a .40 caliber Sig Sauer from a drawer, made sure that its 12-round magazine was fully loaded and that a round was in the firing chamber. She scooped an extra magazine from the drawer, shoved it and the pistol into her purse, and hurried from the office. In the darkness of the trunk, Nick struggled to breathe as shallowly as possible. The stench of the spare tire and oily rags made him sick. He thought he smelled the bitterness of engine exhaust also, but if that were true, surely he'd be dead by now. His arms ached from the tight angle at which his wrists were duct-taped behind him, but no matter how much he squirmed, he couldn't loosen the tape. Sweat streaked his forehead. A bump sent a jolt of pain through the swelling gashes on his face. He was as furious about the damage to his handsome features as he was about anything else that the bastard driving the car had done to him. But he was even more furious because Marta's carelessness had gotten him into this mess. "Your sister's waiting for you," the man had said. "And she'll be sorry," he vowed. In the driver's seat, Simon blended in with the rush of vehicles on the Beltway. Back at the safe house, the FBI agent had said that he wasn't due to be relieved until 9 tonight, so the police had no idea what happened and wouldn't be looking for the car. In theory. He tried to figure the best way to arrange the exchange and get Liz back. As he visualized vantage points around the Lincoln Memorial, he heard the ping of a text message coming through. He snatched up his phone from the seat next to him. What he saw made him inhale sharply. Escaped. Off H55N. From a sender named Rudy Voya. Who the hell is that? And where's the rest of the message? The name's Russian. Did Liz really escape? Or was Marta playing with him? Trying to draw him and her brother away from Washington? Knowing that H55 was the scenic highway west of Washington, he made an abrupt decision and took the first exit that allowed him to speed in that direction. Liz continued along the soft bank of the stream. The trickle of the water hid the few sounds she made, but it also hid any sounds from Max. With trembling fingers, she typed the rest of her message to Simon. N.E. of Marsden, a lodge. The moment she sent it, she tightened her grip on the knife and struggled to get control of herself. So far, she'd merely been fleeing, but she remembered what her CIA instructors had taught her during training exercises at the farm. If you're on the run, in the city, in the countryside, it doesn't matter. If you don't have a plan, if you're just reacting, you're going to lose. Following the stream had the merit of giving her a course, but when she looked again at the map feature on her phone, she found an overhead photograph of the area. The stream meandered, sometimes curving back to the middle of the forest, where Max was surely searching for her. But if she veered from the stream, with no landmarks to guide her, only the phone's GPS would keep her from wandering in the mist. And not for long. The battery charge indicator was at 20%. Soon the phone would be dead. How long until the sun went down? Could she hope to find her way out of here by then, or would she be forced to hide in the dark? The lodge. Earlier, without cell phone reception, she'd thought about heading back there until she came within Wi-Fi range and could contact Simon. But now that she'd been able to send a text, her only thought had been to put as much distance as she could between her and Max. It was counterintuitive for her to go back to the lodge. Max would never expect it. She thought about the weapons there and the communications equipment. She could lock the doors and send for help. The place looked like it had the strength of a bunker. Max and whoever came to help him wouldn't be able to break in before the police arrived. Ready with the knife, she turned away from the stream, stepped warily over patches of leaves, and headed toward her best chance to survive. Max recalled what Rambo had said in the second movie. The best weapon's the human mind. Yeah, right. The guy's got a body like a chunk of granite and he wants to talk about his mind? But he decided the advice was good. He didn't know the first damn thing about chasing someone through a forest the way Rambo did, with his bow and arrow and knife like fucking Tarzan. It didn't matter. All he needed to do was be smart. And use his phone. He assumed that, when the outburst of Rambo music had suddenly ended, it meant that Sandsborough had put Rudy's phone on mute. Not that it mattered. He and Rudy had each installed the Find app on their phones, adding each other to the lists. When he opened the app and told it what to look for, son of a bitch, a map appeared. A dot showed that Rudy's phone was to his left, heading toward the lodge. He knew what that meant. She was trying to get to a gun. He almost raced in that direction, but couldn't do that without making a lot of noise and warning her. Be smart. He picked up a rock and hurled it high into the air, throwing it as far as he could, way beyond where he estimated Sandsborough might be. The rock crashed down through mist-cloaked branches, snapping twigs, thumping onto the ground and bouncing. Its trajectory was almost straight down. He hoped it would make Sandsborough unable to guess from which direction it had been thrown. He used that noise to hide any sounds that he himself made, while he simultaneously moved parallel toward where Sandsborough was. That's smarter than Rambo. When he saw that the dot on his screen came to a stop in reaction to the noise from the rock, he grinned and hurled another in that direction, high and far. Again, he used the crashing, snapping noise to prevent her from hearing him step carefully toward the lodge. Definitely. Smarter than Rambo. He tossed another rock. With luck, he'd be waiting when she crossed the parking lot. When Simon saw the Highway 55 road marker, he resisted the urge to drive faster, needing all his strength of will to continue to blend with the stream of traffic. If a policeman stopped him and wondered why he was driving a car that wasn't registered to him, if the policeman used that excuse to search the vehicle and looked in the trunk, it would all be over. His phone chimed. Another text coming through. Again, he felt pressure in his chest as he looked toward the seat next to him and saw that Rudy Voya had sent a new message. N.E. of Marsden. A lodge. Another rock crashed through unseen branches beyond Liz, breaking twigs and crunching down onto leaves. The echo reverberated through the mist. The afternoon's chill sank deeper into her, aggravated by her growing fear about whatever trick Max was planning. Obviously, he was using the distraction of the rocks to hide any sounds he made. She doubted that he could have gotten ahead of her, which meant he was throwing rocks from behind her. That tactic could work for her, too. She slipped the phone back into her pocket, freeing her right hand so that she could pick up a rock. She turned and threw it high in the air, imitating what Max had done. Maybe she'd get lucky and hit the bastard. At a minimum, she hoped to confuse him. The rock struck an invisible branch and made more noise as it dropped past other branches. She used those precious seconds to risk the subtle sound she couldn't avoid as she clutched the knife and crept onward. Max flinched from the crunching sound that his shoe made on the gravel of the parking area. The forest had been a vague, hulking presence in what was now a misty drizzle. Now, all of a sudden, there weren't any shrouded trees ahead of him. He stepped back onto soft earth and inched quietly to the right toward where his phone showed that Sandsborough wasn't far from him. He thought he heard her moving past trees, but maybe not. It didn't matter. In a few seconds, she would step onto the gravel. The noise she made would give her away. She wouldn't be able to recover before he lunged toward the noise and shot her, in the face, in each breast, in the stomach. For Rudy. He knew that Marta would want Sandsborough alive to exchange her for Nick, but the truth was, Max didn't like Nick. On the other hand, Rudy had been Max's cousin, his friend. No more watching Rambo movies with him. No more joking around. Close to him, a shoe stepped onto gravel. Shouting to engage her startle reflex and momentarily paralyze her, he rushed ahead, firing. The sign at the side of the highway, Marsden 20 miles, increased Simon's feeling of urgency. So close. The clouds darkened. A misty rain blotted the countryside, obscuring the beauty for which the area was famous. He switched on the windshield wipers and glanced toward his phone, hoping to receive another text. When he finally made it to Marsden, then what? There were a lot of woods out here. A black SUV sped past him, hurling spray across his windshield. Marta adjusted the windshield wipers to a higher speed and pressed harder on the SUV's accelerator. Liz's shoe crunched the gravel of the parking lot, the noise seeming so loud that she recoiled, nearly dropping the knife. Someone suddenly shouted to her left. Max, his footsteps thundering toward her, gunshots roared, a bullet tugged her right sleeve. It would have struck her chest if she hadn't lurched back from the sound she made on the gravel. Adrenaline broke her paralysis. She saw Max's indistinct shape charging into view. She had a rock in her right hand, having planned to throw it and distract him one final time before she raced toward the lodge. Now she hurled it toward his increasingly clear face and ran into the forest. The drizzle started to dissolve the mist. Trees began to materialize. Hearing Max curse behind her, she stretched her long legs farther, faster, finally able to see where she was going. She zigzagged frantically through the bushes and trees. For a moment, Max thought that he'd been shot, but then he realized what had struck his forehead. A rock. He raised a hand to the already throbbing, swelling lump and felt blood. "That's something else you'll pay for," he screamed. His pain-blurred vision cleared. He heard Sandsborough crashing through the forest. Let her run. With the mist dispersing, it would be easy to follow her now. He fired once more in her direction, wanting to spur her into a panic, knowing that adrenaline would soon make her hyperventilate and sap her strength. It wouldn't be long now. He took the almost expended magazine from his pistol and stuffed it into a pocket. He freed a spare magazine from his belt and shoved it home. A round was already in the chamber. He didn't need to rack the slide as so many stupid Hollywood actors unnecessarily did. But never in a Rambo movie. As the drizzle beaded on his windbreaker, he broke into an easy, confident jog, taking care that his breath rate didn't increase. That was the secret. If his breathing remained steady, everything else about him would be steady. It didn't matter how far Sandsborough got at the start. He could easily track her down using the Find app. Ahead, beneath an evergreen branch, he saw something that made him smile. Blood. One of his bullets had struck home. Now he had yet another way to know where she was heading. Liz leaped over a fallen tree, landed on wet leaves, slipped, and nearly dropped. Her right arm felt numb. She wanted to clutch it, to try to stop the flow of blood, but she had to keep a tight grip on the knife in her left hand. Racing onward, she didn't understand why she felt out of breath. She'd run in marathons, for God's sake. With all her stress training, she shouldn't be breathing this hard this soon. But she'd never run a marathon after being shot.
"Sunsbro, what you did to Rudy, I'm going to do to you," Max yelled behind her. "But you won't die as fast as Rudy did."
Her brain raced. How had he known that she'd headed back to the lodge? The only noise made had been when she stepped on the gravel, nothing before that. Straining to fill her lungs, she veered around a tangle of bushes. Her legs almost buckled, but this time it wasn't because of slippery leaves.
"Bet you're feeling woozy from all the blood you're pumping out," Max yelled. "Won't be long now."
She glanced desperately over her shoulder and felt as though she'd been punched when she saw splotches of blood behind her. If the drizzle didn't wash them away fast enough, Max could easily follow her. The question kept insisting. How did he know she'd headed back to the lodge? Running, she felt the lump of the phone in her pocket. A wave of fury gripped her. He was using that to track her. She pulled out the phone and threw it away.
"You sound like you're running a little slower," Max shouted. "Legs feeling weak? It won't be long now."
Breathless, her legs losing strength, she peered down at the knife she clutched. She felt so lightheaded she had to take care that if she fell, she wouldn't land on it. The blade had saw teeth on the back, reminding her of the knife in a Rambo movie she and Simon had seen on television. The damn things were broadcast every week, it seemed. Rambo had unscrewed the cap, revealing a hollow handle that contained a needle and thread with which he'd sewn a wound shut. Running, Liz unscrewed the cap on this one. The hollow grip contained nothing. She remembered a scene in which Rambo had burst from the camouflage of branches and... Jogging easily after her through the rain, Max glanced occasionally at the Find app on his phone. Even though the noise Sandsborough made was easy to follow, and to a lessening degree the blood, it never hurt to be extra sure. Passing a tangle of bushes, he frowned when he saw that the dot indicated that Sandsborough wasn't straight ahead as the blood track indicated, but instead she was to his left. Somehow he was passing her. He stopped and aimed toward a tangle of bushes. Was she hiding behind them? But he didn't see any blood leading in that direction. Wary, he took a step closer. Another step. He tightened his finger on the trigger. Then he saw the phone on the ground. Damn it! She'd figured out what he was doing and thrown it away. Now he had only her blood and the sounds of her running to tell him where she was. But he no longer heard her running. Had she collapsed from loss of blood and the shock of having been shot? He returned to the trail she'd left and followed at a cautious walk. As water dripped off the brim of his baseball cap, he scanned the trees on each side. He passed a tall boulder and checked behind it. The rain had finally washed away the blood, but her footprints were more obvious, collecting water. He moved faster. He came to the stream and saw where she'd slid down to it. When she'd struggled up the opposite side, she'd made deep furrows in the mud. He stepped over a fallen log, eased down the slippery bank, started across the stream, feeling how cold the water was, and suddenly gasped from a blow to his back that hurtled him into the water. Liz lunged from the hollow she'd scooped from the mud under the log. A few minutes earlier, she'd crossed the stream and entered the trees on the opposite side. There, she found a dead branch that fit into the hollow grip of the knife. Then she circled back to the stream, walked through the water, and crawled under the log. As Max descended past her, aiming toward the trees on the opposite bank, she had thrust with the rigged spear. Adding her weight to it, she pushed with all her remaining strength and plunged the blade deeper into him. He groaned and fell face down into the stream. Her hands had shook. Her lungs felt starved for oxygen. Springing toward him, she shoved the spear even deeper into his back. He raised his face from the water and struggled. Using her uninjured arm, she grabbed a rock from the stream and struck it against the back of his head. He slumped, his face partially out of the water. She struck his head again, feeling the softness of blood under his hair. She struck a third time, a fourth. She heard his skull crack. She hit him again and again. The rock went deeper into bone. Shrieking, she straddled his back and pressed his face into the water, holding it under until long after his death shudder had stopped. She needed all her strength to stand and stagger backward. When she slumped on the muddy bank, she kept her grip on the rock in case she needed to use it again. She couldn't stop shaking. Finally, she decided to head back to the lodge and stop her bleeding. She placed a foot on his back and tugged the spear free. The effort of using her wounded arm made her groan. Max had dropped his pistol. She picked it up. As the rain fell, the forest again seemed enshrouded by mist, but she knew that the haze was really the consequence of blood loss. She gave Max a fierce kick just to make sure he was dead. Then she climbed the bank and followed her trail of blood. Simon drove over a ridge and saw an asphalt lane on the right, flanked by forest. He'd seen 2 driveways in the past 5 miles. They'd looked welcoming, with signs that advertised facilities for training and breeding horses. In contrast, this turnoff led to a reinforced steel gate and a fence with barbed wire along the top. He steered off the highway and stopped in front of the gate. A number pad was mounted to a pole. He left the car and pressed the key fob, releasing the vehicle's trunk. After carefully raising it, he smelled the vinegar stench of carbon dioxide. But it wasn't enough to hide another stench. "You son of a bitch, I pissed my pants because of you," Nick said. He lay on his side, his arms taped behind him. "What's the code to open the gate?" he asked, ignoring the rain that struck him. "Code? Gate? I don't know what you're talking about." "Do you want me to close the trunk again? I'll keep it shut a lot longer. Maybe the next time you'll do something else in your pants. Or would you rather see your sister?" "My sister. Oh, I want to see my sister for sure. The stupid skink." "Your happy reunion isn't going to occur unless you tell me the code to open the gate." Nick recited 4 numbers. He pressed them on the pad and heard a whir. The gate started to open. He returned to Nick and told him, "Bye for now." He shut the trunk, hopped into the car, and drove through the open gate. In the rearview mirror, he saw it closing behind him. The lane continued through the forest for quite a while. Then Simon rounded a curve and abruptly came to a large clearing. Beyond a gravel parking area stood a 2-story log house. A few small buildings sat next to a swimming pool that had been covered for the winter. A bermed area contained a shooting range with metal silhouettes of human-shaped targets. A drab van was parked in front of the house. The front door hung open, suggesting that someone had entered or left in a hurry. He stepped out of the car and drew the pistol that he'd taken from the FBI agent. Ignoring the rain, he scanned the clearing. He didn't dare call Liz's name, lest his voice attract whoever had been holding her captive. He took a step toward the lodge. Movement attracted his attention to the far side of the clearing. A figure emerged from the trees, staggering. Whoever it was held a spear and was covered with mud so thick that the rain hadn't dissolved it. The figure stumbled across the gravel, and Simon saw blood on the right arm and a suggestion of yellow on the figure's legs. Liz's jogging suit was yellow. He started to run toward her, only to be stopped by a gunshot and a bullet that tore up gravel in front of him. He spun toward the lodge's porch where a tall woman with long blonde hair and Slavic features aimed a pistol at him. She wore a beige pantsuit and a brown suede jacket. "Drop the gun," she told him. He obeyed. "Marta?" "Where the hell is Nick?" "In the trunk." "Alive?" "How else would I be able to exchange him for Liz?" "Show me." At the edge of his vision, Simon was aware of Liz's grotesque, mud-covered figure continuing to stumble across the gravel. She dropped to one knee. then planted the blunt edge of the spear into the gravel and used it to draw herself up.
Never mind about her, Marta said, stepping closer with the gun. Show me that Nick's alive.
He pressed the key fob and opened the trunk. Peering in, he told Nick, "Your sister's asking for you." Nick said something caustically angry in Russian. He dragged him out and propped him on his feet. With legs taped together, the man had trouble standing.
Cut him loose,
Marta ordered. "I'll need to reach for my pocket knife."
Be careful.
He pulled out the knife and cut the tape that secured Demidov's legs. The Russian spread them, steadying himself. Simon sliced the tape that bound the wrists.
Now drop the knife,
Marta said. He did so. Demidov winced as he moved his arms slowly forward, giving the impression that his muscles were locked. Then he removed the tape that remained on his wrists.
This is all your fault. I am sorry, Nick. I admit I made a mistake, but I corrected it. I got you out. The goddamn restaurants that the health department shut down, the courier you didn't send, so I had to pick up the money on my own, which is why the feds were able to grab me at the warehouse. That stupid dry cleaning shop. Every time I leave the office, my clothes stink. Nick, I told you, I'm sorry. Where the fuck is everybody? Why didn't you bring more help? I couldn't. Couldn't? What do you mean? They're all in Texas. What are they doing in? Hijack jobs. It'll look like Texas gangs did it. No one will ever suspect that. You sent everybody to Texas. On your own? I thought... You stupid cunt. Don't think. You're not good at it. Marta shot him. He took a step back and looked surprised. She shot him again, then a third time. Blood first seeped, then poured from the wounds. Demidov collapsed to the ground, not moving. She aimed at Simon. Liz continued to stagger across the gravel. Except for the blood on her arm and the bit of yellow that showed on her legs, she was still covered with mud. With each halting step, she placed the blunt edge of the spear ahead, using it to support her weight. Marta switched her aim toward Liz, then back toward Simon. The woman peered down at her brother, then lowered the pistol. Look at what you finally made me do. When Liz reached them, she wavered and remained standing only because she leaned on the spear. Where's Max? Marta asked. Dead. I'm impressed. Rambo, Liz murmured. What? Saw Rambo use his knife to make a spear. Saw him hide in a stream. Saw him do a lot of things. You'd better get her to a hospital, Marta said. She's delirious. Hospital? You kept your part of the bargain? Not that it matters. Marta stared down at Nick's body. A lot of people are going to be angry about what I just did. Maybe I can help. How? Protect you. Give you a new start. The FBI, Witness Relocation Program. Marta laughed as if he were making a joke. Again, she stared down at her brother. Liz's eyes closed, then she toppled. Simon grabbed her before she struck the gravel. She was terribly cold. He held her tightly, wanting never to let her go. When Simon looked up, Marta was gone. A few seconds later, a black SUV roared into view from behind the house and sped along the lane, disappearing among the trees. Sorry I missed breakfast, Liz managed to say. He looked down. She did her best to smile. Same time tomorrow? She asked. On a hospital tray, maybe. No more talking. He picked her up, carried her into the lodge out of the rain, and laid her on a wooden bench. She closed her eyes. Don't go to sleep. You've got to stay awake. Fight the shock. He tore open the right sleeve of her jogging suit, exposing a bullet wound, and found his cell phone. After calling for an ambulance, he searched the house and located a medical kit in a cabinet in the basement. He washed and disinfected her wound as best he could and bound it with a pressure bandage. She shivered, perhaps the first symptom of hypothermia. He pulled off her cold, wet jogging suit
and covered her with a throw that he found on a sofa. Then he held her. "Rambo," she murmured again. "What about him?" he asked, alarmed by her delirium, but humoring her, trying to keep her from falling asleep. "Died in the novel." "Don't talk about dying." "Bed springs. Electrocution." Simon couldn't figure out what she meant. "Bed springs," she repeated. "Yes, sweetheart, bed springs." "Rambo." "Yes, sweetheart, Rambo." "They said you weren't him." He held her tighter, desperate to make her warm. "But to me, you are." He smiled, both at her compliment and at the sirens approaching in the distance.
Karen Slaughter and Michael Carita. When Karen Slaughter agreed to be part of this anthology, she had two provisos. The first was the story would take place in the 1990s, and second, her partner would be Michael Carita. I readily agreed to both. Thankfully, Michael agreed too. The challenge here was for each writer to take their worlds back in time, to a point where their characters were much younger, just starting out in their respective fictional careers. Karen wanted to provide a look at Jeffrey Tolliver as a young man from 1993. While writing him before, she always knew some things about his early years, but intentionally kept those close. It's fun to keep secrets from readers, she jokes. This story allowed her an opportunity to share a few of those tidbits. For Michael, this was the first time he's ever written from Joe Pritchard's point of view. He actually hasn't written about Lincoln Perry or Joe in 8 years, and those stories were always told in the first person from Lincoln's point of view. This story provided a chance to not only move the characters back in time, but also to change the lens. Michael notes that a pattern developed during the process. He would write something and hand it off to Karen. Then she'd write something a lot better and funnier and hand it back. It came to a point that he didn't want the story to end because it became a lot of fun. One of the major characters is named after a bet he lost to the novelist Alistair Burke. I won't tell you which one, but the studious reader will know. And here's the best irony. Word-wise, this is the longest effort included in this anthology. Yet it carries a curious title. Short Story.
Short Story. Helen, Georgia. Friday, March 12th, 1993. 5:46 a.m. This wasn't the first time Jeffrey Tolliver had stumbled around a dark hotel room looking for his clothes. His bare feet cut channels into the musty shag carpet. His hands blindly reached into the shadows. Alcohol permeated the air, and sweat, and sex. Rustling came from the bed as the woman rolled over. She snored lightly, which might have been endearing if he knew her name. Rebecca? He smiled past his hangover. Delta flight attendant, ex-cheerleader, long blonde hair, 5'9", which was a good height for his 6'3". She had good numbers everywhere else, too, but then Jeffrey remembered that Rebecca had stood him up. For 2 weeks he'd worked double shifts so he could take a long weekend off. He had made the nearly 4-hour drive from Birmingham only to find a phone message waiting about a storm coming through, the airline moving planes around, and that was how a hot weekend in the North Georgia mountains had ended with him slinking off alone to the hotel bar and drinking too much, then talking too much, then ending up in bed and doing too much with more snoring. She was a slip of a thing under the sheets, a waist he could almost wrap both hands around, which had its pluses and minuses. Not as tall as Rebecca, not as smart. Did smart matter? He'd like to think not, but then after a while, you needed someone with an imagination. Shayna. That was the woman in the bed. She was so country, sticks came out of her mouth when she talked, but she knew that the hotel's name, the Schussel, was missing an umlaut. and she knew what an umlaut was, and that Schlüssel was German for key. Jeffrey found his boxers by the closed curtains. He slipped them on as he rustled the curtains, looking for the rest of his clothes. A sock made itself known. His sock? He made like a stork and shoved his left foot into the tube. He wriggled his toes. Definitely his sock. That was what guys in his business would call a clue. Jeffrey widened his search pattern from the last known sock. Bed, dresser, TV, chair. The Schlüssel Mountain Lodge was like every hotel room he'd ever awakened in, but done in a Bavarian style. Or George's idea of Bavarian style, because for reasons unknown, the whole town of Helen was made to look like an alpine village dropped down in the foothills of the Appalachians. His fingers brushed his wallet on the dresser. His keys, his pager, chapstick. His shiny new detective's badge and somewhat older gun were locked in the wheel well of the trunk, though he'd had both out on the drive up from Birmingham in case of cops or robbers. Shit. He hissed out the word a split second before a searing pain shot through his big toe, which had caught on one of the metal bed legs. He leaned heavily on the mattress. His hand gripped into a fist, and he realized that his fist was holding something that wasn't part of the sheets. T-shirt. "You all right?" the girl asked. "Yes," he told Shayna. Not Shayna. Shayna was last weekend. Jeffrey remembered a necklace with the name spelled out in script. Custom made, she told him, given to her by her stepfather to command her high school graduation. He'd pretended this was a normal conversation for a 26-year-old man to have with an 18-year-old girl in a downtown bar, and that he wasn't a cop, a newly minted detective who should arrest her for underage drinking instead of having sex with her in the back seat of her Cadillac. Her stepfather's Cadillac. He fumbled for the switch in the bathroom, shutting the door as the fluorescent light flickered on. He checked his reflection in the mirror. He looked slightly more hungover than he felt, or maybe he was getting better at being hungover, which was a skill that twigged off all the branches of his family tree. He turned on the faucet. The handle came off in his hand. Water squirted sideways, up, down. He fumbled to fit the handle back on the nut. He watched the stream turn from brown to yellow to something close to clear before splashing his face with cold water. Jeffrey looked up at the mirror again. His T-shirt was soaking wet. A wet Maginot line cut across his boxers where he'd leaned against the sink basin. His underwear was bright orange with blue and white AUs all over it. Auburn University. Rebecca, the flight attendant, had been a Georgia cheerleader. He'd worn the boxers as a joke, but now the joke was probably on him because he hadn't packed a lot of clothes for the 4-day retreat, and he was pretty sure he was wearing his only underwear. "Y'all right in there?" She said there like thar, which wasn't an indictment, especially to a man from South Alabama, but something in her tone set his teeth on edge. He said, "Just gonna take a shower." Before she could offer to join him, he reached behind the lank shower curtain and turned the handles. He stood in the middle of the small bathroom with his eyes closed. The hangover tapped at the bridge of his nose like an accusatory finger. How long could he keep doing this? He wasn't a kid anymore. It wouldn't be too long before his youthful indiscretions turned into full-blown, irreparable mistakes. His eyes opened. He cocked his head at a noise. Outside the bathroom, but inside the room, or maybe not inside the room so much as outside in the hallway, because he could have sworn he heard the door to the room click closed. Jeffrey turned off the shower. He opened the door and turned on the light. No girl in the bed, no pager, no wallet, no keys. She'd even taken his chapstick. Motherfuck. He could see every corner of the room, but he still checked on the other side of the bed, under the bed, looking for anything, but especially his pants. He found his right tennis shoe under the desk and jammed his foot into it on his way out the door, which closed behind him. He patted his pockets for the key, but there were no pockets. Somewhere, not far away, a door opened on squeaky hinges. He looked up the hallway, which teed off at the end, one side going to the elevators, the other to the exit stairs. The door closed with the heavy metal clunk of a fire exit door. He bolted up the hall, lopsided on one shoe, each step jarring some truth into his hungover brain, that he wore wet, orange boxer shorts, a soaked white t-shirt, one sock, one shoe, and no wallet, no pager, no ID, no car keys, and no fucking chapstick. He rounded the corner on his shoed foot, the waffle sole ripping shag from the carpet. He shouldered open the exit door and grabbed the metal railings of the stairs so that he could slide down on his palms. 4th floor, which meant that the sound of feet hitting the treads 2 floors below was the girl not named Shayna. He glanced over the side and saw 2 things, her hand on the railing and the leg of his jeans flapping as she barreled down the stairs. "Stop!" Jeffrey swung around the landing like a monkey in a Tarzan movie. "Stop!" he bellowed again, using his cop voice, which should be just as effective with thieves here as it was back in Birmingham. Not Shayna had hit the bottom floor. He saw the door close as his socked foot slipped across the last landing. He caught himself before he slid down the stairs. He pushed himself off the last step, exploding against the exit door, lunging into the lobby, ready to keep running in whatever direction the girl led him, but was stopped cold by a group of missionaries. Or he guessed they were missionaries because their bright blue t-shirts shouted, "Ask me about being a missionary for Jesus!" Jesus, he mumbled, because that was the word that stuck in his head. There were at least 30 of them crowding the lobby, all blonde with eyes as blue as their shirts, all teenagers, both men and women with cherubic cheeks lit up red with zeal for the Lord. He tried to look over the crowd to discern which direction to go next, but there were no telltale swinging doors or arrows pointing the way. One of the missionaries said, "Holy crap, mister, you're in your underwear." "Run in shorts," he said, resisting the urge to cover himself. "Training for a marathon?" "With just one shoe?" "Half marathon." Jeffrey made his way through the crowd of blue shirts, stepping over suitcases and duffel bags, scanning the floor for his jeans or his wallet in case these missionaries, by some miracle, were going to save him. The woman at the front desk already had her lips pursed when he approached. He'd never met her in his life, but she said, "You again." "Me again," he echoed, switching up the inflection so that it could be a statement or a question. The corner of her lip trilled, but not like an old lady pucker, more like what you'd see from a pit bull right before it ripped off your nutsack with its bare teeth. "What you doing down here in your underwear again?" she asked. He chose to ignore the "again," asking, "Did you see that woman I was with come through here?" "You mean my daughter?" Jeffrey took a moment to collect his thoughts. He'd taken reports off idiots who'd been rolled by women. At least, not Shayna hadn't been a prostitute, though then again, he'd had sex with her and she'd taken all his money, and on the other hand, as a cop himself, he knew that no cop believed the guy in his boxers who said he was rolled by a woman who wasn't a prostitute. But goddamn, he'd never paid for sex in his life. He'd played football at Auburn for 2 years. He was pretty much guaranteed sex until they carted him off to the old folks' home, and even then he was pretty sure there'd be some tigers who would take care of his war eagle. Though it pained him to say this, for right now, at this moment, the football didn't matter. Half of policing was knowing how to lay down a threat. He could talk his way out of this. He was in the process of opening his mouth when he heard the distinctive, guttural roar of a 1968 Mustang with a hole in the carburetor and a length of twine holding up the muffler. Shit. He turned toward the front door. The missionaries parted like the Red Sea for everybody except Moses, which was to say, not at all. He shoved them out of his way, going faster than he ever had up the football field, which likely was why he'd only played 2 years for Auburn. He ran through the parking lot, arms and legs pumping under the clouded glow of the receding moon. The Mustang had a healthy head start. It was already making a right onto the main road. Jeffrey kept running, even as he became aware of 3 things. One was that it was pointless to chase a car on foot. Even with 2 shoes, the car was always going to win. 2 took longer to register, and that was the knowledge that the temperature had dropped about 30 degrees from the day before. This didn't come as a revelation so much as a series of contractions. The muscles in his legs cramped, his abs cramped, his arms cramped. Other things started to shrink from the cold, too. But none of this distracted from number 3, which was the real killer. The Mustang was not his Mustang. It was likely a '68, and it had the same mixture of faded paint and primer, but his Mustang was sitting exactly where he'd parked it last night. Somehow, not Shayna had stolen the wrong car. He slowed to a jog. The Mustang that wasn't his Mustang was turning again, this time into the adjacent parking lot. Another Alpine hotel. Another German word for its name. He checked over his shoulder. The moon was squinting over one lone peak. Blue early morning sky casting an ominous shadow over the full parking lot. Every pant of breath out of his mouth showed a puff of air in front of his face. The Mustang slowed as it weaved through the next door parking lot. Not Shayna looked distracted, which was good because he ran parallel to the car, head low as he shielded himself behind a bunch of other cars. He ended up crouched at the front wheel of a big blue school bus that must have belonged to the missionaries because it too said, "Ask me about being a missionary for Jesus." The Mustang turned a third time, heading down an alleyway that separated the Schussel Mountain Lodge from the Schloss Linderhof, which was done up like a cardboard castle had thrown up on a Motel 6. Footsteps. A young black man holding a steaming cup of coffee was leaving the Linderhof lobby. He tipped his Cleveland Indians hat at Jeffrey as he continued down the sidewalk. He didn't see many Cleveland fans in Helen, or black people, for that matter. He nodded back like it was perfectly normal to be crouched in a parking lot wearing one sock and one shoe and orange underwear in a town built like an alpine village. He waited until the man was out of sight, then kept his knees bent low as he headed around the back of the Schussel Lodge on the opposite side of the alleyway. Without the parking lot lights, he could barely see more than a few yards in front of him. His entire body shuddered from the cold. The grass was wet because, of course, it was wet. His one sock got soaked, basically becoming a cube of ice as he made his way to the rear of the building. He saw the nose of the Mustang peeking out from the alley, maybe 50 yards away. There was a dip in the pavement, a downhill dive to 3 giant green dumpsters that stood sentry. The entire area was bathed in light from the xenon bulbs overhead. His ears tensed in that weird way that reminded him that Darwin had been right. In the alley, there were some familiar sounds. Not a car door opening or closing, but the dragging of a metal Auburn keychain across the rear panel of a car as a key clicked into a lock and clicked because, for whatever reason, the key to his Mustang had worked in the ignition of the Mustang that was not his, but it would not work in the not his Mustang's trunk lock. But then it worked. The trunk opened, the hinges squealing the same way they squealed in his car. He moved fast, because all he had was the element of surprise. He wasn't worried about getting shot. There were far, far worse things that could happen. 3 months he'd had a gold shield. 3 months he'd been in suits and ties instead of short-sleeved polyester uniforms with 60 pounds of equipment around his hips that beat into his legs and abs like a pile driver every time he chased some idiot perp through the streets of Birmingham. He loved his gold detective shield more than he'd ever loved a woman. Taken better care of it, too. And his lieutenant hadn't wanted to give him the promotion because he didn't trust Jeffrey, and Jeffrey didn't trust his lieutenant because he was an asshole. 40 yards away. He heard the solid thunk of a car door closing. He clip-clopped on his one tennis shoe, the cold in his socked foot working up his leg like a python. The sunrise was 2 scant hours away, but the temperature felt like it was dropping by the minute. How was that even possible? 2 days ago, the thermometer had been in the 70s, and now he felt like he was standing inside a commercial freezer. 30 yards. Suddenly, he dropped flat to the ground, face and palms pressed to the asphalt. Muscle memory. His body had reacted faster than his brain could process the sound of a gunshot cracking like thunder in the thin, cold air. Had not Shayna found a gun and accidentally fired a shot? The reports he'd have to fill out on that one. Not that he didn't know how to fill out those reports in his sleep, because he was a fucking vice detective, and for the last 3 months, at least once a day, he'd taken a report from a stupid John who'd had his shit stolen by a hooker. He pushed himself up. 20 yards. 10. He crouched again, this time in front of the Mustang. He put his palms flat against the hot metal, trying to soak up the warmth. She had a gun, and the gun had been fired, and he was a cop, so he had to do something about it. Tires screeched in the alley. He stood, shoulders hunched, so he could sneak a look over the top of the car. A blue Ford pickup, older model, peeled backward up the alley, leaving smoke and burned rubber in its wake. He looked down. His left foot was no longer freezing cold. Blood streamed around his sock, forming a lake, wicking into the material, soaking everything in its wake. Steam came off the hot liquid. He lowered himself down into a push-up and peered beneath the car. Not Shayna stared back, but not really. She was caught in the in-between, where life or death were the only questions going through her mind. He'd seen the look many times before. He scrambled around the car, head down, as he made his way toward the woman, because she had stopped being not Shayna the thief and had started being the victim of a gunshot wound. He scanned the empty alley as he ran into the open. The woman was gut-shot, one of the worst kinds of injuries. His Glock was in her hand. He touched the muzzle. Cold as ice. So she hadn't shot herself. He took the gun and pointed it around the alley again, looking up for fire escapes or bad guys climbing into open windows. The blue Ford truck. 2 people in the cab. One obviously the shooter. He'd seen them both. Not their faces, but their shapes. One of them was wearing a baseball cap. "Help. Me," the woman begged. The hotel windows were closed, but there were guests inside who must have heard the gunshot. He raised his voice. "Somebody call the police!" "Help," she repeated. Her hand covered her belly. Blood rolled out between her fingers, a steady river of red that indicated an artery had been opened. He pressed his hands on top of hers, trying to stop the bleeding. She screamed from the pain, and he screamed over her, yelling, "Call the police!" She grabbed his wrist. Her mouth opened to cough. Blood sprayed out. Warm drops splattered his cold skin. Jeffrey laid his hand to her cheek. He looked down at her, aware that he had been above her like this last night, that just a handful of hours ago, everything between them had been different. Her eyelids fluttered. He inhaled, and the heat from her body reached into his mouth, traveled down his throat, and spread its fingers into his chest. He shouldn't have drunk so much. He shouldn't have talked so much. He should have remembered her name. "Don't move!" The man's voice had cracked on the second word. "I mean it, mister. Just don't." Slowly, he turned his head. A skinny beanpole of a kid riding high tide in his cop uniform was pointing a gun. Or at least trying to. The revolver shook in the boy's hands. His pointy elbows were akimbo. His knees kept locking and unlocking. He had to be at least 6'5", maybe 150 after a good meal. His gun belt hung cowboy-style loose around his slim hips, but his eyes were wet with tears. "Please don't move." "It's all right." He read the man's name tag. "Paulson?" I'm going to put down my gun, all right? That's all I'm going to do. Slowly, he laid his Glock on the pavement. Even more slowly, he raised his hands. Paulson, you're holding that revolver the right way, with both of your hands in a standard grip, pointing at my center mass, but maybe move your finger off the trigger? He waited, but the officer didn't move. That's not how they taught you at the academy, is it, Paulson? What'd your instructor say? Keep your finger on the side, just above the trigger, so you don't make a mistake. The boy's Adam's apple bobbed like a mermaid. Paulson, just think about what your instructor said. What'd he tell you about only putting your finger on the trigger when you're ready to shoot somebody? He indicated his raised hands with a nod. Are you ready to shoot me, Paulson? Carefully, with painstaking slowness, Paulson snailed his finger off the trigger. That's good. He felt his lungs finally relax enough to take a full breath. Now radio your boss. Tell him you've got a dead woman and an unarmed man in custody, and that he needs to put out an APB for an older model Ford pickup, blue, 2 passengers, 1 likely African-American wearing a Cleveland Indians ball cap. The kid started to do as he was told, but then Jeffrey made the mistake of relaxing his shoulders. Don't! Paulson screamed, his left hand going back to his gun, his finger tapping the trigger. Don't move! I mean it! He seemed to realize his voice was more like a plea than an order. Please, mister, I don't want to shoot you. I don't want you to shoot me either. The statement gave them both pause. A scuffling sound echoed down the alleyway. Another officer, this one more senior, came trotting toward them on what looked like a bad set of knees. His gun was out, but with a hell of a lot more self-assuredness. The chief of police, judging by the stars on his collar. He was barking into his radio, calling in the codes, alerting all available to get the hell over here. Don't fucking move, the chief ordered, sighting him down the nose of his revolver. You try anything and I'm a cop, Jeffrey said. Birmingham, 8th Precinct, Vice, my lieutenant. This ain't the time for talking. The old guy wasn't open to suggestions, and he couldn't blame him. None of this looked good for anybody. Slow as molasses, I want you to lace your fingers on top of your head. He did what the cop told him to do. Please listen to me, sir. He talked to the chief because Paulson was leaning his shoulder against the wall like he was about to pass out. You need to find a blue Ford pickup. I can't throw a rock without hitting a blue pickup truck. Shit, my son drives a blue pickup truck. The chief was already reaching into the open trunk. Then he removed and held up a brick of cocaine. You won't tell me about this? His bowels turned to liquid. Ooh-wee! The chief had dollar signs in his eyes. Thanks to new federal laws, arresting agencies were allowed to keep proceeds from drug seizures. You got about 10 grand worth of guns, stack of cash, 100 grand worth of coke. He killed Nora, Paulson said. A small town like this, the young cop probably had gone to high school with the victim. He was crying for real now. His gun had stopped shaking, but his finger stayed on the trigger. You murdered her in cold blood. Steady now. The chief peeled his eyes away from the booty in the trunk. His smile said he fully understood the situation, or at least what he thought was the situation. That why you shot her, boy? Come down here to peddle some guns and blow, but she got greedy? Down? Jeffrey glanced at the car. He'd seen it at the time, but hadn't registered the fact until now. Ohio license plates, front and back. The cop dropped the brick of cocaine back in the trunk, then walked to the side of the car and opened the door and glove box. A stack of cash held with a rubber band fell out. The cop eyeballed the cash, but didn't say a word this time. I can explain, Jeffrey said, the same 3 words he had heard from every criminal he'd ever arrested. Please let me explain. Shut up until I ask you a question. The chief bent down to search the car. His old knees popped, and he groaned as he pulled jeans from the floorboard of the back seat. He tossed them onto the ground, then a newspaper, the Cleveland Plain Dealer. The chief looked at Jeffrey. Cleveland, huh? All he could do was shake his head as the chief reached back into the car. The older guy groaned again as he bent his knees deeper to yank something out from underneath the seat. The cop grinned when he showed his prize. A greasy brown paper bag. The logo on front read, Duke's Grill. The chief squinted at the receipt stapled to the bag. Says here that 6 days ago you were in East Cleveland on Eddy Road at 3:42 in the p.m. He nodded at Paulson. Stretch, put the cuffs on this scumbag. Like most cops, Jeffrey had a terror of being handcuffed. He worked to keep the quiver out of his voice. That's not necessary. I'll cooperate fully. Shut up, you Yankee fucker. Paulson walked toward Jeffrey, struggling to unsnap the handcuffs from his utility belt, but the belt kept shifting. The buckle was pulled to the last hole, but it was still loose because his hips were basically like a woman's. Give me your hand. Jeffrey didn't move. Paulson wrenched Jeffrey's left hand off his head and twisted it around. Technically, the officer should have grabbed the right hand and he should have cuffed it first, but teaching time was over. They were really going to push this? Arrest him for being some coke-dealing killer from fucking Cleveland? Cleveland? Motherfucker. Well, hang on. There was a black guy in the... This ain't Ohio, buddy. The chief nodded for Paulson to ratchet down the cuffs tight to the wrists. You can't just grab your nuts and blame the black guy. Cleveland, Ohio, 9:27 a.m. The DEA arrived with plane tickets to Georgia on the first day Joe Pritchard had with his new partner, a kid named Lincoln Perry. You were supposed to get to know your partners by working with them, but Joe had actually been watching Perry for a week and not feeling optimistic about the pairing. Every night, Perry went drinking alone at a bar on Clark Avenue called The Hideaway. He was drinking alone because 2 weeks earlier he'd busted his childhood buddy, a guy named Ed Graddock, on cocaine-dealing charges on the very streets where the two had grown up more like brothers than friends. To say that Perry was now persona non grata in his old neighborhood was an understatement. Given the chance to choose badge or buddy, he hadn't hesitated. Thus, the promotion. Joe had heard the story and was impressed by it, but as he sat running surveillance on his own partner-to-be, watching Perry sip beer and stare into the middle distance as if unaware of the building rage his presence was creating in the bar, he was worried. Coming back down there, insisting on sitting down in the lion's den was baiting trouble. And for what? So on Friday morning, he had a plan for the day, and the plan was his No Cowboys lecture. Then the DEA showed up and told him he was packing Perry along to Georgia, cowboy or not, to try to find Antonio Childers. Antonio Childers was a viral plague of Cleveland's crime scene, an East Side banger who'd spread his empire wide, pushing across town. He sold everything he could, from stolen cars to physical enforcement, but lately he'd made his name on Colombian cocaine. He was a suspect in more than a dozen murders in the past 2 years alone. He'd also been missing for nearly a month. For a week, maybe 10 days, investigators had entertained the hopeful notion that he was dead and his body would turn up in the trunk of a car on Eddy Road, or maybe wash up in the flats of the Cuyahoga River or the Lake Erie breakwater. Joe hadn't shared that enthusiasm. None of his informants gave the slightest indication that there had been a power shift or a power vacuum. The system purred on, and Antonio Childers remained at the wheel. From where, though? They'd heard a lot of rumors. Georgia wasn't in the mix. But here were 2 DEA agents with plane tickets. One of them was a stocky white guy with a crew cut who chewed Nicorette for the entire briefing, popping in fresh pieces but never removing the old ones, so that by the end of things he was working on a damn golf ball in the corner of his jaw. He didn't say much, but he nodded a lot and occasionally made a finger-gun-pointing gesture when he agreed with something. The other was a tall woman named Louisa, who had packed the brains while her partner packed his gum. The coke Antonio is moving has come through Atlanta for about 9 months, she explained. She held a folder in her hands but kept it closed. He's one of 4, maybe 5 players working off the same supply, but they always transported it to him. When that stopped, he decided to head south himself. Why'd it stop? We think they got a little uneasy about surveillance. That would be DEA surveillance? She nodded. Joe thought this made sense. Antonio was not the type of guy who'd give up on a good thing when he found it. He'd be more inclined to go down and sort it out. If you stayed untouchable in your own neighborhood long enough, you could begin to think the same rules would apply elsewhere. Now, you've known this for a while, Lincoln Perry said. They nodded. You also know we've been looking for him for a while, yet you didn't think it was worth sharing. Let her finish, Joe said. But he didn't disagree with the kid. Still, feds were feds. He spent too many hours and too many meetings like this to want to debate what they should have shared and when. All he wanted was Antonio Childers. Where is he? He was in Atlanta, she said. Blew out of town 3 days ago, and our team down there figured he was northbound. They were partially right. He went north, but not far. Ended up in a small town up the mountains a couple hours northwest of the city. Best guess is he was waiting on a courier, or he was testing his back trail to see whether he was being followed. We're not sure. But he's still there. Possibly. That didn't sound encouraging. His car is there. This morning, local police found that for us. With a few bricks of cocaine, some cash, a half-dozen semi-automatic handguns, and... She paused and opened the folder for the first time. One Nora Simpson, now deceased, of Helen, Georgia. She passed them a photo. It had come through on a fax, and the image quality was grainy, but you didn't need any better clarity to see the gunshot wound to the stomach. This happened this morning, or the car was found this morning? Joe asked. Or both? The crew cut guy made the finger gun gesture. Joe figured that meant it was both. So you think our boy, Antonio, did the shooting, but now he's missing, Perry said. Louisa nodded. Then the locals are also looking for him, Perry said. Yet you want us to go to Georgia with the warrant for a lesser charge. Explain that? Joe explained it for her. They don't want him jailed in Georgia. Not yet, at least. Crew cut gave him the finger gun again. More points for the home team. We've got questions about the local police, Louisa said. Not only that, but we have another officer in custody for the situation, a Detective Jeffrey Tolliver of Birmingham, Alabama. Originally from a little town called Sylacauga. Played football for Auburn. His lieutenant hates him, but he has a good reputation for the most part. A sheriff named Clayton Hollister speaks highly of him, too. Doesn't seem likely he was running cocaine with Antonio Childers. So what was he doing in Georgia with a dead woman? Before she was a dead woman, she was a live woman with a hotel room, Louisa said. It seems that even Mr. Tolliver's staunchest defenders will admit that he has a proclivity for finding his way into hotel rooms with women who may be, recent acquaintances. Happens to the best of us, Perry said, and Joe gave him a warning look. Listen, Louisa said. What we need is to get Antonio Childers in custody in a hurry, but also in the right cell. We're giving the lead you've been looking for. Hell, we're even giving you plane tickets for the cause. Why so important that it's Ohio? Joe asked. She chose her words carefully. Because we believe he has friends in Georgia who are a lot more important to us than he is, and we don't want them to get early chances with him. Police? Joe asked. You think your supplier involves police? If there was anything he loathed more than the Antonio Childerses of the world, it was a cop who'd helped them. We just want him in Ohio, Louisa said without elaborating, but it was all she needed to say. So do we, Joe said. Let's get to Georgia. How far is the drive from Atlanta to this town, Helen? About 2 hours, usually, but there's snow coming in, might slow things down. Hell, Joe said. This is Cleveland. There's always snow coming in. We'll be fine. He'd remember that statement often in the hours to come. They flew direct to Atlanta and were in a rental car and northbound on I-85 by 2 p.m. There had been no four-wheel drives available at the rental counter. Everyone was scared of the storm that hadn't arrived yet. There was no snow, and the temperature was near 50. which wouldn't have been a poor Memorial Day in Cleveland. But the air promised that was changing. Changing to what nobody seemed to know, although everybody agreed it was going to be a mess. The only thing they could find on the radio was dire news about the storm that was blowing up from Cuba and through Florida and what havoc it might wreak on Georgia overnight. That, and some goddamn song called I Will Always Love You, that was the only thing more annoying than listening to meteorologists talk about barometric pressure shifts. They made it maybe 20 miles before Joe shut the radio off for good. Once they were outside the perimeter, traffic opened up, and they made good time heading north, the city and suburbs falling away behind them and the rural mountains opening up ahead. A light, misting rain was falling, trying to turn to ice. Farms, trailers, and churches dominated the roadside. They angled northwest and climbed higher in the mountains, and a pickup truck with a lifted suspension and oversized terrain tires growled past them, its tailgate a mud-splattered collage of bumper stickers pledging allegiance to God, guns, and the Confederacy. Perry began to whistle the dueling banjos bit from Deliverance, but Joe thought about that forecast and wouldn't have minded having the truck, or anything that sat higher than the rented Chevy Malibu. The road curled up and over a ridge, and then they descended into Helen, and Joe pressed on the brake. The town was lined with Bavarian-style, multicolored chalets. Every home, every business, he and Perry stared first at the town, then at each other. I wasn't paying attention, Perry said. Where'd we pass through the wormhole? Joe drove slowly down the town's main street, looking for the sheriff's department. They passed a Wendy's, which featured the same exterior as the rest of the place. Bavarian building code strictly enforced, apparently. Okay, Perry said. So what's the plan? Do I distract the Nazis while you escape with the Von Trapps, or do you want to do it the other way around? Maybe it'll be easy, Joe said. Maybe every hour, all these places pop open like cuckoo clocks and we just sit on the car and wait for Antonio to roll out into a porch, fire his gun a few times, and get sucked back in until the next hour. Perry pointed to the right. There's a sign for the PD. Turn on, Alpenrosenstrasse. No shit, Joe, that's what it says. We gotta find some sauerkraut before we leave. God, I love good sauerkraut. If they don't have that, this place is nothing but a fraud. Maybe at the Wendy's, Perry suggested, and Joe smiled. The kid was all right. Of course, Joe hadn't seen him under pressure yet, and if Antonio Childers was still anywhere near this place, they might run into pressure sooner than later. They found the police located in a shared municipal office. They got out and walked through the rain to the building, and Joe noticed the temperature had dropped since their arrival in Atlanta. They were up higher now, and maybe that explained it, but still, the air felt strange, and an uneasy wind blew the rain at them in gusts. Inside, a black woman in a police uniform sat alone behind her desk. If there was any other presence in the police department, they were well hidden. Joe introduced himself, showed his badge, and asked to see the chief. He's up in Cleveland, she said, and he blinked at her, thinking for a moment that seemed like a definitively federal operation, sending Cleveland police to Georgia and Georgia police to Cleveland, before she added, It's not far, just 15 minutes. That's where the county sheriff is, and the jail. Cleveland, Georgia, Joe said. Got it. Right. Did they handle the Nora Simpson shooting this morning? She seemed to puff up with righteous indignation. No, they did not. That was our police department. My mistake. Which officer handled that scene? All of them. Joe glanced at Perry, who looked back at him with a cocked eyebrow as he said, How many would that be? 3, she said. Joe considered that and said, Nobody else has shown up? Feds? Georgia Bureau of Investigation? Nope. He sincerely doubted that the DEA's corruption concerns stemmed from a 3-man department in a tourist trap village, so if the GBI had been kept at bay this long, it suggested they were of interest. Is there someone we could speak to who was at the scene this morning? Not right now. They all went up to Cleveland to talk to the sheriff. We got bigger problems ahead of us than this thing y'all so interested in, you know. There's a storm coming, supposed to be the all-time record. There was a public safety meeting in Cleveland. I expect they'll be back soon, though. In the meantime, who polices the town? Perry asked. She gave him a stone-cold stare. That would be me. Joe figured she'd do a fair enough job of it, too. If you think they'll be back here soon, we'll hang out for a bit, he said, thinking that this was actually a hell of an opportunity to ask some questions around town without having the local law breathing down their necks. God bless the blizzard. Fine by me. They won't be much longer, I'm sure. What happened to the guy you arrested, the cop from Alabama? Still got him in a holding cell, and as far as I'm concerned, he ought to stay there. Yeah? You think he shot her? I don't know about that. She looked at him primly. But that man ran right through town in nothing but his underpants. Now, you tell me, isn't that some kind of crime? Some kind, Joe agreed, and then he and Perry left and walked out into the cold. A few stray snowflakes were falling now. So we head for the closest Cleveland? Perry asked. Joe caught one of the snowflakes in his palm, watching it melt, and thought again that he would like to have rented a four-wheel drive. He didn't know what the all-time record storm was in Georgia, but it didn't sound encouraging. We could do that, he said, or could take advantage of a little time in town without a local deputy at our sides. I vote for the latter, Perry said. I don't know what in the hell brought Antonio to a place like this, but my guess is he stuck out once he arrived. People are likely to remember him. Agreed. They didn't have to go far to find their first eyewitness, and they didn't have to interview her long to determine that she wasn't an eyewitness at all, but since she'd heard all about the shooting from someone who had talked to someone else who had probably seen it, she basically felt like she had herself, you know? Pritchard assured her that of course he understood this, but all the same, they'd like to talk to someone who actually had seen things. Police protocol and all that. It was a bitch that they couldn't just take her word for it, but, you know, it was the law. Ain't nobody gonna say a single word different, she said with a pout. He ran out of that motel in his underpants, and then came the shooting. He told the police she was trying to steal his car, but it wasn't even his car, so you tell me whether he's guilty or not. Answers itself. And doesn't matter if I saw or heard it. All of that's gospel, mister. It sounds authentic, Joe agreed. And then they thanked her and crossed the street to where she'd indicated the shooting had happened, an alley that angled downhill behind the hotels. Outside of a hotel called the Linderhof, a guy wearing a long denim jacket that flapped around his legs like a duster was spreading snow melt on the steps and smoking a cigarette. Maintenance man, probably. Want to see whether he, too, has heard the gospel? Perry asked. I expect it spreads fast around here, but it might have some variations, Joe said. We might as well hear them all. They went up and badged him, and he looked at them sourly while he smoked the cigarette. Cleveland, you say? Cleveland, Ohio, yes. You interested in the black fella? I don't say that 'cause he was black. I say that 'cause he drove the car in. The car where Nora was shot? Perry asked. That's the one. Sweet car. Older Mustang, maybe early 70s. Nah, that ain't right. Not with those taillights. Late 60s. He took a long drag and then repeated, Sweet car. Where was it impounded? Joe asked. It wasn't. They just left it right where it was. There's police tape on it. I assume it's likely locked, too. Perry glanced at Joe, clearly impressed by this police work, and said, Was there anybody working here who might have had a view of what happened this morning? Nope. Another puff on the cigarette, then, I keep meaning to watch the tapes and see if there's anything useful on them, but hell, with this storm, manager keeps busting my balls about getting ice melt down. You've got security cameras here? Sure. Couple pointed right at the alley. I figured they might be of some use. I figure you're right, Joe said. Let's take a look. The security footage that hadn't been reviewed or even requested by the three-man Helen Police Department, currently occupied with plans for snowplow routes, offered more than a view of the car. It showed the shooting.
"I'll be damned," the maintenance man said. "I wasn't expecting that."
Joe was starting to get a headache. He wondered how many homicides had been investigated in this town in the past century. Whatever the total was, it had to be matched exactly by the number of cold cases. "Probably going to want to pass this along to the guy they've got in jail," Perry said as they watched the grainy but indisputable image of Antonio Childers opening fire on Nora Simpson. "Seems potentially useful to the defense team, what with the video of someone else doing the killing and all."
"How about the girl, though?" Joe said. "She's driving like she's expecting someone, cruising slow through that alley, but she sure as hell wasn't expecting Antonio. She's cruising and he's running. She seems surprised by him. If she just stole his car, that doesn't jibe."
"Remember what the girl who was spreading the gospel told us?" Perry said. "The cop they locked up said Nora Simpson stole his car, but that he was lying about that because—"
"It wasn't his car," Joe finished. "Right. Could be some of Detective Tolliver's testimony had been bent around the edges by the time it got to her. So let's say Nora sleeps with him, and then she steals a car. Problem is, it's Antonio's car, all fine. But how in the hell does she start it?
A hot wire, maybe?
If she's hot wiring cars, she doesn't need to steal keys."
"We need to chat with Detective Tolliver," Perry said. "I'd rather hear his version of things first, and alert him to the presence of this video. Seems like the kind thing to do before they send him to the electric chair."
"Hang on," Joe said. "Can you go back?"
He had been focused on the shooting the first time through, but now, as they watched it again, he'd seen that just after Antonio Childers left the frame and just before the guy in one shoe and his boxer shorts arrived, there had been a blur of motion that looked like another vehicle pulling in too close to the scene not to have been part of it. The maintenance man rewound and played it again. Joe put his finger on the corner of the screen.
"Right there, Lincoln. You got better eyes than me. What's the make on that truck?"
Perry leaned forward and squinted. F-150, I'd say. It's in and out awfully fast, but we can grab a still image and blow that up. Looks like an older Ford, though. Exhaust is custom. They don't have those big dual pipes coming out of the factory."
"Hell,"
the maintenance man said.
"That's Paulson's truck."
Joe said,
"You know who owns that thing?" "Pretty sure. Like this fella said, those pipes stand out. Double Simpson put those growlers on. I remember that because people said it should have been a, what do you call it? Noise ordinance violation, I think. But since it was Paulson's truck and he wasn't likely to give himself a ticket, who the fuck cared how loud it was, right?"
They both stared at him. Lincoln Perry spoke slowly as if he had to use a second language with this guy. "That's a police officer's truck?"
"Sure it is. Matter of fact, it is that police officer's truck."
He pointed at the screen where the surveillance footage was still running, and a tall, skinny, uniformed officer had a gun pointed at the guy in his underwear. Other than the gun and the badge, he might have been mistaken for a telephone pole. He would have been the butt of the joke even in a movie. Despite his considerable height, he didn't look old enough to shave and probably had needed to add holes to his duty belt to cinch it up tight enough to hold the weight of the gun without his pants falling off his ass.
Joe said, "So Paulson's truck was in motion, but Paulson wasn't driving it. Who do you think was, mister?" "How in the hell do I know?" "You're batting pretty well already," Joe said. "So, if you don't mind, keep swinging." "I don't know. Paulson doesn't have a wife or a girl, lives by himself. I got no idea who'd be driving his car at the ass crack of dawn while he's on duty."
"What about the guy you mentioned earlier, the one you said customized the exhaust on that Ford?" Perry asked. "Said his name was Double?"
"His full name is Thomas, I guess, but nobody around here has called him anything but Double since he was a kid. Not sure why exactly. I think it's because whatever trouble you had in your life before he showed up, it doubled on you the moment he got there, you know?" Matter of fact, I heard it said it was his first-grade teacher who started that nickname. You know a kid is a problem when a teacher tags him like that.
Joe said,
Does Thomas or Double, or whatever the hell he's known by, move drugs? Probably. Coke? I don't know. That boy walks down the sidewalk, and I cross the street, right? I ain't exactly in his inner circle, but it surely wouldn't surprise me.
The maintenance man grew reflective.
Matter of fact, I recall one story about him. Highway patrol stopped him somewhere north of Valdosta, and he was running something. I think maybe it was coke, but I can't say for sure. Anyhow, between the time they ran his license and the time they made him get out of his car, he keistered it. The car search came up empty, and they let him go with just a ticket for the expired plates.
Keistered it? Perry echoed.
It's when you shove the drugs right up your asshole.
Perry lifted a hand to ward off any further imagery. I followed the mechanics, thanks. I was just unfamiliar with the term. I'll file that one away, though. So he does have a drug history, and he's close with the local police, particularly the officer who was first on the scene. Correct?
Well, I wouldn't argue that. He runs a chop shop. Everybody knows that. And Paulson surely does, but he hasn't done anything about it. In exchange, Paulson got a $1,000 set of pipes put on his truck and a pretty bitchin' grill that you can't see in the video. It doesn't match the rest of the truck, but still, it looks tough.
He said it with admiration and envy, and Joe cut in to bring his mind away from the truck and back to the murder scene.
What are the odds this guy would have given Antonio Childers, that's the shooter's name, the black guy from out of town, a ride away from that scene? Pretty slim, I think, 'cause he's Nora's brother.
There was a pregnant silence, and then Joe said,
The guy who worked on that truck was the victim's brother? That's what I said.
How many people live in this town? Perry asked. 5?
Just over 300.
The video was still running. On the screen, Paulson and another officer, one who appeared to hold rank over him, were searching the Mustang and cuffing the guy in the one shoe, Detective Jeffrey Tolliver of Birmingham, Alabama. Every now and then, Paulson would glance sideways, but his gun never traveled with him. Could be that he was checking to make sure there was no other threat in the area. Could be that he was checking to make sure his truck was long since out of sight.
Somebody got Childers away from that scene in a hurry, Joe said. But maybe we're looking at it backwards. We can't see what happened. The truck comes and goes, and Antonio comes and goes, maybe with a friend, but maybe not.
The maintenance man had that reflective gaze going again.
You know, that's not a bad point.
Joe had never felt less validated by a positive review of his police work, but he pressed it.
Supposing that girl, Nora, was intending to steal the car, then her brother is the likely recipient, right? You said he runs a chop shop, so he'd be the guy who takes over once she snagged the car.
The maintenance man nodded.
Let's imagine her brother is waiting on her and sees what happens. Watches Antonio shoot his sister in the stomach. He's not just driving away then, is he? A guy like you described, he'd be all over the screen right now. He'd have killed Antonio, shot him where he stood, or at least stayed with his sister and waited for the cops.
That drew a frown and a slow, thoughtful shake of the head.
I can't say I agree with that, no. This guy you told us about, the Hellraiser, you think he'd just let it go, watch his sister be killed and then clear out? Oh no, that's not what I meant at all. I was just thinking, old Double, if he did see all that, he'd have wanted to take some time on your boy. There, what's his name? Antonio? Double wouldn't have let that end easy for him, not after what he did to Nora.
For a moment, they were all quiet, watching Paulson arrest Tolliver on the screen and listening to the rattling of snow and ice off the window. Then Perry said, "Let's have a look around that car, Joe. Maybe there are more cameras, more angles." Joe nodded, but he didn't turn away from the screen. He was watching Nora Simpson's blood spread out over the pavement. Double wouldn't have let that end easy for him, the maintenance man had said. And he nearly smiled. Antonio might have made one hell of a mistake leaving Cleveland for Georgia. These crackers might not be all that easy to handle. "3:06 p.m. Jeffrey paced around the tiny holding cell in his underwear and t-shirt. He was still wearing one shoe and one sock. It was the only control he could assert over his person. Thanks to his hangover, he had slept some, but now he was fully awake and fully freaking out. Claustrophobia had never been an issue for him until now. There wasn't enough saliva in his mouth. His heart was vibrating like a tuning fork. He was sweating profusely despite the cold that whipped past the single-paned, barred window high up in his cell. 10 hours ago, he had asked the Helen chief of police to call Sheriff Hoss Hollister in Sylacauga so that Hoss could vouch for him. He knew that 10 hours had passed because there was a giant clock on the wall opposite his cell, mounted over the empty desk that held a telephone, a fax machine, and a computer the size of a dog's coffin, corgi, not Malamute, with a giant monitor on top of it. For the last 10 hours, he'd listened to the tick, tick, tick of the clock, the second hand passing for something like Chinese water torture. Occasionally, he heard voices in the next room, but nobody entered the holding space or sat behind the desk or checked on his welfare. Every once in a while, the stainless steel toilet/sink inside his cell would gurgle, or his stomach would grumble, but other than the clock, those were the only sounds. The phone never rang. The computer wasn't even turned on. He sat down on the narrow metal bed with no mattress, pillow, or blanket. They'd even taken the string out of his one tennis shoe. He clasped his hands between his knees, not praying so much as begging his brain to start working. There was a dead woman, Nora. Someone had killed her. She deserved justice. Some kind of acknowledgement that her life had mattered more than the last few seconds at the end. Flashes of memories kept coming back to him. The bartender had poured a little more generously when Nora had shown up. The room she'd taken him to was freshly cleaned, no toiletries or suitcase to indicate a guest was staying there. What were these called? Clues? It was a scam, but then the scam had gone horribly wrong. Nora had stayed the night. He wanted to think that was because he was damn good in bed and not because she'd drunk too much and he'd not drunk enough. She was obviously a grab-and-dash kind of woman. Get the wallet, get the keys, go to the alley, and meet up with whoever was going to take the car for chopping. But she'd stolen the wrong car. Then there was the old blue pickup, the two shapes in the cab, the black guy in the Cleveland Indians baseball cap. His head pounded out each memory like a chisel on a stone tablet. He'd provided the Helen chief of police with Hoss's home phone number because he'd been close to the lawman his entire life. Hoss was the reason he became a cop. The guy had been a surrogate father, keeping him out of trouble, providing a nudge or a kick in the ass when needed. And Hoss would be a hell of a lot nicer about this current misunderstanding than his lieutenant back in Alabama, who would probably fax over a termination of employment letter the minute he hung up the phone. But if the Helen chief had talked to Hoss, if he understood that Jeffrey was not, in fact, a murdering, coke-dealing, drug-running Yankee asshole from Cleveland, but an honest, God-fearing, law-abiding Southern boy, the Helen chief wasn't letting on. He stood and started pacing again. Sock, shoe. Sock, shoe. Tick, tick, tick. If the Helen chief of police wasn't making phone calls, was he trying to build a case? By law, he had only 48 hours to hold a suspect before he had to charge him or let him go. The weekend was basically here. The courts would be closed for 2 days, maybe more if the storm turned bad. He should have been allowed a phone call, but in the last 10 hours no one had been around to ask for that privilege. Today was almost a year that the cops who were accused of beating Rodney King had been acquitted of all crimes. If the Helen chief of police moved him to the county lockup, his life would be less than a pound of dog shit. Well, hello there, handsome. A tall, willowy black woman in a tailored police uniform entered the holding area. She held a tray with grits, a biscuit, some eggs, bacon, and because there was still a God in heaven, a large cup of coffee. You must be the underwear murderer. He tried to smile the smile that usually won over women. I never killed a pair of underwear in my life. She chuckled as she placed the tray on the ledge by his cell. Her eyes traced the outline of his boxers. You an Auburn fan? Yes, ma'am. He crossed his arms over his chest. He knew a football fan when he saw one. Played for 2 years. Is that right? She started going through the keys on her belt. What position? Halfback, he said. Like OJ, but without the athleticism or promising future. She chuckled again, which he took as a good sign. I can see you running through an airport with the briefcase. She had found the key. He watched the cell door swing open. The smell of sweet freedom put some warmth back into his body, even though she stood there with the tray in her hands, blocking the exit. You look like the kind of guy who would end up on the cover of SEC Monthly. Actually, I was on the cover of SEC Monthly. Roll Tide, asshole. She dropped the tray on the floor. The coffee exploded, much like his ego. The cell door clanged shut. He resisted the urge to fall to his knees and slurp the coffee off the dirty concrete. Instead, he sat back down on the metal bed. The cold didn't seep so much as drill into his bones. Whatever was happening to the weather outside wasn't good. He could practically feel the temperature dropping by the second. The woman sat down at the desk. She opened a drawer, took out a nameplate, and slapped it on the desktop. Sergeant A. Fuller. She reached around and turned on the computer, then the giant monitor. A loud whir temporarily overwhelmed the ticking of the clock as the computer booted up. He rubbed his hands together. He was freezing, but he was also sweating. He thought of all the things he could say to Sergeant A. Fuller. I'm a cop too, bitch. Has your chief called the sheriff I told him to call? Why am I in a holding cell? With what crime am I being charged? I demand to speak to a lawyer. Go fucking War Eagles. He reached down and grabbed the biscuit off the tray. Hard as a brick, cold as his left foot. He shoved some frozen eggs and congealing bacon inside. The phone rang. A. Fuller picked up the receiver. Yes? Then another. Yes? Her gaze slid toward him as she gave a throaty, uh-huh. She stood up from her desk and picked up the phone base, stretching the cord across the room to the cell. She held out the receiver a few inches from the bars. Jeffrey pressed his palms to his knees and pushed himself up. He shoe-socked his way over to the front of the cell and reached out for the receiver. She pulled it just slightly out of his grasp before letting him take it. He cleared his throat before saying, "This is Jeffrey Tolliver." Hoss said, "Hey, Slick." He could have wept. "Hello, sir. You had enough time to contemplate your many transgressions?" He gripped the phone as he listened to Hoss chuckle. Obviously, the Helen chief of police had called the Sylacauga sheriff, and they'd worked out a 10-hour penalty in the box. "You told them to keep me locked up?" "Oh, now, don't let your pride get in the way. I figure I did you a favor considering you was caught wet, hung over, and standing over a dead woman with a brick of coke and some illegal guns." "That woman had a name." "You remembering their names now?" Hoss paused, and he could practically see the old man frowning down the line. "Tell me, Slick, ain't you getting a little old for this kind of behavior?" The thought had occurred to me earlier in the day. "Nothing wrong with settling down." Hoss sounded disappointed, which was far worse than him sounding angry. "Course, what'll happen is you'll meet some knockout gal much smarter than you, which ain't hard, and you'll fall head over heels until you get her pinned down. Then your eye will start wandering again and you'll fuck it all up." Hoss stopped to cough, which is what 40 years of smoking cigars made you do. "On the plus side, she'll be a good excuse not to settle down with every other girl who comes after her. The one that got away. Your little red-headed girl, to put it into Charlie Brown parlance." He leaned his head back against the bars. "I get the lesson, Hoss. Are you going to let me out of here or not?" "Chief Eustace Dupree is the man's name. Nice fella. Worked 3 murder cases in his 32-year career, all of them domestics, which means he arrested the husband and that was that." "Will he take my help?" "Last I heard, the DEA was sending some boys down from Cleveland to give Dupree a hand, but you know nobody likes that kind of help." DEA meant federal. They wouldn't want help any more than the locals. Still, he lowered his voice. "There's a few things I can follow up on." "Just try not to get arrested again." He heard the phone click as Hoss hung up. For Sergeant A. Fuller's sake, he said, "I appreciate your confidence in me, sir. Thank you." He handed the phone back through the bars, but A. Fuller was already sitting at her desk. She nodded to the phone base. "Hang it up yourself, Slick. The door's not locked." Jeffrey tentatively pushed at the cell door. It swung open. He shoe-socked to the desk and hung up the phone. "Did you find those 2 guys in the blue truck?" "Nope." "Did you find the black guy from the hotel?" "You mean Homie D. Clown? Yeah. They got him locked up in the other jail." Jeffrey ignored the sarcasm and looked down at his shoes so she couldn't see the hate in his eyes. "Does the chief want to talk to me?" "I'd say that falls under the headline of When Hell Freezes Over." "Well, I want to help." "I'm sure you do, Auburn, but we got it covered." A. Fuller pulled a large brown paper evidence bag from a drawer. She took out his left shoe and offered it to Jeffrey. He put it on. She handed him a sock. He took off his right shoe and donned the sock. She handed him his jeans. "Really?" He grabbed them, slid off his shoes, slipped on the jeans, then shoved his feet back into his sneakers. "No wallet?" he asked. "Pager, keys, chapstick?" She dug around in the bag, a blank expression on her face. Just when he was about to give up, she tossed him his keys. "You're free to go, Mr. Tolliver." He should have let it slide, but he couldn't. Detective Tolliver.
Good thing I didn't bring my Sugar Bowl ring on this trip to your beautiful town. You mean from back when you tied with Syracuse? She snorted. Weren't we the only team that beat you that year? I don't remember seeing you on the bench, Sergeant. She rested her hand on the butt of her gun. I can put your ass back in that cell and nobody'll think to look for you till Monday. He let it go and walked into what turned out to be an empty squad room. 2 desks, each with a phone and stack of papers. He guessed the nice leather chair belonged to the chief, and the Kmart special lowered about an inch from the ground belonged to Paulson. The kid wouldn't be able to stick his knees under the desk otherwise. He gave the front door one push, and it was immediately snatched out of his hand by a strong gust of wind. His t-shirt rattled against his chest. He squinted his eyes against the stinging wind. Of course, the trek back to the hotel was straight into the wind tunnel. The gust came down off the mountains like a scythe. He jammed his hands into his jeans pockets, bent his knees, and forced himself forward. His first stop was not at the Schussel Mountain Lodge, but at the trash can on the sidewalk outside the building. He had seen the Mustang stop here for a second, and sure enough, Nora had taken the opportunity to dump his wallet. What a break, it was still there. His cash and cards were gone, but Nora had left his driver's license and his key card to his hotel room. Next, he headed downwind to his Mustang. He unlocked the trunk, holding his breath until he found his badge and spare gun in the wheel well. He stuck the badge in his back pocket. The gun went into the waist of his jeans. He felt whole again. The lobby desk inside the Schussel was unmanned. Instead of waiting for the elevator, he used the stairs. His room was on the 2nd floor, which happened to overlook the alleyway between the Schussel and the Linderhof. Once inside, he pushed open the window overlooking the alley, his teeth chattering before he even had a chance to look down. The Mustang was 2 stories below, abandoned but for the police tape warning people away. He saw flecks of white floating in front of his eyes. He blinked, thinking his brain was so tired it was throwing up hallucinations, but no, he really was seeing snow. In March. In Georgia. It was falling steady like you saw in movies. Thick, white flakes that looked like they had no intention of stopping. He closed the window and rifled through his suitcase until he found some clean, non-novelty underwear. He slipped on a new t-shirt and a flannel button-down that he almost hadn't packed because he was afraid the weather would be too warm. He stepped into the bathroom and brushed his teeth, then washed his face, combed his hair, and looked at himself in the mirror. His reflection in the mirror revealed a man who appeared even more hungover than he had this morning. Hoss's earlier admonishments rang in his ears, but there was nothing he could do about changing his entire life right now. He left his room and took the steps down 2 at a time. When he opened the door to the lobby, he found the front desk occupied by a teenager sporting a Chia-like goatee and a V-neck t-shirt that showed the top of a tattoo that probably read, "Damn Skippy." The kid was reading Catcher in the Rye because it wasn't disaffected enough to have a tattoo and a goatee. He looked up as Jeffrey approached. "You're the underwear guy." He let the comment slide. "Where's the woman who was working here this morning?" "Corinna?" The kid laid down his book. "At the funeral home. Nora was her daughter." He scratched his chin. He'd forgotten to shave. "Did you know Nora?" A derisive noise came out from the back of the kid's nose. "Not like you did." He leaned over the desk. Like a switch being hit, his hangover evaporated and his cop brain took over. The kid seemed to get that things were different now. He cowered away, quickly understanding that Jeffrey was ready to punch him in the throat if he didn't start talking. "Nora was 2 years ahead of me in school, but I knew her." He felt the color drain out of his face. The kid looked around 15. "How old was she?" 22. He allowed some air out of his lungs. "Did she do this a lot?" "What do you mean?" The kid scratched at his hairless chest peeking out of the V-neck. A vein throbbed in his pimpled forehead. His visible fear heightened Jeffrey's aggression. He leaned farther across the counter and turned on the dead in his eyes. "What I mean, you stupid piece of shit,
is that they were working a scam. Corinna gets the signal from the bartender that he's got a live one. She sends in Nora. Nora gets the Mark drunk, takes him up to an empty room, and pours more liquor down his throat until he passes out. Then she robs him, steals his car, and he wakes up the next morning thinking his only option is to lie to cops about how his car got stolen and get the hell out of town before his wife finds out he cheated on her. Don't sound like you passed out. Lucky for me, Jeffrey said, uneasy with his role in the situation. Do the local cops know what you're running here? No, sir. He held up his hands. I ain't got no part in it. I promise on a stack of Bibles. He knew that was a lie, but didn't care. He glanced around the lobby. Where did those missionaries go? I didn't see their bus in the parking lot. Left this morning before the storm came in. They had a long way to go. Where? Michigan? At least he hadn't said Cleveland. Jeffrey let his eyes travel around the empty lobby. Crappy leather couch, overstuffed chairs, card table by the door. A sign read coffee bar, but the urn was upside down and there were no cups, the same as it had been this morning. He asked the kid, Did Chief Dupree interview you? Yeah, I told him I ain't seen nothing. I worked the day shift. I was just pulling up when Corinna got the news about Nora. You were pulling up in your truck? I wish. Drove in my mama's Camry this morning. My motorcycle's in the shop, which is fine by me because the whole witch is cold today. Know what I mean? Do you know anybody who drives a blue Ford pickup late model? He kept scratching his chest, like his brain was in there and could feel the stimulation. Couple of 3 boys I went to school with. My grandpappy, Pastor Davis, Mrs. Fields, who owns the... Where does Nora live? With Corinna up the mountain, and her brother Double. It's a fur piece, right up near the falls. Ruby Falls? Yep, just take Miller Road before you get to the falls. They're the second trailer on the right. Got an American flag outside. But look it, mister. The kid lowered his voice as if inviting him into a confidence. I wouldn't mess with Double. He's the kind of guy who's always looking for trouble. Worse than his daddy even. And his daddy's doing hard time down in Valdosta for a triple murder. He gave Jeffrey a knowing look. That's where Double comes from. On account of, compared to his daddy, he's double trouble. He knew the sort, and he wasn't scared. Does Double drive an old blue Ford truck? Black one? Brand new? That sounded a little too nice for a kid named Double. He deal drugs? The kid balked. I'm from Alabama, buddy. You can snort your fucking way to the state line and I won't give a shit. The kid started nodding. Yeah, he's a dealer. Big fish or little fish? Medium fish, but he's always looking to get bigger, since he was in kindergarten even. The kid cleared his throat. I was in his class. He was hateful even then, like pulling the wings off a butterfly hateful. Does he run girls? Just his sisters, wall-eyed cousin, and that neighbor girl with the funny name, and sometimes his mama, but that takes a certain type of guy wants an older gal, know what I mean? Jeffrey let that sink in. There was a black guy with a Cleveland baseball cap? The kid asked. Yeah, the chief asked me about him, but I ain't seen him. Did Chief Dupree go through your guest register? Sure did, but he didn't find nobody matching the description. Even knocked on the doors to double check. He had no doubt Corinna went off book with cash-paying guests. The kid leaned over, suddenly chatty. See, I don't think there was a black guy in a hat. I think old Dupree was testing me, 'cause there's 3 black people in town, and Sergeant Ava, that's the chief's wife, is one of them, and her father and her mother are the other 2, and if there was a 4th black person, she would know that fella too, right? He held up his hands. I'm not being racist, all right? That's how it is. I get it, he said. And he did. He worked in the Titusville area of Birmingham, a poor African-American area. Oftentimes, he was the only white guy on the streets. People knew him by color, not name. The kid said,
I told the chief to check next door at the Hoff, but Mr. Tucker, he don't rent to black people. Not that we get that many up here. Everybody knows they don't like the cold.
So much for not being racist.
That's all I got, the kid said. I promise.
He was still lying, but Jeffrey wasn't sure about what, or if it even mattered. Everybody lied to the police, even the ones who were trying to help. Especially the ones who were trying to help. He left the hotel. The wind whipped at his clothes. In the 20 minutes he'd been inside, the ground had become thick with snow. He stuck his hands in his pockets, fighting the sensation of his skin being burned off by the wind. For once, the weatherman had been right. This storm was going to knock the state on its ass. The sky looked worse than ominous. Something stuck between a tornado and Armageddon. Despite the Arctic blast, he stood roughly where he'd stood in the parking lot earlier that morning. He was pretty sure that the guy in the Cleveland Indian hat had come out of the Linderhof with his cup of coffee. He dismissed the event as random at the time, but with a dead body, nothing was random. So, maybe this is what happened. Last night, Cleveland Hat stays at the Schussel Mountain Lodge. He parks his car close to the building, probably so he can see it from his room, which is at the front of the hotel because that's what he asks for. Cleveland's got the coke and guns with him in the room, but he wants to make sure no one is snooping around his stolen car. A cop, say, or an idiot kid looking for a joyride. Cleveland stays the night, then goes downstairs in the morning to check out of the hotel, finds himself enveloped by cheery, blonde-haired and blue-eyed Michiganders for Jesus, which is bad, then finds out there's no coffee, which is worse. So he loads up his car, walks over to the Linderhof, grabs a cup of coffee, and comes out to find his Mustang gone and a half-naked man standing in the parking lot. Cleveland had played it cool with Jeffrey. The man's casual tip of his hat said it all. This wasn't his first rodeo. You didn't get to be a black man traveling up the northeastern corridor with a carload of coke and guns without having a pair of brass ones. No wonder the DEA was on this guy's trail. The murder charge would bring even more resources into what was probably shaping up to be an interstate trafficking investigation, possibly a RICO charge. Cleveland could be either the tip of the iceberg or, better yet, the tip of the spear. Jeffrey picked up the pace as he walked toward the alleyway. His sneakers became soaked with snow. His jeans wicked up the cold as he approached the Mustang that was not his Mustang. The police tape was floating in the wind, torn in two and flapping off the side mirrors like flags outside a used car dealership. He stopped by the driver's side door, took his keys out of his pocket, trying to think how Nora would have worked it. He imagined her running out of the Schussel, probably right when Cleveland was going into the Linderhof to score his coffee. She spots the Mustang parked out front, runs toward it, jams the car key into the door lock. That wasn't right. The door would have been unlocked because Cleveland had used a Slim Jim to open the door. He could see where the gasket had been sliced by the flat, hooked piece of metal that had been used to pull up the locking mechanism. So she opened the car door. He did the same. Then she'd climbed in. So did he. Giving himself a second to enjoy the sensation of not being battered by hurricane-like winds, the car was bright white inside from the snow on all the windows. He found the ignition switch. Dash mounted, the same as his. Some engineer at Ford had had the bright idea to add a little sidebar hole in the face of the ignition switch. You slide the key in the ignition and turned it to accessory, then bent open a paper clip and shoved it into the hole. Voila! The cylinder inside the ignition switch popped out. You needed a key to do this, of course. But the thing about the ignition switch on a '68 Mustang is that it's 25 years old. He was 26 and wasn't holding up so well himself. The pins inside the cylinder weakened over time, so all you had to do was jimmy in a flathead screwdriver or a pocket knife, turn it gently to the left, push in the paperclip, and pop out the cylinder. A pro could do this in under 10 seconds. A really smart pro, someone who wanted to be able to easily crank the engine again and again, possibly on a trip up from Florida, through Georgia, and on to farther points north with some coke and guns in the trunk, would shave down the tumblers inside the cylinder so that any key would turn on the engine, which he was able to do with the key to his own Mustang. The engine coughed and sputtered against the freezing temperature. He pumped the gas to keep it going. While he was at it, he turned up the heater. Cold air blew in his face. Now what? He sat back in the seat, trying to consider his options. The kid at the hotel needed a second round, but not enough time had passed. Whatever he was lying about needed to fester like a rusted piece of metal inside his intestines. Corinna was at the funeral home, but he doubted he'd get much out of a grieving mother, and besides, he wasn't exactly working with the blessing of the locals. There was a fine line between what Chief Dupree would see as helping and what might come across as hindering. Double, up on the mountain, was an obvious suspect to follow. Drug dealer, connected to the victim. But he knew better than to go into some desolate holler without someone watching his back. Not to mention that the snow was accumulating, which, to a person living in the South, was the most blood-curdling thing that snow could ever do. Cars would be abandoned. Children would be locked behind doors. Grocery stores would be purged of milk, bread, kerosene, toilet paper, and Cheetos, all the vital necessities. Anna Ruby Falls was half an hour drive and a quick hike into the Chattahoochee National Forest. The kid at the Schussel had said Double and his family lived on Miller Road, second trailer on the right, American flag. Double's neighbors would be watching out the windows. They might be involved in the family business or making money off not being involved. Around these parts, crack was the new moonshine. The same people you saw in church on Sunday were the same people dealing on Monday. He tried to turn on the wipers. The motor sent back a pained groan over the weight of the snow. He cut the engine and looked at his key, making sure the jimmied lock hadn't damaged it. He could see white breaths in the air in front of his face. The radio clock read 4:01. The roads would be locked up by sundown, not because of the snow, but because, even when it was cold, it always got warm enough in the afternoon to melt the snow. Then it got cold enough to freeze it, and come rush hour, people who thought they were driving home in the snow realized that they were sliding across sheets of ice. All this talk about snow made him think of something. He reached down and pulled the trunk release. He got out of the car, shivering like a beat-down dog as the wind cut open his skin. He had to squint his eyes almost closed as he walked to the back of the Mustang and pushed up the trunk. The guns were still there. The brick of coke was still there, but there had to be more than one brick of coke, otherwise, why bother? Shit, he mumbled. He didn't have to think hard about how this had gone down. The chief, freaking out about the murder, the death notification, the hit to his budget, the risk to his department's reputation, had run off to make phone calls, but not before telling Officer Paulson to secure the car. Paulson had put up the tape thinking that no one would violate the sacred words that beseeched all good citizens to do not cross. Then he'd clapped his jolly green giant hands together and ho-ho-hoed off thinking job well done. Shit, he repeated. He would have to call A. Fuller and tell her to come get the coke and the guns, and then he would have to listen to her tell him that Alabama was going to be ranked number 1 or 2 this year, depending on where Florida State fell. What have we got here? He turned around. The question had been posed by a guy with a northern accent who stood like a cop, legs apart, shoulders relaxed. He had a sidekick, another cop, a little younger, with a Glock in hand. Police issued, it seemed. The sidekick said, "Looks like we got a guy with a bunch of guns and some coke in his trunk." The older guy said, "Well, at least he's put on some pants.